Hello everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter. Chapter 3299, Blood Wolf Xaqiro. I'm reborn. I will validate my Tao in this life 3. What did you say? Xaqiro lost his composure and shouted in anger. Xagebo was flabbergasted. The Blood Son's words were sharp. He managed to anger Xaqiro with a few sentences. If the people who lost to him in the past knew about this, they would be flabbergasted. Xaqiro made a name for himself after defeating many talents in the past. Hence, many people hated him to the core. Unfortunately, they couldn't do anything to him. In comparison, the Blood Son was still the most impressive. So, what if he was a talent from 1,000 years ago? He could still retort. Can't you hear me? I'll say it again reluctantly. A mocking smile appeared at the edge of the clone's lips. You're just a piece of trash. You're looking for death. Xaqiro's gaze turned sharp. A blood-red sickle appeared in his hand, and he charged towards the blood god clone. Boom! The sickle blades exploded and covered the entire sky in an instant. They were dense and frightening. Swoosh! Amidst the intertwining of the sickle blades, the frightening power of domain swept through the sky and turned into a vast and boundless sea of blood. Waves tossed and turned in the sea of blood. It was majestic and terrifying. This scene was like a miracle. There was a sea of blood in the sky and a sea of blood below. They seemed to be mirrored to each other. The sky seemed to be submerged by the blood-red sea. Boom! The air vibrated, and the entire sea of blood crashed down. A perfected actualization phase domain. The blood god clone turned serious. He didn't expect the other party to launch such a powerful attack immediately, as expected of a talent who became famous 1,000 years ago. This vampire dark apparition managed to reach the perfected stage of the actualization phase. This wasn't something a normal mid-tier devil emperor could grasp. He didn't dare to let down his guard. A dazzling blade glow shot out from his battle blade and soared into the sky. Swoosh! A huge and majestic sea of blood appeared above his head. It circled the blade glow that soared into the sky like a blood-red nebula. Sharp sword conscious swept through the sky. Blood, evil, chaos, all kinds of frightening consciences congregated in the blade glow and exploded. Go! The blood god clone shouted. The blade glow soared into the sky, bringing along the power of the sea of blood as it slashed towards the sea of blood above him. The two of them got closer and closer, one up and one down. It was like the end of the world. The sky collapsed and drooped down, wanting to hit the ground. Xagebo and Xie were astounded when they saw this scene. Fortunately, the blood god clone had already controlled the blood spirit flying vessel and allowed them to leave the battlefield. Otherwise, they would be implicated. Boom! In an instant, the two seas of blood collided. Numerous sickle blades shot out from the sea of blood above. Similarly, dense blade glows shot out from the sea of blood below and collided with it. The point of collision seemed to have turned into a terrifying forbidden ground. Everywhere was covered with sickle blades and glows. If outsiders entered, they would be chopped into pieces by the dense cluster of sickle blades and glows. Xaqiro turned grim. This was out of his expectation. He didn't expect a low-tier devil emperor to be able to execute such a powerful domain at this moment. The importance he placed on the blood god clone rose another level. As expected, this fellow had some ability since he was able to become the Blood Son. The power of domain was able to resist his domain, which was at the perfected stage of the actualization phase. Was this guy really a low-tier devil emperor? Even he found it unbelievable. After all these years, he had never met such a monstrous, low-tier devil emperor, even in his clan. One would be considered a top-tier talent if one could grasp a 7th or 8th rank domain as a low-tier devil emperor, but it was still a few hundred years away from defeating him. Today, he would let this brat know what it meant to respect the strong. So what if he was the Blood Son before he matured? He should keep a low profile. The status of a Blood Son meant a lot to the vampires. He didn't act because of the other party's words, but because the talents of his generation had fought for the position of the Blood Son in the past. Unfortunately, no one succeeded. Now, a low-tier devil emperor had become the Blood Son. He couldn't accept it. He even felt a little jealous. That was why he acted. He couldn't become a Blood Son, but defeating one should be a good feat. A proud smile appeared on Xaqiro's face when he thought about this. This fellow thought that he had the upper hand in terms of words, but he was actually quite stupid. The difference in their ability was huge, but this guy still dared to provoke and even attacked him. Wasn't he looking for death? Xaqiro was confident in his ability. His gaze landed on the collision of domains below, and he gave a meaningful smile. Boom. At this moment, Xaqiro's Blood Sea domain vibrated violently. A dazzling blood-red glow rose from the sea of blood. Then roar. A loud roar was heard. A huge blood wolf shot out from the sea of blood and charged towards the blood god clone. The speed was astonishing. There was a thick domain in the blood wolf's body too. It was even more obscure and powerful than Blood Sea's domain. This was the integration phase domain. Roar, chapter 3300. Blood Wolf Xaqiro, I'm Reborn. I will validate my Tao in this life. 4. The blood wolf broke through the blade, glows around it, and pounced on the blood god clone with its huge mouth. It was obvious that this was a double domain. There was another domain in the Blood Sea domain. This method was a little sinister. Everyone knew that the most powerful domain of the vampire race was the Blood Sea domain. However, Xaqiro hid another domain in the Blood Sea domain. No one would expect this. What's more, his mastery of this domain was stronger than that of the Blood Sea domain. The Blood Sea domain was powerful, but it wasn't as powerful as the Blood Wolf domain. Comprehending the Blood Sea domain was much more difficult than grasping a normal domain. Xaqiro was already a genius if he was able to grasp it to the perfected actualization phase. However, his mastery of the Blood Wolf domain was higher than that of the Blood Sea domain. That was why he hid the Blood Wolf domain in the Blood Sea domain. He was extremely sinister. What's more, he was dealing with someone weaker than him. From this point of view, Xaqiro was a sly old fox. This change came too suddenly. When Xagebo and Xie were still waiting for the result of the collision between the two seas of blood, they suddenly saw a huge blood wolf charging out of Xagebo's sea of blood. They were flabbergasted. Blood Son. Be careful, Brother Wang Teng. Be careful. Two voices were heard simultaneously. However, one was beside his ear while the other was in his mind. Integration phase domain. The blood god clone wasn't afraid of the blood wolf. Instead, there was contempt in his eyes. Two sly old foxes have met. Let's see who's slyer. Under everyone's gaze, the blood god clone didn't move. Before he could react, he was swallowed by the blood wolf. Ha 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 ha! Xaqiro burst out laughing. He seemed extremely proud of himself. Then he snorted. You're just a low-tier devil emperor. How dare you fight with me? You must be looking for death. What a pity. It wasn't easy for us to have a blood son, but he died in my hands. Xagebo's face turned pale. He didn't expect this to happen. How did the blood son lose? This was impossible. Xie's face turned pale, too. She clenched her fists tightly and gritted her teeth as she glared at Xaqiro. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Humph! Xaqiro snorted. You're just a mixed blood. You're not even a devil lord. How dare you look at me like this? Do you want to die? Xie didn't say anything, but she stared at him without blinking. You have guts, Xaqiro sneered. Unfortunately, I'm not benevolent. Go to hell with your master. The moment he finished speaking, he slowly stretched out his hand and congregated a blood-red claw mark. He wanted to pinch Ziye to death as if she was an ant. However, at this moment the giant blood wolf suddenly screamed in pain. Xaqiro's expression changed slightly. He immediately looked at the blood wolf. Its blood-red eyes had turned pitch black. There was even a black glow blossoming in his mouth. Crack! Before Xaqiro could think further. Cracking sounds were heard. Cracks appeared on the surface of the blood wolf's body like broken porcelain. Then, pitch-black light blossomed from within. How is this possible? Xaqiro's expression changed. Xagebo and Ziye were surprised and elated. A glimmer of hope appeared in their hearts. They stared intently at the blood wolf that seemed to be in pain. Boom! The next instant, a violent explosion was heard. The blood wolf exploded. At the same time, a black ball of light appeared where the blood wolf was. Domain. The second domain. What's more, it's an integration phase domain. Xaqiro exclaimed in disbelief. His eyes widened as he stared at the black domain in disbelief. Not only did this low-tier Devil Emperor master one domain, but he also had a second one. What's more, this second domain was an integration phase domain too. Fuck, why can't I understand this world? Did all the talents in this era grasp the integration phase domain? Was it because he had been in closed-door cultivation for too long, and the world changed too quickly that he couldn't catch up with the times? Questions appeared in Xaqiro's mind. He was puzzled. He couldn't accept this astonishing truth. It was outrageous that a low-tier Devil Emperor grasped the integration phase domain. He had never seen anything like this. Boom. The blood god clone didn't care what the other party was thinking. The integration phase dark domain exploded and spread far away. Damn it. Xaqiro shuddered. He regained his senses and retreated furiously. However, he was still a step too late. The domain expanded quickly and pulled him into it. Xaqiro's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect to be pulled into his opponent's domain due to a moment of carelessness. Damn it, he didn't dare to be careless. This was an integration phase domain. If he wasn't careful, a mid-tier Devil Emperor like him might fail miserably. He immediately sized up his surroundings in the end. He realized that the domain was pitch black. He couldn't even see his fingers. This darkness wasn't ordinary black. It was extremely pure. Even though he was giving off a blood-red glow, it could only illuminate a few meters around himself. He couldn't see the other areas. Chapter 3301, Blood Wolf Xaqiro. I'm reborn. I will validate my Tao in this life. 5. Dark Domain. Xaqiro turned grim. This was a domain that was easy for dark apparitions to grasp. However, not everyone could reach the integration phase. Welcome to my domain. A mocking voice was heard in the domain. Xaqiro glanced around him and said, Do you think you can stop me with an integration phase domain? You can try, the blood god clone replied calmly. Xaqiro snorted when he heard Wang Teng's contemptuous words. A cold glint flashed past his eyes, and wisps of strange power swept out of his body and congregated on the blood-red sickle. The power of origin? The blood god clone smiled. Are you trying to use the power of origin to break my domain? Xaqiro's expression froze. He felt a little awkward since his enemy's guess was right. Most importantly, how did this guy know about the power of origin? He had been a mid-tier Devil Emperor for many years before he managed to grasp the power of origin. How did this guy know about it? Suddenly he had a bad feeling. Hurry up, don't hesitate. The blood god clone didn't seem to care about the power of origin attack. Instead, he urged Xaqiro. The veins on Xaqiro's forehead throbbed uncontrollably. He felt humiliated. This fellow was a little too arrogant. Since when was the power of origin unable to threaten a low-tier Devil Emperor? Xaqiro's gaze turned sharp. He stopped hesitating, and a dazzling blood-red glow erupted from the sickle in his hand. Occult and divine patterns intertwined around the sickle blade. There were even faint fluctuations in the darkness. He was elated. The power of origin was useful. This fellow might be bluffing. Take this. Xaqiro was invigorated. He immediately instilled the power of origin. He grasped into his attack and slashed it out like a huge sickle. Swoosh! A soft sound was heard. The sickle blade seemed to have been devoured by the darkness in front of him. It merged into the blade and disappeared instantly without any ripples. Xaqiro stared at this scene in a daze. He couldn't think straight. This was it. His attack, which contained the power of origin, didn't even cause a ripple. Can you do it, genius from 1,000 years ago? The blood god clone's mocking voice came from all directions. Xaqiro's face turned red. Humiliation. This was an outright humiliation. He had lived for a long time, but no one had ever dared to humiliate him like this. However, he couldn't do anything about it. Who are you? Xaqiro took a few deep breaths before he managed to calm down. He stared at the darkness in front of him and said, "A low-tier devil emperor can't be so powerful." He didn't believe it. It was unbelievable. He was the one who should have the upper hand. Why was it the other way around? There was something wrong with this fellow. Oh. The blood god clone was stunned. He suddenly thought of something and gave a sinister smile. You saw through me? Xaqiro's heart skipped a beat. He saw through this guy. What did he see? Why didn't he know? I was reborn and will attain the Tao in this lifetime. I didn't expect you to discover it in advance, the blood god clone said calmly. This was the perfect time to borrow Xagebo's imagination and scare this vampire to death. Xaqiro was stunned. Seriously? Was this fellow really the reincarnation of an ancestor? If not, why was he so abnormal, little brat? Since you know this ancestor's identity, kneel and kowtow, the blood god clone said calmly. Xaqiro's face turned green. He was actually asked to kneel and kowtow. If this guy was really an ancestor, he would kneel. However, this was a low-tier devil emperor. He hadn't figured out his identity, so he wouldn't kneel. Absurd. But what if it was true? One could never be too careful. If it was true, he would have offended his ancestor and wouldn't be able to survive in the vampire race anymore. Why aren't you kneeling? The blood god clone shouted. Xaqiro's expression kept changing. He hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and kneeling down. The blood god clone. Fuck, he really knelt. This vampire was stupid. Wang Tang laughed in the devour space. Roundball and Icyth were elated too. You're still the cheeky one. Roundball couldn't help but give Wang Tang a thumbs up. Ha ha ha! There must be something wrong with this vampire's brain. Wang Tang laughed. Cough outside. The blood god clone coughed awkwardly and said, Kowtow. Kowtow 3 times to your ancestor, and he will bestow you with an opportunity to advance to the high-tier devil emperor level. Opportunity? Xaqiro was stunned. Then a sharp glint flashed past his eyes. He kowtowed 3 times without any hesitation. Good riddance. Good riddance. I'm relieved to see you as your ancestor. I'll bestow you with opportunities now. The blood god clone suppressed his laughter and said, Receive it properly. Xaqiro looked at the darkness in anticipation. In the end, boom, an explosion occurred. In the darkness, a blade glow a few 100 meters long slashed out, illuminating Xaqiro's confused face. Chapter 3302, Escaping with Serious Injury. Simulating blood sea domain, blood wood crystals. 1. Xaqiro was shocked and furious. The instant the blade glow landed, he was stunned, but at the same time he knew that he had been tricked. To hell with Ancestor. This bastard was lying to him. Why did he believe him stupidly? He had never felt so stupid. The main reason was because he got frightened by the other party's attack. He used his power of origin, but the other party's domain silently devoured it. This wasn't something a low-tier devil emperor could do. That was why he was suspicious. In the end, after getting fooled, he almost believed him. Kneeling and kowtowing was just to be safe. He was afraid of being remembered in the future. Don't underestimate the power of an ancestor. To the dark apparitions, their ancestors were frightening and mysterious presences. The ancestors were the source of their bloodline, hence they had unparalleled reverence towards their ancestors. If not, a talent like Xaqiro wouldn't be frightened so easily. In summary, this was closely related to the vampire's legacy method. Boom! At this moment the blade glow had already slashed down and submerged Xaqiro. He couldn't react in time. This blade glow was too sudden. It exceeded Xaqiro's expectation. Ah! Cries of agony were heard, but they were drowned out by the explosions. The blood god clone used the power of origin for this attack. No matter how strong Xaqiro's foundation was, he would still be heavily injured and on the verge of death. This was a dark apparition at the peak of the mid-tier Devil Emperor stage. He would need some effort to deal with it. The figure of the blood god clone appeared in the dark domain. He looked at the area that was submerged by the blade glow and shook his head. This stupid brat was so easy to fool. But then again, if the other party wasn't so easy to fool, he wouldn't have been able to take care of him so easily. This vampire dark apparition got fooled by you. Round Ball's smiley voice appeared in Wang Teng's mind. You can't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame Xagebo. This is its imagination. Mind you, it's quite useful. Wang Teng touched his chin and was elated. I recruited a talent. I can't bear to kill him. Round Ball. Good riddance. He's loyal to you, but you still want to kill him. Round Ball paid a silent tribute to Xagebo for 3 seconds. As a vampire dark apparition, it must be hard for you. But it's not your fault. Your birth will decide your ending. As they spoke, the blade glow in front of them gradually subsided. The blood god clone looked over and frowned. Xaqiro was chopped into 2 by the blade glow. Fresh blood dripped down and stained the darkness around him red. It was glaring. But what made the blood god clone frown was that the other party wasn't dead. The attack contained the power of origin, but it didn't kill the vampire dark apparition. This was surprising. Xaqiro was a little stupid, but he became famous 1,000 years ago. This proved how extraordinary he was. At this moment, Xaqiro raised his head and glared at the blood god clone with hatred. He said, "Little brat, I will remember your humiliation today. Hey, are you trying to be ruthless? You might not be able to leave today." The blood god clone's gaze turned cold. He was too lazy to waste any time. The dark domain started squirming, and a terrifying corrosive force surged towards Xaqiro. Although Xaqiro was a dark apparition, the corrosion of the dark force still caused great damage to them. It couldn't be helped. Wang Teng could only use dark methods now. If he used the power of light to tackle the problem, he would be able to curb his enemy entirely. However, at this moment, an unexpected situation occurred. Xaqiro self-destructed. Boom. A loud explosion was heard. Xaqiro's body turned into countless rays of blood light and exploded on the spot. At the same time, a huge hole was formed in the blood god clone's dark domain. The blood light scattered and rushed out. Are you trying to run? The blood god clone's expression changed. His gaze turned cold and he attacked instantly. Boom! The black flames swept out of his body and turned into a sea of fire. It caught up with the blood glows that were escaping in all directions. Ah! A scream of agony came from within the blood-red light again. However, there was still a beam of blood-red light that shot out and sped into the distance. The blood god clone stared coldly at the ray of light and snorted. He ran away. These vampire dark apparitions were all cockroaches. Their vitality was extremely strong. In the devour space, Wang Teng shook his head helplessly. If he could use all of his skills, the vampire dark apparition wouldn't have been able to escape from him. Of course, if the dark apparitions were determined to run away, it would be hard to stop them. Dark apparitions were known for their strange ways of staying alive. What's more, Wang Teng didn't have the heart to chase after this guy. After all, there was no benefit in doing so. It was just a mid-tier Devil Emperor. There wasn't much to gain from killing this guy. He would rather find the blood whale's legacy as soon as possible. He stopped thinking about it and scanned his surroundings. He picked up all the attribute bubbles that had dropped. Heaven Realm Spirit 18,000. Dark Constellation Force 26,000, Blood Wolf Divine Scripture 5,000, Blood Wolf Domain Integration Phase 3,000. Wang Teng felt a little disappointed after absorbing all the attribute bubbles. Chapter 3303, Escaping with Serious Injury, Assimilating the Blood Sea Domain, Bloodwood Crystals 2. These attribute bubbles weren't bad, but they didn't meet his expectations. His domain and the power of origin were too advanced. Even the talents among the Heaven Realm martial warriors wouldn't be able to provide him with many useful attributes. Even a mid-tier Devil Emperor with 1,000 years of foundation was the same. For instance, the other party did control the origin of blood. It was much stronger than a mid-tier Devil Emperor Dark Apparition, but it was only at the first rank. On the other hand, Wang Teng's origin of blood was at the 3rd rank. It was 2 levels higher, so what was the use? He couldn't raise it at all. He felt helpless. There was no need to talk about the Heaven Realm Spirit and Dark Constellation Force. They couldn't be improved for the time being. However, he had recovered much of his force after fighting with Xaqiro. It was useful. Wang Teng didn't understand the hunger of normal people. Other people would be elated if they could recover their force and spiritual power so quickly. Fortunately, he received a scripture, the Blood Wolf Divine Scripture. This was a Devil Titan scripture. It was the secret scripture Xaqiro grasped, Blood Wolf, Divine Scripture Devil Titan Stage, 2,000, 5,000, well versed, and enlightenment appeared in Wang Teng's mind. He was surprised. After cultivating this scripture, he would be able to form a blood wolf body. His speed and agility would increase tremendously. No wonder Xaqiro was so fast. Wang Teng was enlightened. Besides that, the Devil Titan scripture had the ability to escape. It was the last skill Xaqiro executed. He turned into a beam of blood-red light and escaped. As long as there was a trace of blood light left, he wouldn't die. Actually, among the Devil Titan scriptures that Wang Teng received in the past, there were similar scriptures too. He just didn't experience it before, so he didn't realize what they were for. Lastly, there was a domain attribute, Blood Wolf Domain. Wang Teng's expression turned strange when he saw the domain attribute. Blood Wolf Domain. There's such a strange domain. Wang Teng shook his head. He had obtained a Blood Beast domain in the past, and now there was a Blood Wolf domain. Weren't they the same? However, after absorbing this domain, Wang Teng was a little surprised. The Blood Wolf domain was quite special. The Blood Wolf formed from this domain was extremely fast. If he merged it into his other domains, he would be able to catch them off their guards. It was like a blood wolf charging towards its prey. It could kill them in an instant. Xaqiro merged the Blood Wolf domain into his Blood Sea domain and sneaked an attack on him when he wasn't looking. Other people might not be able to react in time. Integrating the characteristics of the Blood Wolf domain into the Blood Beast domain is a good idea too. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. No, that's not right. Why don't I merge all these domains into the Blood Sea domain? His thoughts became bolder and bolder. He decided to merge with the Blood Sea domain entirely. From Wang Teng's point of view, the Blood Sea domain was the end of all vampire domains. It could encompass everything and could change at any time. The Blood Sea domain was the best carrier for other domains. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. He immediately started merging them. At this moment, the enlightenment of the Blood Wolf domain flashed in his mind and was gradually absorbed by him. This was the integration phase domain, so the enlightenment was huge. After all, it contained the enlightenment of the normal domain and the actualization phase domain. It allowed Wang Teng to reach the integration phase in a single step. Blood Wolf domain, 1/300, 3rd level integration phase. 3,000 points of attributes was just enough for him to advance to the 3rd level integration phase. This time, Wang Teng was even more confident. He immediately started experimenting. First, he merged the Blood Wolf domain with the Blood Beast domain and allowed the special characteristics of the Blood Wolf domain to merge into the Blood Beast domain and the blood crow domain. Suddenly, all kinds of spiritual light appeared in his mind. He immediately thought of something and merged the blood crow domain into the blood beast domain without any hesitation. Now his blood beast domain, the blood crow domain, and the blood wolf domain were all at the integration phase. All of them had their own characteristics, but they had some similarities. They could be merged. Wang Teng's universe-level enlightenment allowed the three domains to merge gradually. At the same time, his blood god physique was also activated. Strength flowed through his body, allowing his understanding of the blood god physique to rise exponentially. He entered a mysterious state that was hard to come by. This was the top-tier vampire physique. It would be of great help in understanding the various vampire powers. Wang Teng didn't know how much time had passed. It felt like a few hours, but it also felt like an instant. Wang Teng felt a loud explosion in his mind, as if something was brewing inside. But this wasn't enough. Wang Teng continued his enlightenment. This time he instilled his newly acquired domain into the blood sea domain. This process was surprisingly simple. It was much smoother than Wang Teng expected. He didn't think that the last step would be so much easier than the previous one. After some time, the blood beast domain naturally merged into the blood sea domain. Success. Suddenly, Wang Teng's eyes gave off a dazzling blood-red glow. The three domains were completely merged. A sea of blood appeared in his mind. Waves tossed and turned as blood beasts congregated and changed into different shapes. There were the shape of a blood wolf, the shape of a blood crow, and many other beast forms. There were all kinds of strange and divine forms. Chapter 3304, Escaping with Serious Injury. Assimilating the blood sea domain, bloodwood crystals. 3, however, compared to the wolf form and the blood crow form, the beasts at the back lacked some characteristics and vitality. They didn't look real. For instance, the former was like a real creature's 1-1 model. You could pass it off as the real thing while the latter was a crude product. You could tell that it was fake at one glance. This was the difference between the two. Even so, Wang Teng was satisfied. He could replace the beasts at the back. He would replenish it whenever he met it. As time went by, the new blood sea domain would become even more terrifying. Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board and smiled. Blood sea domain, 1500 over 3000, integration phase, 3rd level. The blood sea domain was still the blood sea domain, but it wasn't the same blood sea domain anymore. This was a hybrid domain. Only Wang Teng knew the changes inside. Later, when he executed the blood sea domain during a battle, a bunch of blood beasts would suddenly appear, and the more powerful blood wolf and blood crow would be hidden inside. That feeling, tisk, tisk. Wang Teng didn't dare to think about it anymore. He might really get scolded, and his reputation would be tarnished. Outside, the blood god clone slowly opened his eyes and landed on the blood spirit flying vessel. All these happened within a few seconds. Wang Teng didn't spend much time merging his domains. After all, he had already reached the integration phase. This level of domain had already reached a profound stage. This was what it meant by full mastery. Thus, even though Wang Teng felt that it had been a long time, it wasn't that long. Your Highness, blood son, you're so powerful. I respect you like the waters of the sea of blood. I can't stop talking about you. Xagebo leaned forward and looked at him with respect impressive. His Highness blood son is amazing. Even a talent like Xaqiro wasn't his match. He could only run away dejectedly and almost got killed. How did he do it? Unfortunately, the outside world couldn't see what happened in the domain, so Xaqiro couldn't satisfy his curiosity. The blood god clone glanced at him strangely. This bootlicker. Ziye didn't think too much. She only felt at ease after seeing that the blood god clone was fine. Everything happened so quickly that she couldn't react in time. She thought that Wang Teng would die here, but he managed to kill his enemy instead. At that moment, she felt helpless. She had never hated herself so much for being useless and weak. She grew up in the forest and understood the law of survival of the fittest. Now that Wang Teng brought her to a bigger world, She finally understood how weak she was. She was eager to raise her ability. Don't think too much. Wang Teng had a sudden thought when he saw her expression. He used voice transmission and said, "The dark apparitions won't be able to kill me also. You have to believe in my escape skills. Even if I can't win against them, escaping won't be a problem." Ziye didn't know if she should laugh or cry. She didn't expect Brother Wang Teng to be so direct, however. She remembered his methods of staying alive and felt at ease. Wang Teng didn't waste any time and allowed the blood spirit flying vessel to land on the island not far away. It was only a few thousand meters away. If Xaqiro didn't block his path, he would have landed on the island. Honestly, why did Xaqiro provoke him? Did he have nothing better to do? Why did he have to create trouble when he was just looking for treasures? Look, he almost lost his life and wasted other people's time. The island was extremely quiet. It was eerily quiet. There were no signs of other living creatures. The blood god clone frowned and controlled the blood spirit flying vessel to fly deeper into the island. There was a dense forest growing on the island. It was filled with blood-red trees baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They even gave off a faint blood-red glow. The stench of blood wafted into his nose. The blood spirit flying vessel flew in mid-air while the blood god clone looked down. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. These trees grew after absorbing a large amount of force of source blood. They're quite old, too. Xagebo's eyes lit up. "Your Highness, blood son, let me go down and take a look. There might be bloodwood crystals in the trunks of these trees." Bloodwood crystals? The blood god clone was stunned. What were these bloodwood crystals? He had never heard of it. Bloodwood crystals are crystals formed by some special trees after absorbing the force of source blood. They're extremely pure. They not only contain a thick force of source blood, but they also contain the vitality of the tree spirit. They're good for healing. Xagebo's eyes lit up. If you can find a 10,000-year-old bloodwood crystal, you can even increase your lifespan and cure your illness. It will also be useful for high-tier devil emperors. Really? The blood god clone's eyes lit up. Increasing his lifespan and curing his illness was good stuff. Of course, Xagebo sniggered. Since the blood son placed so much importance in his words, he must have provided valuable information. Wang Teng, he's right. An extremely old bloodwood crystal can increase one's lifespan and cure illnesses. It can strengthen one's physique and purify one's bloodline, Roundball said. The blood god clone nodded. He felt more at ease after Roundball's confirmation. Oh, right. Can these bloodwood crystals be used by the martial warriors in the light world? Wang Teng's eyes flashed as he asked Chapter 3305, escaping with serious injury, assimilating the Blood Sea domain. Bloodwood crystals 4. I don't know about that. We need to get the bloodwood crystals first, Roundball replied. Wang Teng nodded. He didn't probe further. His eyes lit up and he urged, "Let's do it, let's do it." He activated his real eye and scanned the trees below. Found it. Very soon, a ball of blood-red light entered his vision. This was a huge tree nearby. The ball of glow was situated at the center of the tree. It was conspicuous to him. The blood god clone pointed at the location and ordered, "Xagebo, dig up the tree." "Yes, sir." Xagebo was stunned for a moment, but he didn't hesitate. He replied and rushed down instantly. Swoosh! A sharp battle blade appeared in his hand. He cut the tree into two. His skill was exquisite. He evaded the center of the tree entirely. Then he took out a clear crystal from the tree. Xagebo was astounded. He didn't expect the blood son to really find a bloodwood crystal. What's more, he managed to lock onto a tree accurately within such a short time. How did he do it? Mind you, these trees had self-protection mechanisms. Even vampire dark apparitions had a hard time determining which tree had the bloodwood crystal based on its aura. However, he didn't dare to be careless. He immediately took out the bloodwood crystal he just took out and presented it to Wang Teng. "Your Highness, blood son, this should be a 600 years old bloodwood crystal." Oh, 600 years! The blood god clone took the bloodwood crystal and sized it up carefully. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. This crystal was special. It was entirely blood red, but there was a faint green color in the center, as if a green droplet of water was frozen in the middle. I judged the year based on the size and color depth of the droplet of green light in the middle, Xagebo explained. Good job. The blood god clone nodded. As an alchemist, he was familiar with this method. He used this method to determine the age of many herbs and crystals. Thank you for your compliment, blood son. Xagebo sniggered. Continue, the blood god clone said. He was extremely interested in these bloodwood crystals. There was indeed a thick force of source blood and the force of vitality inside. These two forces merged together in a strange way and couldn't be separated from each other. Also, he could feel that this 600 years old bloodwood crystal was tremendously useful for devil lords and below. It meant that this bloodwood crystal was a rare treasure for martial warriors below the planetary realm. What surprised him was that there was no dark force inside. It was all force of source blood and vitality. Human warriors could definitely use them. Wang Teng immediately thought of his family. The last time he sent many medicines back. They should be able to improve his family's physique greatly. With the bloodwood crystals, they might be able to achieve something in the martial arts path. They didn't need to be powerful. They needed to be at least at the planetary realm. That way, their lifespan would increase. Also, they would only be able to use more treasures after they reached the planetary realm. With Wang Teng's current wealth, it wouldn't be a problem for him to raise them to the cosmos realm. Hence, for the rest of the time, he started wreaking havoc in this blood-red forest. Xagebo, the tree 300 meters to the left. The third tree on your right has one too. Forward, yes, take another 5 steps. The tree not as tall as you has one. The blood god clone didn't need to do anything. He commanded Xagebo, and soon he received a small pile of bloodwood crystals. They were all bloodwood crystals that were a few hundred years old, but he was having a great time. Poor Xagebo, he was being ordered around, but he didn't dare to complain. However, to Xagebo, the astonishment in his heart overshadowed all his other emotions. How accurate! The blood son's command was extremely accurate. He was able to find out the bloodwood crystals every time. This was even more accurate than the radar's positioning. It was unbelievable. With this ability, he wouldn't have to worry about not finding the bloodwood crystals. He was rich. This huge forest had turned into piles of bloodwood crystals in his eyes. If it was him, it would be lucky if he could find a few bloodwood crystals. As for large-scale destruction, it was useless. The bloodwood crystals were extremely fragile, just like the heart of a tree. If he used brute force, they would be destroyed directly. The loss outweighed the gain. Alternatively, it would have to spend a huge amount of time searching the trees one by one. However, this would take up too much time, and it would be easily discovered by others. If other people came, he wouldn't be able to protect the bloodwood crystals after all. Even a talent like Xaqiro had appeared. There must be many other powerful vampire dark apparitions. He would die if he met any of them. Time passed slowly. An hour passed in a blink of an eye. A large part of forest was destroyed, and the blood god clone had more than 1,000 bloodwood crystals. Many of them were more than 1,000 years old. The oldest one was 4,000 years old. The greenness in the middle was bright and beautiful. It was like an emerald embedded inside. It was mesmerizing. Wang Teng felt a strong vitality in this 4,000 years old bloodwood crystal. He felt that this bloodwood crystal would be of great help to him. However, he wasn't in a hurry to absorb it. He continued searching. The island was exceptionally huge, and the forest almost covered the entire island. The area they had just cleared might not even be 1/10 of the total. Hence, there must be older bloodwood crystals here. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion came from the depth of the forest. A huge blood-red ball of light appeared, and a large number of trees collapsed.
What's going on?
Xagebo was stunned. He immediately flew into the sky and looked in that direction. He shouted, Your Highness Blood Sun, there seems to be a battle over there. One side looks like a talent from another race, while the other side looks like an old tree with intelligence. Towards the end, he sounded a little excited. An old tree with intelligence. This was incredible. It had to be at least 10,000 years old. Also, most of these ancient trees had bloodwood crystals. That was a 10,000-year-old bloodwood crystal. The blood god clone had a sudden thought. He controlled the blood spirit flying vessel and soared into the sky, looking in that direction. It's indeed an old tree. He had the real eye, so he could see more clearly than Xagebo. There was a huge old tree among the lush trees. The crown of the tree was like a cloud hanging down from the sky, covering a huge area. If one didn't look carefully, it would look like a small forest. What a huge tree before this! He didn't look carefully. The tree was hidden among the trees, so he didn't notice it immediately. Now, after taking a closer look, he realized how huge this tree was. It was astonishing. I wonder who's on the other side. Wang Teng could only see a dazzling ball of light, so he didn't know who was there. However, he didn't hesitate and flew the blood spirit flying vessel in that direction. He mustn't let go of this 10,000-year-old bloodwood crystal. Chapter 3306, Snatch, Bloodslayer Clan, Shameless. 1. Boom. When the blood god clone flew the blood spirit flying vessel over, he saw thick blood-red branches growing furiously from the trees below like sharp claws. They clawed at the ball of light in the sky. However, the blood god clone used the shadow power to hide himself, and the blood spirit flying vessel, he didn't reveal himself. A cold snort came from the ball of light fighting with the old tree. Then dense halberd glows shot out and swept towards the sharp-clawed tree branches. Boom. Explosions were heard continuously. Thick and hideous tree branches exploded in the air. Many of the sharp halberd glows exploded too, but overall the halberd glow had the upper hand. This tree had gained intelligence. Although they possessed a certain level of ability, they had many restrictions. They were countered by many skills, including fire and metal element ones. Of course, a small portion of them were different. The ghost venom vine that Wang Teng met in the past was at least at the Titan level. That was a mutated plant. It was terrifying. If Wang Teng didn't run away quickly, he would have died. The presence in the ball of light was indeed powerful. The halberd glow it executed was extremely sharp. Within a few seconds, it had chopped numerous branches. Your Highness, Blood Sun, shall we act now? Xagebo was a little anxious. The other party was gaining an advantage, and he was afraid that the old tree would be taken by him first. There's no hurry. Let's wait and see. The blood god clone replied using voice transmission. He was extremely calm. They were both using voice transmission to communicate, so no sounds were heard. Xagebo could only wait quietly. However, he had never been so confident in the Blood Sun's ability. Xaqiro became famous 1,000 years ago. He hadn't become a high-tiered devil emperor, but his foundation was strong. In the end, he still had to run away dejectedly in the hands of the Blood Sun. Hence, Xagebo believed that the Blood Sun could do whatever he wanted in this nest. The ball of light fighting with the old tree wasn't weak, but it wasn't the Blood Sun's match. The 10,000 years old bloodwood crystal was already in his pocket. If Wang Teng knew what Xagebo was thinking, he might be caught between laughter and tears. This fellow was more confident in him than he was in himself. He activated his real eye and stared at the ball of light in surprise. It's a female. There was a lady wearing a hideous blood-red battle armor in the ball of light. She was beautiful, but there was malevolent energy on her face. She didn't look like someone easy to deal with, especially on her forehead. There was a pair of dark, red, sharp horns. They were small and exquisite, but they gave off a sinister vibe. There were strange patterns growing on the dark red horns. They looked like living creatures, giving the horns a divine appearance. Fortunately, Wang Teng had seen many different races, some more unbelievable than this lady. A pair of curved horns wasn't a problem. But these horns are quite beautiful. Wang Teng touched his chin. Do you have some special fetish? Roundball appeared at the side and asked with a strange expression. Wang Teng told Roundball all the characteristics of this lady so that it could investigate her race. Hence, it knew what she looked like. When it heard Wang Teng's words, it couldn't help but tease him. Iseeth was on his shoulder, and she flew up uncontrollably. She left his shoulder as if she was afraid of getting contaminated by his pervertedness. Silence. Wang Teng was speechless. He glared at Roundball. Why was it framing him for no reason? As for Iseeth, she always landed on his shoulder, and it felt heavy. Why was she running away now? Where was her conscience? He glared at Iseeth, too. So what if she was a divine-level star beast? He wouldn't spoil her. Ha ha! Iseeth was a cold person, but she couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. This was her branch soul controlling the situation. Her main soul was watching from the back. Have you found out? Wang Teng was too lazy to care about them. I found it. She should be from the Bloodslayer race, a vassal race of the vampire race. They have the right to enter the undying Blood Sea, Roundball said. Bloodslayer race, Wang Teng repeated. The Bloodslayer race's talents are all-powerful. They're not weaker than vampires. Also, the ladies in this race are all very pretty. Roundball suddenly became serious and sniggered. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. I can't explain myself, right? He was too lazy to explain. They could think whatever they wanted. He was a righteous man. At most, he could admire the beauty of the world. Oh, right. Does the Bloodslayer race have any special talents? Wang Teng asked. Yes, I heard that. It's called the Bloodslayer physique. It can control one's blood soul. Roundball pondered before replying. Bloodslayer physique, controlling the blood soul. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. Didn't the blood soul banner need the blood soul? He was determined to get this Bloodslayer physique. Why do you look so happy? Roundball asked. Cuff. Nothing. Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. He mustn't say that he could get talent attributes. Roundball knew a little, but he never exposed it. He wouldn't expose it in the future either. Just let them treat it as his talent. Chapter 3307, Snatch. Bloodslayer clan, shameless, too. This time, Roundball rolled its eyes. Iseeth didn't say anything. She didn't seem to care. Anyway, the Bloodslayer race's talent isn't weak. Why do they have to follow the vampires? Their status seems high, too, Wang Teng asked curiously. That's because there aren't many Bloodslayer race members. Roundball smiled. I didn't know that. Wang Teng was caught between laughter and tears. However, this was an important reason. There were many races with great potential in the light universe, but they were all limited by their fertility. Their population couldn't increase, and there was even a risk of extinction. If not, there would definitely be many overlords in the universe. As for why they have a high status among the vampires, it's because their appearance is recognized by the vampires. Many vampires are even willing to marry them in hopes of inheriting their bloodline talent. As time goes by, the Bloodslayer clan has completely integrated into the vampire race. With the addition of the vampire bloodline, the fertility rate of the Bloodslayer clan has increased, Roundball explained. I see. Wang Teng was enlightened. How should he put it? It was unexpected, and yet reasonable. There was no surprise. You're the vampire blood son now. If you like them, many ladies from the Bloodslayer clan will be sent to you. They might even offer themselves to you, Roundball sniggered. Wang Teng. Really? As long as you reveal your identity as a blood son, everything will be fine. Roundball egged him on slyly. Get lost. Wang Teng ignored it and looked at the battle outside. The battle between the Bloodslayer race lady and the old tree was coming to an end. The blood god clone didn't wait any longer. He dashed towards the old tree with Wang Teng's shadow talent and the power of space. He could hide himself. Normal universe stage presences wouldn't be able to discover him. What's more, the old tree was held back by the Bloodslayer race lady, so it didn't notice the arrival of the blood god clone. In an instant, the blood god clone arrived below the tree. He leaped lightly and arrived at the heart of the tree. He formed a claw with his hand and stretched it out. Light congregated in his hand and turned into a blood-red claw that was 4 times bigger splat. The bark of the tree was extremely tough, but in the hands of the blood god clone, it was as fragile as a piece of paper. It broke instantly. A large ball of crimson liquid splattered out. The blood god clone frowned. He didn't expect the tree to bleed. A ball of light erupted from his body and blocked the crimson liquid. Hiss, 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 the light around the blood god clone started hissing as if it was corroded. However, his expression didn't change. He clenched his right hand into a claw and with a cracking sound, he grabbed something the size of a baby's head and pulled it out. Bloodwood crystal. This was indeed a 10,000-year-old bloodwood crystal. The bright glow made Wang Teng's eyes lit up too. Roar at this moment. A furious roar came from within the tree. However, it stopped abruptly. The tree stopped attacking abruptly and started withering. The leaves on the tree turned gray-white and fell off. This tree, full of vitality, decayed in the blink of an eye as if it had been dead for many years. Who is it? A shout came from the sky. The lady from the Bloodslayer clan held a halberd in her hand and stabbed it towards the blood god clone. Boom. The halberd glow exploded and plummeted down from the sky. The lady from the Bloodslayer race was enraged when she saw someone snatching the 10,000-years-old bloodwood crystal. The power of this attack shouldn't be underestimated. The blood god clone squinted. He didn't dare to be careless. He activated his blood god physique and released a punch. Blood devil fist. Boom. A dark red fist glow exploded and collided with the halberd glow. Explosions were heard and the halberd glow shattered instantly. The dark red fist mark wasn't any better. It got penetrated by the halberd glow and dissipated. Put down the bloodwood crystal. The lady from the Bloodslayer race shouted and charged down from the sky, so fierce. The blood god clone muttered, but he wasn't afraid. He took out a battle blade and met the attack. The blade glow exploded and collided with his opponent's halberd. Clang, clang, clang. Metallic clangs resounded in the air. The blood god clone's battle blade collided violently with his opponent's halberd. The lady from the Bloodslayer clan was probably furious. She didn't let go of the blood god clone and started hurling attacks at him. This crazy woman. The blood god clone also felt that the other party was hard to deal with. This lady from the Bloodslayer race was not bad looking, but her face was full of fury. It was easy to tell that she wasn't someone to be trifled with, which had been confirmed, hand over the bloodwood crystal. The lady from the Bloodslayer race shouted continuously. She showed no signs of letting go of the blood god clone. What if I don't hand it over? The blood god clone held his blade horizontally and said calmly, I'll kill you if you don't hand it over. The lady from the Bloodslayer race shouted coldly. Her face was filled with fury. Kill me? How arrogant! Aren't you afraid of hurting your tongue? The blood god clone sniggered. 100-feet-long blade glow erupted from his battle blade. The power of the perfected stage actualization phase domain merged into it. He shouted, Eat my blade, boom! The blade slashed out, bringing along the power of domain with it. A sea of blood, roars of blood beasts, terrifying bloodlust power swept through the sky. It was frightening. The lady's expression changed. She didn't expect this person to be so powerful. She felt a huge threat from his domain. Chapter 3308, Snatch Bloodslayer Clan, Shameless, 3, Die. However, she didn't back down. She roared in anger and a powerful domain was formed on her halberd. Then she stabbed it out. Boom. Similarly, a sea of blood appeared behind her. However, there were countless droplets of blood in the sea of blood. They shot out together with the halberd. Boom. The next instant their attacks collided. The two domains collided and obliterated each other. Explosions were heard continuously in the air, and the residual impact invoked by the force caused many trees below to fall. Some even turned into powder. It was terrifying. The strength of a mid-tier Devil Emperor was enough to destroy mountains and overturn seas. It could even destroy a planet. If the space here wasn't stable enough and the island wasn't special, it would have sunk. Crack. At a certain moment, a crisp cracking sound was heard. It sounded exceptionally ear-piercing amidst the explosion. How's that possible? The Bloodslayer race lady's expression changed. She stared at the point of collision in astonishment. Huge cracks started to appear on her domain. They were spreading to the entire domain, and her sea of blood was collapsing. She found it unbelievable. This person looked like a low-tier devil emperor, but he was able to destroy her domain. This was unbelievable. However, she didn't back down. Her beautiful face was still filled with anger. The power of domain surged out of her body and merged into her domain. Suppress it. A shout came out of her mouth. Boom. Her domain was replenished and started vibrating violently. Not only were the cracks repaired, but it was also bigger. The sea of blood churned, and the area it covered exceeded the sea of blood of the Blood God clone integration phase. The Blood God clone was a little surprised. Another integration phase domain. It looked like the lady in front of him was an exceptional talent too. If not, she wouldn't be able to grasp the integration phase domain. Boom. Before he could think further, the domain above him started cracking. It couldn't withstand the pressure and was about to explode. Are you going to hand it over? The lady from the Bloodslayer race shouted coldly. I snatched it with my own ability. Wait, I got it with my own ability. Why should I give it to you? The Blood God clone shouted, and the power of domain in his body exploded the first rank of the integration phase. The integration phase, Blood Sea domain, finally revealed a hint of hideousness. Roar, roar, roar. Numerous blood beasts roared and charged out from the sea of blood, slamming into the domain opposite them. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions were heard continuously. The domain on the other side couldn't withstand it anymore. Terrifying cracks appeared in the violent explosion before it exploded. The Bloodslayer race lady didn't have the time to react. Violent force residual impact swept the surroundings. The lady from the Bloodslayer clan was swept in too. Pfft, she felt as if she was struck by lightning. She vomited a mouth of blood and flew back violently. Her face was filled with astonishment and disbelief. What can you do if I don't hand it over? The Blood God clone stood in the air and looked at the other party calmly. You? The lady from the Bloodslayer race stopped herself forcefully and glared at the Blood God clone. What about me? Are you unconvinced? Continue fighting if you're not. The Blood God clone wasn't afraid. He must get some attributes from this fat sheep. How could he let her go so easily? Who are you? The lady from the Bloodslayer race suppressed the anger in her heart and glared at Wang Teng as she asked coldly. He was just a low-tier devil emperor, but he had such ability. He wasn't a nobody. The Blood God clone realized that he hadn't retracted his shadow power. He wondered if this lady recognized him. He suddenly wanted to see the other party's expression when she saw his face. The Blood God clone dissipated the shadow power around him, revealing the appearance of himself wearing the blood mask. You. The lady's pupils constricted. She exclaimed in shock, You're the vampire blood son? That's right. What do you want now? The Blood God clone smiled ambiguously at her and asked calmly. The vampire blood son was quite important, and the Bloodslayer race was a subordinate of the vampires. As expected, they recognized his identity. The Bloodslayer race lady's expression kept changing. She gritted her teeth, and there was fear in her eyes. If he was just an ordinary vampire, she wouldn't be afraid of him, even if he was one of the nobles from the 13 families. Yet this person was the blood son. This identity was too special. It had an indescribable status among the vampires. Even as a mid-tier devil emperor of the Bloodslayer race, she couldn't afford to offend him. The Bloodslayer race wasn't the vampire race. Also, she had heard many rumors about this blood son. He talked back to a devil titan, used the blood god altar to fight with a devil titan, and defeated many mid-tier devil emperors from the vampire race. All these achievements shrouded the blood son in a veil of mystery. Powerful, not to be trifled with, brutal. Many vampires placed these labels on the blood son. However, she couldn't give up the bloodwood crystal just like that. If it was just 1,000 years old, bloodwood crystal, the other party could take it. However, this was a 10,000 years old bloodwood crystal. It was extremely rare. There might only be a few of them in this forest. How could she accept the fact when the other party snatched it in this way? The Bloodslayer race lady was in a dilemma. So what if you're the Blood Son? I was the one who discovered the bloodwood crystals first. I had already defeated the old tree and would have been able to get the bloodwood crystals soon, yet you suddenly interfered and took advantage of the situation. If this matter is exposed, your reputation as a bloodmaster will be tarnished, right? The lady from the Bloodslayer race gritted her teeth and said, "This is all your story. I was the one who discovered this bloodwood crystal first. You wanted to snatch it because you're a mid-tier devil emperor, but you couldn't defeat me, so you slandered me." How embarrassing. The blood god clone shook his head. "You're shameless." The lady from the blood god clan widened her eyes and trembled in anger. She stared at the blood god clone in disbelief. She had never seen such a shameless person. He distorted the truth completely. Was this something a man would do? Was this bastard really the Blood Son? How could he be so shameless? Did he not care about his dignity at all? Numerous thoughts went through the lady's mind. She suspected that the person in front of her wasn't the Blood Son, but a scoundrel. "Do you think everyone trusts me, or you?" The blood god clone didn't mind and smiled. The lady was so angry she didn't know what to say. Chapter 3309, Blood Slayer Devil Halberd, Zarosa, Blood-Sucking Vine, Silence. The atmosphere between the Blood God clone and the Blood Slayer race lady was at a standstill. The lady from the Blood God clan couldn't do anything to the Blood God clone. The Blood God clone wasn't in a hurry. He took out the bloodwood crystal and sized it up, mind you. This 10,000 years old bloodwood crystal was amazing. It was the size of a baby's head. The emerald green gemstone inside was at least the size of an adult's fist. It was bright and glistening and gave off a strong vitality. "Good stuff," the blood god clone exclaimed as he tossed the bloodwood crystal in his hand. The lady's eyes turned red from anger as she glared at the blood god clone. Then she took a deep breath and turned to leave. She knew that it was impossible for her to snatch the bloodwood crystal from her opponent with her own ability. It would be a waste of time if she continued pestering him. Although she had many skills, the other party was a vampire blood son. She mustn't underestimate his ability. She wasn't confident, so she might as well give up. Huh, she's leaving just like that? The blood god clone was stunned. He looked at the other party's back view as she flew away at high speed. This didn't seem right. This 10,000 years old bloodwood crystal was given up so easily. What happened to the dignity of a genius? "Come back quickly. Let's have another battle. I haven't get my attributes. I've admired the Bloodslayer race for a long time. Let's have a duel," the blood god clone shouted. The Bloodslayer race lady stumbled uncontrollably. However, for some reason, her speed increased. Sigh. Why did he leave? The blood god clone shook his head and sighed. He was disappointed. He didn't expect this lady from the Bloodslayer race to be able to remain calm after getting angered by him. She turned around and left without pestering him anymore. She was extremely decisive. He was surprised. The blood god clone squinted, but he didn't chase after her. Since the other party insisted on leaving, it wouldn't be easy to stop her. Getting attribute bubbles requires mutual consent. Fortunately, he had gotten a lot of attributes just now. There should be something he wanted, right? Go ahead if you can't bear to part with her. Roundball sniggered. Get lost. Wang Teng rolled his eyes angrily. He released his spiritual kinesis and picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by the lady from the Bloodslayer race. Heaven Realm Spirit 5200. Dark Constellation Force 8,500. Bloodslayer Devil Halberd 3,000. Bloodslayer Domain Integration Phase 800. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body. One portion turned into spiritual power while another turned into dark constellation force. Another portion surged into his mind and turned into enlightenment. A human figure appeared in Wang Teng's mind. There were small and sharp horns on its head. It looked similar to the people of the Bloodslayer race. The figure held a halberd and started practicing in Wang Teng's mind. This was a halberd skill. When he executed it, the waves behind the figure started churning, and there was a faint roar. Then a huge blood-red shadow appeared. The blood-red figure held a huge halberd with horns on its head. Its face was hideous, and it gave off an indescribable hideousness. There was blood-red scales on its arms, too. Although it was a blood shadow, it was lifelike and gave off a terrifying aura. Boom. As the figure stabbed his halberd out, the blood-red figure acted instantly and stabbed its halberd out, too. The two attacks were synchronized and released a terrifying power. The next instant, the universe collapsed and the constellation exploded. This scene caused Wang Teng's expression to change slightly. He broke free from the image and slowly opened his eyes. He let out a small sigh. What a terrifying Bloodslayer devil halberd. Wang Teng was flabbergasted. His gaze flickered, and he immediately looked at the attributes board. Bloodslayer, devil, halberd, Devil Titan stage, 1/5000, well-versed, a Devil Titan stage battle technique. This was a Devil Titan level battle technique, and it was even a peak Devil Titan level battle technique. No wonder it was so powerful. Also, the 3,000 points of attributes dropped by the lady from the Bloodslayer race allowed his mastery of the Bloodslayer Devil Halberd to reach the well-versed stage. He could use it against his enemies now. However, Wang Teng rarely used halberds. He used sabers or swords and rarely used special weapons. It's a pity that there isn't the famous Bloodslayer physique. Is it because she didn't execute it? Wang Teng felt a little regretful. He shook his head and continued, I shouldn't have revealed my identity. The other party might have chosen to leave because she's afraid of the Blood Sun's name. The next time I see her, I must force her to use her Bloodslayer physique and get more attributes from her. Wang Teng looked at the last attribute bubble, Bloodslayer Domain. This was a brand new domain, and it had reached the integration phase, too. Wang Teng was used to it. Talents who could enter the blood whale's nest were all extraordinary. It was normal for them to have an integration phase domain. Enlightenment appeared in Wang Teng's mind. He quickly absorbed and grasped it. In an instant, a hint of enlightenment appeared in his heart. Bloodslayer domain, 810th first rank integration phase. Only first rank? Wang Teng wondered to himself. He wasn't disappointed. After all, this was the integration phase domain. It surpassed many Heaven Realm presences. The Bloodslayer domain can be merged into the Blood Sea domain too. Wang Teng's eyes suddenly lit up, and a smile appeared at the edge of his lips. The Blood Sea domain he created the previous time gave him a taste of success. Naturally, he placed more emphasis on the merger of domains now. Chapter 3310, Bloodslayer Devil Halberd, Zerosa, Blood-Sucking Vine, 2. Mind you, he executed the integration phase first-rank domain just as the Bloodslayer race lady did. However, his Blood Sea domain defeated the Bloodslayer race ladies entirely. Wang Teng didn't even release the full potential of the Blood Sea domain. The difference was obvious. This was how powerful the hybrid domain was. Not everyone could grasp a hybrid domain. It was already extremely difficult to reach the integration phase for a single domain. Only a small percentage of talents could succeed, much less the hybrid domain. If he ignored the rise in his domain realm because he wanted to understand the hybrid domain, it would be a huge loss. Wang Teng shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He immediately instilled the Bloodslayer domain into his Blood Sea domain. The previous merging process was smooth, so he was confident. He wasn't worried that it would take up too much time, as expected. After some time, Wang Teng found the compatibility point and merged the Bloodslayer domain into the Blood Sea domain. The Blood Sea domain, 1700-3000. Integration phase 3rd level, he looked at the Blood Sea domain attribute on his attributes board. It had increased by 200 points. Although the attributes didn't increase much, the changes were gratifying. Even Devil Titans wouldn't think that someone could develop the Blood Sea domain to this stage. If the changes were executed, it would be enough to astound people. Wang Teng smiled. Happiness welled up in his heart at first. He felt that mastering too many domains was useless, but from the looks of it now, that wasn't the case. This was a huge treasure. Not all the vampire dark apparitions grasped the Blood Sea domain. However, their domains were able to fill up Wang Teng's Blood Sea domain, allowing it to undergo many changes. This was enough. Of course, only Wang Teng could do this. After all, other people couldn't grasp a domain so quickly. What's more, it was an integration phase domain. Outside, the Blood God clone wanted to return to the Blood Spirit flying vessel after picking up all the attribute bubbles. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw a few more attribute bubbles from the corner of his eyes. He was stunned. The old tree dropped attribute bubbles too. A few attribute bubbles were scattered beside the dead old tree. He was surprised because there weren't any attribute bubbles just now. These attribute bubbles were dropped after the old tree completely died. He almost missed them. Pick them up. The Blood God clone didn't hesitate and immediately used his spiritual kinesis to pick them up. Blank attribute 35,000, Blood Camphor Tree Claw 5,000, Blood Camphor Domain, Actualization Phase, 8,000 Blood Camphor Tree Claw, Blood Camphor Domain. That works too. Wang Teng's expression turned strange. This old tree actually dropped battle technique and domain attributes. However, he wasn't too surprised. In the past, when he met vines, they dropped battle technique attribute bubbles too. This old tree had been alive for more than 10,000 years and had already developed intelligence. It wasn't strange that it was able to understand battle techniques and domains. At this moment, two enlightenments appeared in Wang Teng's mind and were absorbed by him at the same time. He knew that the old tree was a blood element spiritual tree called the Blood Camphor tree. This was a special tree in this forest. If not, it wouldn't be able to grow more than 10,000 years old. The Blood Camphor tree claw was a phantom of the Blood Camphor tree. Then it would attack like a claw mark. This was probably the attack that the old tree executed when it was fighting with the lady from the Bloodslayer race. Blood Camphor tree claw, Devil Emperor stage 1000, 5000, specialized. Wang Teng was a little surprised. This Blood Camphor tree claw was a Devil Emperor level battle technique. The 5,000 points of attributes allowed him to reach specialized stage for this battle technique. It skipped 3 levels. As for the Blood Camphor domain, it formed thousands of Blood Camphor trees in the domain. It was a blood domain and was quite powerful. Blood Camphor domain 2000, 4000, actualization phase 4th stage. This time he only received the actualization phase domain. 8,000 points of attributes raised it to the 4th level of the actualization phase. Wang Teng didn't mind. 4th level actualization phase was good enough. He blinked and instilled the Blood Camphor domain into the Blood Sea domain. This was another domain attribute. However, the Blood Sea domain only increased by 10 points. Wang Teng didn't know if he should laugh or cry. How long had it been since he had such a negligible increase? However, he didn't think too much. After all, he had improved. He would take his time. It wasn't easy to raise his integration phase domain now. He would have to look for high-tier Devil Emperors to get more integration phase domains. Never mind. Chapter 3311, Bloodslayer, Devil Halberd, Zarosa, Blood-Sucking Vine 3. Wang Teng slowly closed his eyes and stopped thinking about it. Outside, the Blood God clone flashed and returned to the Blood Spirit flying vessel. Your Highness, Blood Son, that should be a talent from the Bloodslayer race, Zarosa. Xagebo came forward and said, Zarosa. The Blood God clone glanced at him and asked, Is this Zarosa famous? Indeed, she's extremely talented and beautiful. She's known as the Bloodslayer Devil Princess and is extremely popular in the Bloodslayer race. Many talents in the vampire race want to marry her. After all, based on bloodline, it's easier to inherit the Bloodslayer race's bloodline from a talent like Zarosa, Xagebo said. Bloodline? You're quite realistic. However, this name, Bloodslayer Devil Princess, the Blood God clone, felt helpless. Bloodslayer Princess, Bloodslayer Devil Princess, these titles were truly similar. This Zarosa must be a renowned talent, right? The Blood God clone shook his head and asked. Yes. Xagebo nodded. Then she's an old woman. The Blood God clone touched his chin. Xagebo, the beautiful Bloodslayer Devil Princess, was called an old woman? Was this Blood Son's mind a little crooked? If the talents who had been pursuing Bloodslayer Devil Princess for many years knew about this, they might vomit blood in anger. Their target was an old woman. Was there something wrong with their eyesight? Wait! The problem lied in the Blood Sun. They almost got dragged into a ditch. Continue searching for bloodwood crystals. There must be 10,000 years old bloodwood crystals here. The Blood God clone's eyes lit up as he scanned the forest. Yes, Xagebo replied excitedly. He didn't dare to think about 10,000 years old bloodwood crystals. However, if the Blood Sun could get a few 10,000 years old bloodwood crystals, he wouldn't want the younger ones. He might even be able to reward his subordinate with a few. Wang Teng continued using his real eye to search for the bloodwood crystals. He pointed out the location and asked Xagebo to cut open the trees to take out the bloodwood crystals. Xagebo was just an errand boy. On the other hand, Wang Teng was doing the technical work. Time passed quickly. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The entire forest was emptied by Wang Teng. He received another 5,000 bloodwood crystals. There were around 600,000 years old bloodwood crystals, which was equivalent to a 10% probability. There were even more than 30 that were more than 5,000 years old. As for the 10,000 years old bloodwood crystals, he didn't see them again. This made Wang Teng frustrated for a long time. It looks like 10,000 years old bloodwood crystals won't grow so easily. The Blood God clone said helplessly, "They might have been taken away by someone who entered this place in the past." Xagebo was a little disappointed. The Blood God clone nodded. This was possible. Other people wouldn't be able to find every single bloodwood crystal as accurately as him, so they would definitely look at the extremely old trees. In a forest, it was easy to find which trees were the oldest. They were like lamps in the night. The thick vitality and the power of blood could easily be sensed. Never mind, let's go. If we can find a 10,000 years old bloodwood crystal, we have some gains. The Blood God clone didn't force him. He shook his head. Xagebo, did His Highness Blood Son have some misunderstanding about the bloodwood crystals? If other people knew what he was thinking, they would probably give him a tight slap in the face. There were more than 5,000 bloodwood crystals, including more than 600,000 years old bloodwood crystals. How was this called having no gains, Blood Son? You're really good at boasting. Xagebo secretly glanced at the Blood God clone but didn't dare to say anything. The blood spirit flying vessel flew towards the center of the forest. The Blood God clone hadn't explored that area. He could faintly sense that this was the most crucial part of the island, so he didn't approach it recklessly. After some time, the blood spirit flying vessel arrived at the center of the forest and prepared to approach it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sonic booms were heard from below. The Blood God clone turned serious. He looked down and saw dark red vines sweeping towards him. They were extremely dense. There were at least a few hundred of them. Boom. The Blood God clone frowned. The force in his body surged out and turned into black vines. They started fighting with the dark red vines. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted from both sides. They pulled and slapped each other. The Blood God clone was surprised. The dark red tentacles were able to resist his devil ghost venom vine. They weren't at a disadvantage at all. What kind of plant is this? Wang Teng activated his real eye in the devour space and looked down. Gasp. Instantly, numerous dark red balls of light entered his vision. He gasped uncontrollably. What the hell is this? Wang Teng cursed. He thought that there was only one plant, but there was a bunch of them. At a glance, the periphery of the central area was filled with dark red balls of light. His expression turned serious as he scanned his surroundings. He realized that the dark red balls of light had completely surrounded the central area. It was like a circle. If he couldn't pass through the blockade of the dark red balls of light, he wouldn't be able to get close to the central area. Chapter 3312, Bloodslayer, Devil Halberd, Zarosa Bloodsucking Vine. 4. There were many trees blocking his vision so he couldn't see what was in the center. I'm getting more and more interested in the central area. The blood god clone suddenly smiled. He flew up from the blood spirit flying vessel and plummeted down. Boom! With the battle blade in hand, blade glows swept out. The dark red vines that got entangled by the devil ghost venom vine got chopped into two, instantly. Boom. In an instant, as if he had poked a hornet's nest, a large number of dark red vines swept out and surged towards the blood god clone. This time, there were at least a few hundred, or even a few thousand dark red vines. The impact was terrifying. Wang Tang activated his real eye and saw more than 10 vines giving off a dazzling glow. They looked like the sun among the stars. Boom. The blood god clone squinted. A large number of blood-red blade glows erupted from the battle blade in his hand. Mad blood blade. The blade glow swept through the air, covering the entire sky. It collided with the dark red vines. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of dark red vines broke. They couldn't withstand a single blow from the blood god clone. However, at this moment, more than 10 dark red vines as thick as giant pythons shot out from the blade glow. As they got closer, their speed increased exponentially and turned into rays of light that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. They stabbed towards the blood god clone. "I've been waiting for you," the blood god clone smirked. He moved his body and dashed into the gaps between the vines. The battle blade in his hand slashed through the vines, leaving lingering shadows behind. His figure flashed past. In an instant, the tough vines broke and fell from the sky. Boom, boom, boom! A loud tremor was heard on the ground. A large number of trees were crushed, throwing dust into the air. The blood god clone took this chance to turn into a beam of light and shot towards the ground. Dark red vines grew on the ground. They broke through the ground and intertwined around the trees. Normally, these vines wouldn't be conspicuous. However, they were all twirling like giant pythons. It was terrifying. Swoosh, swoosh. The vines seemed to have sensed the arrival of the blood god clone. They twirled and rushed towards him frantically. The blood god clone snorted. With the help of his real eye, he saw the core of the balls of light and slashed his battle blade out. Boom! A terrifying blade glow appeared on the ground. Cracks spread far and wide. In the cracks, a dense ball of tiny roots appeared in the blood god clone's vision. They had been chopped into two by the blade glow. Crimson blood-red liquid seeped out and stained the ground red. "Huh," the blood god clone exclaimed softly. He released his spiritual kinesis and took a crystal in his hand. It's a 1,000-years-old bloodwood crystal. He was surprised. He didn't expect the vines to have bloodwood crystals, too. They were at the root. It means that there are bloodwood crystals in this huge patch of vines? The blood god clone's eyes lit up gradually. They got brighter and brighter like 2 light bulbs. There were so many balls of light here. If they were all bloodwood crystals, how many were they? It was unbelievable. The blood god clone wished he could act immediately. However, a few attribute bubbles appeared on the dead vines. He blinked and picked them up. Blood-sucking vine, 500. Blood-sucking vine, 600. Blood-sucking vine, 300. Blank attribute, 4,000. Blood-sucking vine. Wang Tang slowly opened his eyes. A strange image appeared in his mind. This was a dark red vine that was formed using a special method. It swept out and entangled a huge star beast tightly. The dark red vines stabbed into the star beast's body and started sucking its blood furiously. Within a few seconds, the huge star beast was sucked dry. Only a layer of skin was left over its bones. It looked exceptionally frightening. Isn't this the same as the vampire's ability to suck blood? Wang Tang's expression turned strange. Now that he had grasped the blood-sucking vine's skill, he looked more and more like a vampire, a true vampire. In the past, he used the blood god altar to form a blood-red tentacle and absorbed the origin blood of the vampire dark apparitions. Now he used a more convenient method. After all, the blood god altar couldn't be used all the time. Blood-sucking vine, growth, 400 hour 3000, well-versed. Wang Tang glanced at the attributes board. His eyes shimmered slightly. This blood-sucking vine and the devil ghost venom vine are both growth type. The moment this thought appeared in his mind, the words "can be merged" appeared behind the blood-sucking vine and the devil ghost venom vine. Merge. Wang Tang was elated. He immediately chose to merge them. A new attribute appeared. Devil blood poison vine, growth, 2,550,000, specialized. Devil blood poison vine, and it's at the specialized stage. Wang Teng was elated. The blood-sucking vine he grasped was only at the well-versed stage, but the devil ghost venom vine was already at the specialized stage. After merging, the devil blood venom vine was naturally at the specialized stage too. The devil blood poison vine merged with the blood-sucking vine's ability. Not only does it possess the power of poison, but it also contains the power of sucking blood. It must be more powerful. Chapter 3313. Bloodslayer Devil Halberd, Zerosa, Blood-Sucking Vine, 5. A sharp glint flashed past Wang Teng's eyes. He liked the ability of the Devil Blood Poison Vine even more. One battle technique and multiple abilities. It was suitable for being sneaky. Besides the blood-sucking vine attribute, there were many blank attributes too. They were also what Wang Teng needed. He had used up a lot of his blank attributes. This was a good time to replenish them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It sounded long, but in the blink of an eye, dark red vines were still sweeping towards him. The blood god clone had only killed one blood-sucking vine. The surrounding blood-sucking vines sensed an invasion and exploded. The ground vibrated and a large number of blood-sucking vines appeared they swept over. At this moment, the blood god clone realized that there were piles of bones all around him. They had been sucked dry by the blood-sucking vines and turned into nourishment. Die, the blood god clone wasn't afraid. He shouted and charged into the vines with his battle blade. He evaded the vines and killed the root. There was no point in fighting with the vines. Fortunately, he had the same skill. The newly merged devil blood poison vine swept out and held back the blood-sucking vines, creating an opportunity for him. Thus, within a few seconds, the blood god clones killed the blood-sucking vines below the ground. A large number of attribute bubbles dropped and were picked up. His blank attribute increased exponentially. Within a short time, he had accumulated more than 10,000 points. Wang Teng's blank attribute rose exponentially. Blank attribute 2,365,000. Not bad, not bad. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He was elated. The blood-sucking vine attribute was also increasing rapidly. It allowed Wang Teng's mastery of the blood-sucking vine skill to rise from well-versed to specialized. Then it reached small achievement. What made Wang Teng even happier was that the devil blood poison vine's attributes increased too and reached the small achievement stage. Devil blood poison vine, growth 1200s, 10,000, small achievement. The most important thing was the bloodwood crystal. A large number of blood-sucking vines were killed by the blood god clone. Wang Teng was pleasantly surprised that all the blood-sucking vines contained bloodwood crystals. The other trees couldn't be compared to them. Is it because of the blood-sucking vine's ability to suck blood? They can absorb more blood of origin, so it's easier to form bloodwood crystals. Wang Teng wondered to himself. However, this was a good thing. There were too many blood-sucking vines here. He killed an entire area and gained more than 1,000 bloodwood crystals. Most of them were 1,000 years old. He was making a fortune. The blood god clone got more and more excited as he killed them. He couldn't stop, continue killing. His eyes lit up slightly as he looked around him. Silence. In the end, he realized that all the nearby blood-sucking vines had been killed. Not a single one was left. The ground was full of broken vines, as if someone had plowed the ground. Not enough blood-sucking vines for me to kill. The blood god clone shook his head and muttered. Fortunately, the area covered by the blood-sucking vines was huge. If he killed all the vines in this area, there would be other areas too. He planned to circle the periphery of the central area and kill all the blood-sucking vines. Your Highness, Blood's son? Xagebo only dared to come closer after the blood god clone stopped the massacre. Kill the blood-sucking vines too, the blood god clone glanced at him and ordered. This fellow had been hiding at the side just now. He was a coward. How could a subordinate watch his master kill the blood-sucking vine while he didn't do anything? How insensible. Yes, yes, yes. Xagebo felt the unhappiness in the blood god clone's voice. His expression turned bitter. You didn't give me a chance. Within a few seconds, all the blood-sucking vines were killed. He didn't even have the chance to interfere. He had to complain. But he didn't dare to speak. Get to work. Why are you standing there? Don't you know that you need to be vigilant? The blood god clone expected better from him. I'm already on my way. Xagebo immediately dashed towards the blood-sucking vines in the distance. Boom, the instant he got close. Countless vines erupted and swept towards him. Oh my God. Cold sweat dripped down Xagebo's forehead. He tried his best to resist and executed all his skills to attack the blood-sucking vines. A moment ago, when he was watching from the side, he thought that killing the blood-sucking vines was easy. Now he realized that it was hellishly difficult. Even a mid-tier devil emperor like him couldn't handle all these vines. Also, he couldn't find the root of the blood-sucking vines. There were too many vines. They swept out from the ground. Without a fixed position, how could he tell where the roots were? Your Highness, Blood Son, save me! After some time, Xagebo was at a disadvantage and started shouting. Useless, the blood god clone snorted. If this guy wasn't useful, he would have let him die. Boom, in the end, he still acted. He charged into the area and started killing the blood-sucking vines again. He couldn't rely on Xagebo anymore. He had to rely on himself. What a tough life. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a large number of blood-sucking vines shot into the sky. They were cut by the extremely sharp blood-red blade glow. Then the blade glow stabbed into the ground, and blood pillars shot into the sky. Go and collect the bloodwood crystals. The blood god clone dashed past Xagebo and shouted, Chapter 3314, Blood-Sucking Vine Domain. Abyss, entering, blood evil corpse. Half a day later, the blood god clone finally cleared all the blood-sucking vines in the central area. Another 6,000 bloodwood crystals were collected, including the bloodwood crystals he collected in the forest. There were more than 15,000 of them. This was undoubtedly a huge sum. Among the 15,000 bloodwood crystals, more than 5,000 were 1,000 years old. This was all thanks to the blood-sucking vine. Due to the special characteristics and strangeness of the blood-sucking vines, the bloodwood crystals they contained were all extremely old. Otherwise, 1,000 years of bloodwood crystals wouldn't be able to reach this number. There were more than 5,000 crystals, equivalent to 1/3 of the total. The probability wasn't small. Moreover, more than 5,000 of them were more than 5,000 years old. 1,000 years was a threshold, 5,000 years was a threshold, and 10,000 years was yet another threshold. Hence, it wasn't easy to have more than 5,000 bloodwood crystals. Wang Tang was elated. He had collected so many bloodwood crystals, he could bring them back and groom more talents, especially the Wang family. With these bloodwood crystals, they would be safe. The rise of the Wang family was imminent. Wang Tang didn't care about the healing effects of the bloodwood crystals. After all, he was an alchemist, so he could make some powerful healing pills. Based on his mastery as a saint-level alchemist, he was able to save anyone below the eternal stage as long as they were still breathing. He wasn't boasting. This was the truth. The ability of a saint-level alchemist shouldn't be underestimated. What's more, a saint-level alchemist like him was more powerful than a normal saint-level alchemist. However, these bloodwood crystals could increase one's lifespan and purify one's bloodline. Wang Tang had to take them seriously. Normal treasures wouldn't be able to do this. Wang Teng had only met a few spiritual herbs that could purify one's bloodline or increase one's lifespan. However, their amount was limited. They couldn't be compared to the bloodwood crystals. Besides these substantial gains, there was also an invisible gain, which was the blank attribute. Blank attribute, 2,635,000. Wang Teng was overjoyed when he saw the attributes board. It rose by 270,000 points. Those blood-sucking vines were his lucky star. It must be Xagebo and Ziye's luck. If not, there wouldn't be such a huge gain. Wang Teng was elated. Then he looked at the blood-sucking vine attribute, blood-sucking vine, growth type, 15,000, 50,000, perfected. The perfected stage. The blood-sucking vine attribute had reached the perfected stage. It hadn't reached the full perfected stage, and it could still be improved. However, this was enough to prove how many attribute bubbles he had absorbed. As the blood-sucking vine attribute reached the perfected stage, the devil blood poison vine also reached the big achievement stage. Devil blood poison vine, growth type, 12 3,000, big achievement. Wang Teng was overjoyed. The devil blood poison vine was a combination of 3 battle techniques. It was quite powerful. Since it was able to reach the big achievement stage, it must be even more powerful. It hasn't reached the perfected stage. The ghost venom vine and devil vine attributes aren't enough. Wang Teng thought to himself. Wang Teng also received a domain, blood-sucking vine domain. That's right. It was called the blood-sucking vine domain. The name was simple. There were no other twists and turns, it was obvious. The attacking method of this domain was to condense blood-sucking vines. It possessed a powerful blood-sucking ability. Blood-sucking vine domain, 5,000, 8,000, actualization phase, 8th level. This domain had reached the 8th level of the actualization phase. It hadn't reached the integration phase, but it wasn't weak either. Wang Teng liked the use of this domain. Without any hesitation, Wang Teng chose to merge the blood-sea domain with the blood-sucking vine domain. The blood-sucking vine domain was only at the 8th level of the actualization phase. It wasn't difficult for it to merge into the blood-sea domain. After some time, the merger was completed. Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board blood-sea domain, 1860 3000, 3rd level integration phase. Wang Teng was stunned. The blood-sea domain rose again, but this time, it increased by 150 points. The increase was greater than when he merged the blood-camphor domain. However, when he remembered the ability of the blood-sucking vine domain, Wang Teng understood it might be because their abilities didn't overlap, so they complemented each other. That was why the increase was greater at this moment. Many thoughts flashed through Wang Teng's mind after the blood-sucking vine domain merged into his body. His ability to suck blood wasn't limited to the external form of the blood-sucking vine anymore. Even if he changed into another form, he could still suck blood. For instance, the blood-camphor tree could suck blood too. After all, this was a part of Wang Teng's blood-sea domain. Since it was merged, there weren't many restrictions. Overall, the gains were not bad in the devour space. Wang Teng smiled. He was in a good mood. The only unfortunate thing was there weren't any 10,000 years old blood-wood crystals among the blood-sucking vines. Even the most dazzling blood-sucking vines were only around 7,000 years old and 8,000 years old. They weren't 10,000 years old. Wang Teng felt that he was being too greedy. He stopped thinking about it and looked at the center. Now that the blood-sucking vines weren't hindering him, he should be able to enter successfully. Outside, the blood god clone didn't stop. He headed straight for the center. Xagebo followed him hurriedly. He was already numb. In the past, he didn't dare to imagine so many blood-wood crystals. However, after following the blood sun, he saw so many blood-wood crystals at once. It was an eye-opener. Chapter 3315, Blood-Sucking Vine Domain. Ibis, entering Blood-Evil Corpse. 2. The Blood Sun would definitely reward him with a few. Even if he didn't make any contributions, he had worked hard. Xagebo had high hopes and was full of motivation. Ziyi was still sitting on the Blood Spirit flying vessel, following closely behind the Blood God clone and Xagebo. After passing through an area with dense trees, his vision cleared up. A blood-red light shone out. Wang Teng was extremely cautious. He used his real eye to observe his surroundings, but his vision was blocked by some kind of power. He couldn't see anything. Space power again. His gaze flickered. He wasn't surprised. When he landed on this island, he picked up many Space Force and ancient Space Rune attribute bubbles. Although he didn't meet them again, there was definitely space power in the center. Based on his prediction, there should be a path leading to the mountains on this island. There was only one possibility, and that was the space method. Let's go. The Blood God clone stopped hesitating and walked forward. After running for a few dozen meters, the trees around him disappeared and he dashed out from the light. The Blood God clone suddenly halted and looked down. Boom. A few broken rocks rolled down. There was a huge abyss below. Xagebo's speed wasn't slow either. He almost couldn't stop in his tracks and rushed out of the abyss. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and stopped in his tracks. For a moment, cold sweat covered his forehead. The abyss below was pitch black, but there was a faint red glow. No one knew what there was. Although he was a mid-tier devil emperor, he had experienced the dangers of this place. Hence, he didn't know what was below. It would be unimaginable if he fell. Your Highness Blood Sun, where are we? Xagebo wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and asked in a low voice. He was afraid of disturbing something below. I don't know either, the Blood God clone replied calmly. Xagebo shut up in embarrassment. Ziyi, you can go back first. The Blood God clone suddenly turned and said to Ziyi. Okay, Ziyi was stunned for a moment before she nodded. The Blood God clone waved his hand and retracted Ziyi into the ancient city space. At the same time, the Blood Spirit flying vessel disappeared too. This wasn't a suitable place to use the Blood Spirit flying vessel, Your Highness Blood Sun. Are we going down? Xagebo asked carefully. What else do you think? The Blood God clone waved his hand and jumped down without wasting any time. Xagebo gritted his teeth and followed Wang Teng. At the same time, other people had arrived at the edge of the abyss. Zerosa's gaze flickered. She didn't leave the island and hid herself after breaking free from the Blood God clone. She heard the commotion caused by the Blood God clone killing the blood-sucking vines. She was flabbergasted. There were many blood-sucking vines in the center. One couldn't get close easily. She wanted to find a weak spot among the blood-sucking vines after taking care of the 10,000-years-old tree to see if she could sneak into the center. She didn't expect the other party to get rid of the blood-sucking vines first, and all of them at that. This was a little crazy. Just like the rumors, the vampire's blood sun was a little brutal. She suddenly felt fortunate that she didn't pester him and gave up the bloodwood crystal decisively. If not, she wouldn't have gained any benefits. The other party was able to take care of so many blood-sucking vines, so he must be extremely powerful. Normal low-tier devil emperors couldn't be compared to him, no. Most mid-tier devil emperors couldn't be compared to him either. Zerosa snorted. Then she scoffed. You took care of the blood-sucking vines and allowed me to enter this place easily. I have to thank you. Her voice echoed in the air. She turned into a beam of blood-red light and dashed into the abyss below, not long after the Zerosa entered the abyss. On the other side, a blood python emerged from the forest and appeared beside the abyss. Its gaze flickered, and it seemed a little bewildered. I wonder who took care of the blood-sucking vines. None of them survived. Also, I couldn't find any bloodwood crystals in this forest. It's as if they were stolen. What's going on? Could it be that a powerful presence entered this place before me? A faint blood glow blossomed from the blood python's body. Then it turned into a figure wearing a blood-red long gown. This blood python was a vampire dark apparition. Just like blood wolf Xaqiro, it used a secret skill to turn into a living creature and cultivate. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. He was puzzled. Was there such a powerful mid-tier devil emperor among the vampires? Why didn't he know, mind you? He was one of the top mid-tier devil emperors in the vampire race. He was only a step away from the high-tier devil emperor level. If it wasn't for the sake of accumulating his foundation, it would have advanced to the high-tier devil emperor level already. Could it be Xaqiro or Zakins? The figure made a guess, but quickly shook his head. These people were as powerful as him, so they shouldn't be able to do this. Could it be that a high-tier devil emperor ancestor lowered his status and formed a blood reincarnation to enter this place? This had happened before. Some high-tier devil emperors wanted to get the legacy of the blood whale, so they ended up forming a blood reincarnation with their blood. The blood reincarnation was at the peak of mid-tier devil emperors, so they could enter the blood whale's nest without breaking the rules. Chapter 3316. Blood-sucking vine domain. Abyss entering blood evil corpse 3. Never mind, there's no use thinking too much. Just be careful. The figure muttered and finally rushed into the abyss below. In the next few hours, more people arrived and entered the abyss below. This island was extremely conspicuous in the sea. Many people would come to the island to take a look when they saw this place. There were many bloodwood crystals on the island. So many people were attracted to them. However, the bloodwood crystals were all taken by the blood god clone. So the people landing on the island had no gains. They could only head to the center of the island. The blood-sucking vines were supposed to stop them in the center. Most people wouldn't be able to enter. In the end, all the blood-sucking vines were destroyed by the blood god clone. This was good. Everyone arrived at the edge of the abyss successfully. Since they were here, they would definitely go down and explore. After all, this abyss looked mysterious. It might be the final location of the blood whale's legacy. On the other side, the blood god clone had already dived into the abyss. He had only descended a few hundred meters when he felt a huge pressure spreading from his surroundings. Space compression. In the devour space, Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He immediately activated his 5th-rank space physique, and a magnificent space power erupted from his body. Boom. The pressure around him seemed to have slammed into an invisible wall. Explosions were heard. Wang Teng was slightly surprised when he felt the space power in his body vibrating. He had only fallen a few hundred meters, but he was already experiencing such a powerful pressure. What would happen if he continued going down with the help of the space power of the main body? The blood god clone didn't feel the pressure anymore. However, Xagebo, who was at the side, didn't feel good. His face turned slightly pale. He could only release his dark constellation force to resist the pressure from all directions. The blood god clone glanced at him and retracted his gaze. He had no intention of helping. The two of them continued descending. 50 meters, 600 meters, 700 meters. When he reached 900 meters, the blood god clone was stunned. He looked down. A few attribute bubbles were floating there. Pick them up! The blood god clone blinked. He released his spiritual kinesis and swept the attribute bubbles over Space Force 50, 50 space. Force 300, Ancient Space Rune 50, Ancient Space Rune 20. The power of space surged into Wang Teng's body and replenished his power of space continuously. At the same time, the enlightenment of the Ancient Space Rune appeared in Wang Teng's mind. His grasp of the Ancient Space Rune rose again. It wasn't much, but it helped Wang Teng's understanding of the Ancient Space Runes. Ancient Space Rune 3808-3000, specialized. Specialized stage? Wang Teng had a sudden thought. He glanced at the attributes board. Even some rune masters who had been at the saint level for 1,000 years couldn't be compared to him. Ancient runes were hard to grasp, much less the most mysterious and profound ancient space runes. Also, ancient space runes were extremely rare. Some rune masters didn't even have the channels to meet them. Some rune masters could only understand them through the ancient books recorded by their predecessors. Most of the information recorded by their predecessors was incomplete. How could the descendants understand everything? Not everyone was like Wang Teng, who was able to touch a large number of ancient space runes in various special places. You could say that this was an opportunity. This opportunity was accompanied by great danger. After all, ancient space runes often contained occult powers. If you weren't careful, you might die here. The blood god clone continued to descend. Attribute bubbles appeared below occasionally, and he picked them all up. He didn't miss a single one. The pressure from all directions got stronger and stronger. Wang Tang had no choice but to deal with it with all his might. The space power in his body was pushed to the maximum. Xagebo, who was at the side, couldn't withstand the pressure anymore. He had no choice but to lean against the rock wall and pant heavily. He was taking a break. "Your Highness, blood son, I can't hold on any longer. Why don't you go first?" His face was pale as he looked at the blood god clone and spoke intermittently. The blood god clone waved his hand and released a wisp of space power. It attached itself to Xagebo. Huh. Xagebo immediately felt less pressure. He was astounded. "Go down," the blood god clone said calmly. He wanted to make use of the Xagebo's luck, so he couldn't just leave the guy here. As for Zaye, he would release her when he reached the bottom. Xagebo was a dark apparition, so he couldn't be kept in the space fragment. Hence, he didn't receive the same treatment as Zaye. Oh, okay. Xagebo hurriedly swallowed a blood pill and allowed his dark constellation force to recover. He jumped up from the cliff and continued to descend. This time it was much easier. However, he still had to resist the majority of the pressure. Fortunately, he was a mid-tier Devil Emperor and was powerful. He also had many skills. With the help of the blood god clone's space power, he was able to persevere. The two of them went down another 3,000 feet and picked up more and more attribute bubbles. Wang Tang's ancient space runes increased continuously, too. He was close to reaching the peak of specialized stage. However, there was no breakthrough. Wang Tang wasn't in a hurry. It was good enough that he was able to raise the runes of the ancient space. This level of mastery was enough for him to use at the saint level. Chapter 3317, Blood-Sucking Vine Domain. Abyss, entering. Blood, evil corpse. For, as he grasped these ancient runes, Wang Tang felt that his saint-level rune mastery was getting better and better. Although he had just advanced to the saint level, it was hard for him not to rise in level since he was able to obtain so many ancient runes. Rune Master, 1230,000, saint level. At first, there were only 100 points of attributes for the saint-level rune master. It was just enough for him to advance to the saint level. Now, there were 1,200 points of attributes. The increase was not small. "Your Highness, blood son? Did you hear anything?" Xagebo's voice was heard not far away. It pulled Wang Tang back to reality. "What did you hear?" The blood god clone frowned. He gathered his spiritual kinesis and listened carefully. Crack, crack, an extremely faint and strange sound came from below. "Be careful, there's indeed something here." The blood god clone's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Xagebo in surprise and used voice transmission. "Yes, sir." Xagebo didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately nodded and glanced around him grimly. Wang Tang had already activated his real eye, so he was scanning the darkness below inch by inch to find the source of the sound. The bottom of the abyss was pitch black. There was even a blood mist pervading the air. The closer he got to the bottom, the thicker the blood mist. There was already a blood mist when he was 1,000 meters below the ground. However, it was thinner and not as thick. He had already dropped more than 3,000 feet. So the mist was extremely thick. Wang Tang could see many areas with his real eye, but he couldn't see too far. There seemed to be a black shadow flashing through the mist. Wang Tang squinted uncontrollably. What a fast speed. What is that? The blood god clone wanted to find the black shadow again, but he had already lost sight of it. Crack, crack. The strange sound got closer and clearer. It was exceptionally frightening. Xagebo's expression turned grave. He seemed a little anxious and doubtful. However, to their surprise, the sound kept resounding around them but never came close. The blood god clone felt helpless. He didn't know whether he should act or not. They're waiting for me to continue. The blood god clone sneered. Your Highness, blood son. Xagebo hesitated. Come on, since they're waiting for us, we won't disappoint them. I want to see what's playing tricks. The blood god clone sniggered. The two of them continued plummeting. Their speed wasn't much slower than before. To the blood god clone, the unknown presence might be a little mysterious, but it wasn't enough to frighten him. Also, the other party was acting mysterious, so it couldn't be too powerful. If it was a presence that exceeded his ability, there was no need to hide itself. In summary, with Wang Teng's ability, he believed that he could handle it. Swoosh! When the visibility of the mist was only a few hundred meters, a sonic boom was heard. It was closing in quickly. Your Highness, blood son, be careful. Xagebo's expression changed slightly. On the other hand, the blood god clone remained extremely calm. He floated in the mist calmly and released the dark constellation force in his body. Vines swept out. The vines were no longer entirely black. Blood-red patterns had appeared on their surface. It looked as if they were formed from blood. Devil Blood Poison Vine. This was the combined Devil Blood Poison Vine in an instant. All the vines surrounded the blood god clone, forming an absolute defense. Boom! An explosion occurred behind the blood god clone. A terrifying gale swept over and formed a dark red claw. It aimed at the Devil Blood Poison Vine. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, the blood god clone seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. Vines swept out and lashed at the dark red claw. Bang! The dark red claw exploded instantly and turned into a ball of blood mist. Then the Devil Blood Poison Vine released a terrifying suction force and sucked the blood mist in. Crack, crack. The strange sound was inches away. A black shadow shot through the vines at a frightening speed and dashed towards the back of the blood god clone. I've been waiting for you. The blood god clone smirked and punched towards his right. Boom! The dark red fist mark exploded with a loud sound. It slammed heavily on the black shadow's body. The figure flew out abruptly. The blood god clone moved his body and chased after Wang Teng. He was as fast as a bolt of red lightning as he dashed into the mist. Crack! Crack! A strange sound erupted. The black shadow roared in anger. The sound was loud and unpleasant to hear. It was ear-piercing. Shut up. A battle blade appeared in the blood god clone's hand, and he slashed it down. Crack. The blade glow flashed past, and the figure couldn't evade in time. His head was chopped off, and he was about to fall. The blood god clone released his spiritual kinesis and pulled it back, preventing it from falling. What the hell is this? The blood god clone finally saw the face of the black shadow and frowned. Is this the blood evil corpse? Xagebo's astounded voice came from the side. He caught up and saw the face of the black shadow clearly. He was appalled. Blood evil corpse? The blood god clone was stunned. The face of this black shadow looked like a corpse. Its skin was pale, but there were dark red patterns intertwined on it. They looked like patterns. The blood evil corpse is the corpse of a formidable presence who got contaminated by the blood evil aura in some places with thick blood evil aura. Over time, the corpse underwent mutations and gained the ability to move. It's like a living corpse, Xagebo explained. Isn't this the same as a primary rank dark apparition? The blood god clone blinked. No expressions could be seen on his face. It's different. Those primary rank dark apparitions are light element living creatures who got contaminated by the dark force and became slaves of the dark. High-level dark apparitions like us aren't able to escape from the fate of turning into a blood evil corpse. It's extremely powerful after it's formed. Also, it's special. Only the extremely thick blood evil force can cause this change. There can't be as many of them as primary rank dark apparitions, Xagebo said grimly. Oh, right. I heard that the blood evil corpse is hard to kill. I'm afraid it won't die so easily. Splat, splat. The instant he finished speaking, the sound of flesh squirming was heard. The blood god clone squinted and looked at the blood evil corpse. Flesh sprouted from the headless corpse at an extremely fast speed. They looked like worms. It was disgusting. The head and the body were about to be connected. Crack, a strange sound came from the corpse's mouth again. It sounded like two bones rubbing against each other. I didn't kill it? The blood god clone was surprised. He slashed his battle blade lightly and cut off the flesh buds that were about to connect. No matter how hard the blood evil corpse struggled, it couldn't break free from his spiritual kinesis. The blood evil corpse was indeed a little strange. It should have the ability of a low-tier devil emperor, however. It was unlucky to meet Wang Teng. It couldn't release any power and got killed instantly. Fortunately, the evil blood corpse wasn't easy to form. If not, one could imagine the consequences of a bunch of such terrifying presences appearing on the battlefield. At this moment, Wang Teng was preparing to use his real eye to see the secrets of this corpse. Suddenly, he saw a few attribute bubbles popping out. Pick them up. He was surprised, but he picked them up without any hesitation. Blood Evil Corpse 101. Blood Evil Corpse 105 die. Blood Evil Corpse 120. A special enlightenment appeared in his mind. It was about the refining method of the Blood Evil Corpse. A strange scene unfolded. A corpse landed on the ground and the bloodlust aura seeped into the corpse continuously. It formed special patterns in a strange way. These patterns allowed the corpse to have the ability to move and even a hint of intelligence. This intelligence was no longer the intelligence of the original owner. It was a new intelligence. If the intelligence was strong enough, it would be no different than a newborn. But this was very, very difficult. It would be good enough if one of the 10,000 blood evil corpses gained intelligence. Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes. He had a hint of enlightenment. The blood evil corpse was formed naturally, but it might be able to be made artificially too. Wang Teng had the special patterns on the blood evil corpse, so it wasn't difficult for him to make a blood evil corpse. Chapter 3318. Stretched Space. 4th level Bloodlust Consciousness. High-tier Devil Emperor level Bloodlust Corpse 1. Wang Teng felt that he had grasped a lot of strange knowledge after coming to the Darkland, such as the Blood Puppet and the Blood Evil Corpse. What was he trying to do? Should he raise the corpses? Wang Teng felt speechless. However, the moment this thought appeared, it grew uncontrollably.
Blood Puppet? Blood Evil Corpse?
One was made from the Blood Sea Spirit, while the other was made from a corpse. I wonder if I can combine them. Wang Teng touched his chin and pondered to himself. There's still the Shadow Puppet. Wouldn't it be amazing to combine all three? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Wang Teng was a little excited. He even wanted to make a special puppet. He saw many materials in the small worlds of the 8 high-tier devil emperors. He might be able to start making them. However, he couldn't be impatient. He would explore this place first. Wang Teng took a deep breath and placed his attention outside. After the blood god clone picked up the attribute bubbles, his gaze flickered. He took a step forward and arrived beside the blood evil corpse in an instant. The blood evil corpse was still struggling frantically. Flesh grew on its chopped neck again as it tried to pull the head back. Buzz, the blood god clone, raised his finger. Spiritual kinesis surged out from his finger. Then wisps of bloodlust power gathered around him and turned into dark red glows. They landed on various parts of the corpse. He used the bloodlust force to cut off the malevolent energy in the corpse so that it couldn't move temporarily. Your Highness, Blood Son? You, Xagebo, looked at the blood god clone in confusion. What was His Highness Blood Son doing? Did he have some special fetish? But this corpse should be a male dark apparition when it was alive. But soon he noticed the abnormality of the blood evil corpse. With a tap of the blood son's finger, the blood evil corpse stopped struggling. Even the flesh sprouts shrunk back as if they had never appeared. Ah, Xagebo widened his eyes in disbelief. How did he do it? The blood evil corpse was extremely strange. Did His Highness Blood Son finish it with just a few light taps? The blood god clone didn't care what Xagebo was thinking. He thought for a moment and waved his hand. The blood evil corpse was retracted into the space of the ancient city and placed on the blood god altar. With the blood god altar suppressing it, the blood evil corpse couldn't do anything. As for the mixed bloods in the ancient city, there was nothing to worry about. They possessed the power of darkness, so they wouldn't be affected by the blood evil corpse. The blood god clone continued diving down. Xagebo's face was filled with curiosity, but he could only suppress it and follow the blood god clone closely. I wonder if there's any more blood evil corpses below. The blood god clone's eyes shimmered with anticipation. One blood evil corpse wasn't enough. What's more, it was only a low-tiered devil emperor. No matter what, he should get a high-tiered devil emperor's blood evil corpse. However, a high-tiered devil emperor's blood evil corpse might be terrifying. It might even have intelligence and was harder to deal with. Crack, the blood god clone's eyes lit up when he heard the strange voice again after falling a few hundred meters. Boom! Black vines covered with blood-red patterns swept out and shot towards the rock wall at the side. An explosion was heard. Holes were formed on the hard rock walls. The mist dispersed due to the impact of the vines, revealing the appearance of a blood evil corpse. The blood evil corpse was pinned to the rock wall by the vines. No matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't break free from the vines. Xagebo. The blood son had acted too quickly. There was nothing he could have done. The blood god clone arrived beside the bloody evil corpse and cut off the bloody evil power, causing it to lose its ability to move. This was another low-tiered devil emperor's corpse. No surprise. The blood god clone retracted the blood evil corpse and continued dashing down. He had already dropped 4,000 feet, but he still hadn't reached the bottom. He frowned uncontrollably. How deep is this abyss? Wang Teng was surprised in the devour space. By right, there should be a sea of blood below the island. However, after descending for 4,000 feet, he still hadn't reached the bottom. This was a little strange. The blood god clone descended a few hundred meters and stopped. He frowned as he looked around him. A few attribute bubbles floated in the mist. He picked them up. Bloodlust, consciousness, 500. Bloodlust, consciousness, 500. Primordial consciousness, 200. Primordial consciousness, 300. Two entirely different consciousnesses appeared in Wang Teng's mind. He gradually gained some enlightenment. One was bloody and malicious, while the other was ancient and weathered. They weren't conflicting. His primordial consciousness had just reached the 5th rank, but it rose again. Wang Teng was elated. There was also the bloodlust consciousness. It was only at the 3rd rank, but it increased by 1,000 attribute points, so he gained many enlightenment points. Also, since these two wills appeared, there must be more of them. The blood god clone observed his surroundings while looking at the rock wall at the side. He saw the attribute bubbles on the cliff just now. He flew over directly. Xagebo didn't understand and could only follow him. When he reached the rock wall, the blood god clone waved his hand and dispersed the mist. Then he looked at the rock wall. Chapter 3319, Stretched Space, 4th level Bloodlust Consciousness. High-tier Devil Emperor level Bloodlust Corpse. 2. Strange patterns covered the walls. The blood god clone's eyes shimmered. This is, Xagebo was astounded. Indeed, these are ancient space runes. The blood god clone's eyes lit up. He had already obtained many ancient space runes attributes. Looking at the ancient space runes on the rock walls, it wasn't hard to understand their meaning. He was surprised when he analyzed the runes. Indeed, the ancient space runes had the ability to fold and stretch space. If not, the space here wouldn't be so strange. He wasn't in a hurry to descend. Instead, he analyzed the ancient space runes on the cliff inch by inch. There were no ancient space runes carved on the rock walls where he picked up the attribute bubbles. Instead, ancient space runes appeared in the area where he picked up primordial consciousness and bloodlust consciousness. But it wasn't hard to understand. Although the ancient space runes were carved below, they covered the entire abyss. However, the effects of the runes were smaller at the top. The deeper you went, the greater their effects. Xagebo wasn't surprised when he saw the blood god clone studying the runes on the cliff. Seriously, His Highness Blood Sun used an array to kill 8 vampire ancestor, so he must be a powerful rune master. These runes were occult, and Xagebo felt dizzy just by looking at them. However, with the Blood Sun's rune mastery, he would definitely be able to figure them out. The abyss was huge. The blood god clone circled the surroundings, but he didn't grasp the runes completely. However, he felt that it was enough. Many ancient runes were repetitive and represented the same meaning. They were all used to fold or stretch the space. It meant that the bottom of the abyss was affected by the ancient space runes and was stretched. The next instant, a smile appeared at the edge of the blood god clone's lips. The space power in his body surged and congregated on his palms. Then he placed his hands on the rock wall. Buzz, the runes on the rock wall lit up and gave off a strange glow. In an instant, the surrounding space started distorting. An unknown change seemed to have occurred in the space. Xagebo hurriedly moved closer to the blood god clone when he saw this scene. He was afraid that he would be affected by the power of space if he stayed too far away. "Let's go," the blood god clone shouted softly. The power of space wrapped around Xagebo, and the two of them disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only the residual impact was left behind. It spread out like ripples and only dissipated after some time. Thud. The blood god clone felt his feet landing on the ground. He immediately looked around him. In that instant, he felt his head turning numb and his entire body frozen. It was a terrifying feeling. Xagebo regained his senses and looked around vigilantly. Then cold sweat appeared on his forehead. "Your Highness, Blood Sun, did we come to the wrong place?" he stuttered as he asked. "Maybe." The blood god clone didn't look good either. It was as if someone told him that there was a beauty waiting for him at a certain place. In the end, he came over to take a look. There weren't any beauties, but only ugly women. Also, too many of them. The dark red light was everywhere and surrounded them. When the blood god clone and Xagebo arrived, the presences in the dark environment woke up from their stupor. Then they opened their dark red eyes and looked over. "Your Highness Blood Sun, are we going to run?" Xagebo swallowed his saliva and asked uncontrollably. His mouth was dry. "Where are we running?" The blood god clone took a deep breath and regained his composure. A battle blade appeared in his hand. He looked around and said, "Don't be afraid. Kill them." Boom. A loud explosion was heard. The blood god clone was the first to attack. A terrifying blade glow erupted from the battle blade in his hand and swept out. The one who strikes first gains the upper hand. The one who strikes later suffers. He should kill them while they were still in a daze, since they had just woken up. That's right. These dark red balls of light were all blood evil corpses. Their auras were the same. He couldn't be wrong. "Kill them!" Xagebo's reaction wasn't slow. A weapon appeared in his hand and he shouted. Then he charged towards the blood evil corpses. Boom, boom. The two of them charged into the blood evil corpses and beheaded some of them instantly. The blood god clone used the same method as before to cut off the evil aura of the blood evil corpses and make them lose their mobility. If not, he wouldn't be able to kill them. No one knew how long it would take to kill them. Xagebo knew this too. He chopped off the blood evil corpses' heads and threw them to the blood god clone for him to complete the last step. Crack. Crack, strange sounds came from all directions. In the darkness, more and more dark red eyes lit up. In this environment, it was exceptionally eerie. It made people's head turn numb. Fuck, the blood god clone cursed instantly. Why were there so many of them? What happened to the scarcity of blood evil corpses? Why were there so many of them here? This didn't make sense. Chapter 3320, Stretched Space, 4th Level Bloodlust Consciousness. High Tier Devil Emperor Level Bloodlust Corpse. 3. He thought that there would be many blood evil corpses below, but he didn't expect there to be so many of them. This was out of his expectation. I don't know either. Xagebo was on the verge of tears. He saw more and more blood evil corpses charging towards him from afar and felt his vision turning gray. This was horrifying. There were so many blood evil corpses, they could easily exhaust the intruders. The blood god clone didn't dare to waste any time. The dark constellation force in his body exploded and turned into black vines. They swept through the surroundings one by one. The blood evil corpses got swept up. Then he acted quickly and cut off the power of these evil blood corpses. Bang, bang, blood evil corpses fell from the sky and slammed on the ground. The blood god clone didn't have the time to care about them and charged towards the blood evil corpses again. Crack, crack. The blood evil corpses were infuriated too. They gave a strange and ear-piercing roar and charged towards the blood god clone like madmen. Boom! Among all the blood evil corpses, a tall and lofty blood evil corpse with the strongest aura dashed out. He was holding a battle sword, and it gave off an astonishing dark red sword glow. For a moment, the stench of blood and maliciousness boiled. It was breathtaking. Fuck, this is a mid-tier Devil Emperor level corpse. What's more, it knows a battle technique. The blood god clone's expression changed slightly. He cursed again, and a terrifying blade glow erupted from his battle blade. He instilled the power of domain into it. Clang. The two attacks collided in mid-air. The power of domain collided, and force swept out. Boom. The malicious sword glow shattered into pieces. The blade glow slashed through the air and landed on the corpse. A long and thin wound appeared on the corpse. However, it wasn't cut apart. Flesh sprouts grew on the hideous wound, allowing it to heal quickly and recover completely. The blood god domain clone snorted. A glow shot out from his battle blade again as he activated his blood sea domain. The sea of blood churned. Black vines swept out from the sea and tied up the blood evil corpse tightly. Then they started sucking the blood of the blood evil corpse. The blood evil corpse was dead, but there was still a large amount of blood in its body. If all the blood was sucked away, the power of the corpse would decrease tremendously. Crack. The blood evil corpse struggled frantically, wanting to break free from the blood-sucking vines. However, as the blood was quickly absorbed, its struggles became weaker. The blood god clone moved and arrived in front of the blood evil corpse. He tapped his finger on the corpse. In an instant, the blood evil corpse stopped moving. At this moment, he didn't have the time to study this corpse carefully. He put it away and confronted the other corpses that were pouncing on him. Boom, boom, boom. There were corpses everywhere. He didn't dare to imagine how many people had died here. Xagebo couldn't handle it anymore. He was surrounded by more than 10 blood evil corpses, and there were terrifying claw marks on his body. Fresh blood dripped down, and the terrifying bloodlust force invaded its body. We can't go on like this. We need to leave this place. The blood god clone glanced at him grimly and scanned the surroundings, looking for a loophole. At this moment he realized that this was a deep cave. He didn't know where it led to, but there were many attribute bubbles dropped on the ground. He was attracted by the corpses, so he didn't notice the attribute bubbles immediately. Pick them up. The blood god clone released his spiritual kinesis without any hesitation and picked up all the attribute bubbles. Bloodlust. Consciousness, 300. Bloodlust, consciousness, 500. Primordial consciousness, 100. Primordial consciousness, 150. Blood evil corpse, 200. Blood evil corpse, 500. Bloodlust sword domain actualization phase, 2,500. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Tang's body. Some turned into enlightenment of consciousness, while others turned into enlightenment on the method to make the blood evil corpse. Among the attribute bubbles, the bloodlust consciousness and primordial consciousness attributes had existed for a long time. As for the blood evil corpse, it was dropped recently. After Wang Tang absorbed the enlightenment, he took some time to look at the attributes board. Blood evil corpse, 1300, 2000 specialized. His mastery of the blood evil corpse had reached the specialized stage. It skipped 3 levels. The speed of improvement was amazing. Most importantly, it was because he had killed many blood evil corpses, which dropped many attribute bubbles. Wang Teng also received a domain, Bloodlust Sword Domain. This was the domain executed by the mid-tier Devil Emperor. Wang Teng obtained it. Bloodlust Sword Domain, 1500-2000 Actualization Phase, Second Stage. Second Level Actualization Phase. Wang Teng was a little surprised. He didn't expect this blood evil corpse to grasp the Actualization Phase domain. The 2,500 points of attributes the other party dropped allowed Wang Teng's grasp of the Bloodlust domain to reach the Actualization Phase, second level. This time he didn't merge them because the situation didn't allow him to. He could only absorb them passively. At the same time, Wang Teng suddenly felt a tremor in his mind. One of the powers of will had a breakthrough and reached another realm. Bloodlust, consciousness. 3,200, 40,000, fourth rank. The bloodlust consciousness rose from the third rank to the fourth rank. Wang Teng was pleasantly surprised. Mind you, the power of will at the fourth rank was equivalent to the eternal level. Chapter 3321, Stretched Space, fourth level bloodlust consciousness, high-tier Devil Emperor level bloodlust corpse. 4. Normally, Wang Teng wouldn't be able to advance so easily. Even the primordial consciousness and the unyielding lightning consciousness didn't rise so quickly, yet the bloodlust consciousness managed to achieve a breakthrough in such a short time. This was astonishing. Primordial consciousness, 13,550,000, 5,000, fifth rank. Next was the primordial consciousness. It didn't achieve a breakthrough, but it rose by at least 10,000 points. However, compared to the bloodlust consciousness, this was still considered little. Wang Teng's primordial consciousness had reached the fifth rank, so the primordial consciousness in the cave could only give him so many attributes. There are so many primordial consciousness and bloodlust consciousness attributes here. Suddenly, a spiritual light flashed through Wang Teng's mind. He seemed to have thought of something, and a majestic power of will erupted from his body. Fifth rank primordial consciousness. Fourth rank bloodlust consciousness. Boom, boom. The two wills erupted at the same time and swept in all directions. In his daze, the two wills seemed to have merged. Ancient, vast, bloody, malicious. It was an indescribable feeling. It was as if a terrifying and ancient bloody beast was slowly awakening in the blood god clone's body. A terrifying aura filled up the entire cave. In an instant, the entire cave turned silent. All the blood evil corpses stopped moving and looked in the blood god clone's direction. The blood god clone Xagebo. For a moment, there was an eerie silence. Then the blood evil corpses closed their eyes and turned silent. Your Highness, blood son, what's going on? Xagebo was stunned. He used voice transmission. However, even though he was using voice transmission, his voice was extremely soft. The blood god clone was caught between laughter and tears. Everything should be fine. The blood god clone didn't explain anything. His eyes shimmered and he heaved a sigh of relief. At first, he just wanted to give it a try. He didn't expect it to work. It looked like the primordial consciousness and the bloodlust consciousness had a deterrent effect on these blood evil corpses. Or rather, they were familiar with the power of will, so they mistook the blood god clone for a certain presence. Could it be the blood whale? Wang Teng wondered to himself in the devour space. After all, this was the home of the blood whale. Except the ancient universe behemoth blood whale, there was probably no presence that could possess such power. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The blood god clone continued to exude a majestic aura. Then he brought Xagebo deeper into the cave. He observed his surroundings as he walked in the cave. This cave seemed very deep. It might lead to the bottom of the sea, or it might be in a certain space. Even Wang Teng's real eye wouldn't be able to detect the truth. The cave was very quiet. Only their footsteps could be heard. Gradually, as they went deeper, faint whimpers could be heard. They sounded like the cries of wraiths who died here. It was terrifying. The blood god clone frowned. This sound wasn't right. It would affect the spirit of the people who entered this place. The spiritual power in his mind started churning. A corner of the blood god altar, which was forged using spiritual power, popped out. It gave off a terrifying aura. Boom! The impact of the voice dissipated and was suppressed by the blood god altar as Xagebo's gaze flickered. He was affected too. His spiritual power wasn't weak, so it would be fine for now. The blood god clone ignored it and continued walking forward. He activated his real eye and looked up at the cliff. As expected, he saw the ancient space runes again. However, these ancient space runes were still for folding and stretching. Hence, they were similar to the space runes he received in the past. There were no attribute bubbles, so he stopped looking at them. Their speed increased. Soon they overtook the group of blood-evil corpses, and gradually the blood-evil corpses could no longer be seen. On the other hand, the primordial consciousness and the bloodlust consciousness got thicker. If the blood god clone didn't release the same aura, he wouldn't be able to withstand the invasion of the power of will. Xagebo was protected by the blood god clone, so he was fine. Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from afar. The two of them were stunned and turned around. "Your Highness Blood Son? I think someone came down too," Xagebo said. "Yes." The blood god clone blinked and nodded, based on the sound. "Someone must have provoked the blood-evil corpses and started a war. Interesting. It looks like there are other people here besides us." The blood god clone smiled. They didn't turn back. The people behind would need a long time to get rid of the blood-evil corpses. They might not even be able to get rid of them. The blood god clone's team was already ahead. It wouldn't be easy for the other party to catch up. Crack. Suddenly, a crisp sound came from below the blood god clone's feet. He seemed to have stepped on something. He lowered his head and realized that it was a bone. He didn't know what kind of creature it came from. It looked like it had been around for a long time and had become extremely weak. The bone was crushed by this kick. "Your Highness, Blood Son, there are many bones in front," Xagebo exclaimed in shock. His head turned numb. The blood god clone had already seen it. He looked ahead and saw many bones piled on the ground of the cave. Chapter 3322, Stretched Space. 4th level Bloodlust Consciousness. High-tier Devil Emperor level Bloodlust Corpse. 5. These bones were all huge. They were scattered in the passageway of the cave like giant beasts crawling on the ground. However, they had already lost their lives. Crack, crack. The blood god clone took a step forward. A gentle breeze blew past, and the bones shattered one by one. Some even turned into powder and dissipated instantly. These living creatures were at least imperial level before they died, Xagebo said. Unfortunately, they have been corroded by time and can't be preserved anymore. Now that there are living people here, these bones have shattered. If there's a star bone, it might be left behind. He muttered to himself. Then he rolled his eyes and scanned his surroundings as if he was trying to pick up a bargain. The blood god clone shook his head and laughed. However, he remembered this fellow's luck. He might really be able to pick up a star bone. It would be good if he managed to pick up a star bone. It was his anyway. Xagebo's item was his, and his item was still his. There was nothing wrong with that. Thus, Wang Teng allowed him to search and didn't interfere. "Your Highness Blood Son," after walking for around 500 meters, Xagebo suddenly shouted in a low voice, "No way!" The blood god clone looked in Xagebo's direction with a strange expression. He was squatting in front of a pile of bones with a battle sword in his hand. He twirled it a few times, and his eyes lit up. There was a complete bone covered with dark red patterns. It gave off a faint glow and looked divine. "There's really a star bone." The blood god clone walked over and sized up the bone carefully. This should be a forepaw bone. From the aura it gave off, it was probably a high-tier imperial-level star bone. Star bones are rare. "It's not easy for this star bone to survive." Wang Teng touched his chin and exclaimed in surprise. "Xagebo's luck is not bad." Round Ball smiled. "Your Highness Blood Son, please take a look." Xagebo picked up the star bone and handed it over respectfully. "Yes." The blood god clone took it and glanced at it. Then he put it away and patted Xagebo's shoulder. "Not bad. Continue working hard. I have high hopes for you. Yes. The corners of Xagebo's lips twitched. He continued leading the way. Unfortunately, after walking for some distance, he didn't meet any more star bones. This disappointed the blood god clone. At a certain moment, the blood god clone's expression changed. He immediately used voice transmission to stop Xagebo. Xagebo had always been cautious. The moment he heard the blood god clone's voice, he stopped in his tracks and froze on the spot. He didn't dare to move. Your Highness, Blood Son, what's going on? He looked at the pitch-black cave in front of him and asked carefully using voice transmission. He was astounded. Don't move. Something is wrong, the blood god clone said. Xagebo didn't dare to move. The blood god clone looked at the top of Xagebo's head and suddenly felt fortunate that he allowed this guy to walk in front. If it was him, he would probably break out in cold sweat too. A blood evil corpse was hanging upside down on the rock wall above his head. This corpse was different from the previous ones. There was a dark red glow around it, at least a few times brighter than the mid-tier Devil Emperor's corpse. What's more, this corpse looked exceptionally hideous, although it was still in human form. Besides the dark red patterns on its body, there were dark red bone spurs extending out from its body. They covered some parts of its body like dark red armor. It was hanging upside down on the rock wall above him. Its limbs were curled up, and bone spikes pierced into the rock wall, making it look like a dark red spider, a high-tier Devil Emperor-level blood evil corpse. The blood god clone turned grim. He didn't dare to act rashly. He was emitting primordial consciousness and bloodlust consciousness. So the high-tier Devil Emperor corpse wasn't alerted immediately. However, at this moment, Wang Teng felt the aura in its body reviving. The malicious aura was gradually spreading out. Xagebo felt it too. Damn it, that thing was right above his head, and it was recovering. He was on the verge of tears. What kind of luck was this? Why did he have to stand here right below the strange presence? It was like stepping on landmines accurately. Was he so unlucky because he exhausted too much luck recently? Crack. A strange sound came from the darkness. Wang Teng looked into the darkness and saw two glaring dark red lights again. His heart skipped a beat. There was more than one high-tier Devil Emperor, blood evil corpse. Troublesome. His gaze flickered as if he was weighing something. In the end, he spoke to Xagebo using voice transmission. Xagebo, have some sleep. Xagebo was stunned. What did he mean by have some sleep? Before he could react, the blood god clone had already acted. A brick appeared in his hand and he slammed it down. Swoop. Boom. Xagebo's eyes turned white and he fainted instantly. Third-rank ultimate purple lightning. Even a mid-tier Devil Emperor wouldn't be able to withstand it. After knocking Xagebo unconscious, the blood god clone immediately kept him into the ancient city's space. Then he executed his space concealment and hid himself. The third-rank shadow power covered his body and completely concealed his aura. Only the residual primordial consciousness and bloodlust consciousness dissipated gradually. Swoosh. Almost at the same time, the blood evil corpse above Xagebo's head opened its eyes abruptly and scanned its surroundings with its cold and dark red gaze. But it didn't see anything. Crack, crack. A strange sound echoed in the air. The high-tier Devil Emperor blood evil corpses seemed to be sensing something or conversing with one another. In the end, they turned silent again. Sigh, that was close. The blood god clone hid in the space crack and heaved a sigh of relief. No matter how strange these corpses were, they couldn't see through his concealing skill. He touched his chin and started pondering. It wasn't difficult for him to pass through this area using his space power, but he was interested in the three high-tier Devil Emperor blood evil corpses. If he could get these three corpses, he would be invincible in making puppets. They were high-tier Devil Emperors. With the help of such powerful puppets, Wang Teng would be much safer. He wouldn't have to worry about being chased by universe-level martial warriors or high-tier Devil Emperors. Wang Teng felt bitter when he thought about his experiences along the way. Who did he offend? All the formidable presences were bullying him. How shameless. I wonder if the people who come down later are good enough. The blood god clone's eyes lit up. He thought of something and looked behind him. He decided to wait a while longer. There might be a surprise. In the end, after waiting for almost an hour, the sound of rushing wind was suddenly heard in the silent cave. They're here. The blood god clone's eyes lit up. Chapter 3323, Red Hair. Ominous, taking a high-tier Devil Emperor's blood evil corpse. 1. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A few sonic booms were heard. They looked a little disheveled. They slowly stopped when they got closer. They peered behind them with lingering fears. Fortunately, they didn't chase after us. One of the figures heaved a sigh of relief and said with lingering fears, "Could it be that there's only one area where the blood evil courses are active?" Another figure asked curiously. "Maybe there's something in front that they don't dare to get close to," the third person said. The other two dark apparitions turned serious. The three shadowy figures only managed to escape from the blood evil corpse after they worked together. However, they were on their guards now. The distance between them was at least 10 meters. They formed a triangle. Fortunately, the cave was big enough. If not, the three dark apparitions would feel even more insecure. They weren't on the same team. They had no choice but to work together because of the circumstances. Actually, the people who came here were all competitors. They could be stabbed in the back at any moment. Hence, they didn't dare to trust each other easily, especially in this dangerous and strange environment. If they weren't careful, they might get stabbed in the back. However, after hearing the third dark apparition's words, they immediately looked around them and became vigilant. Anyone who could cultivate to their level wasn't stupid. There must be a reason why the blood evil corpses didn't chase after him. This reason might be even more dangerous. "I have a bad feeling," the first dark apparition said. She was Zerosa, a talent from the Bloodslayer clan by the nickname Bloodslayer Devil Princess. Many cracks had appeared on her crimson battle armor, and it was slowly recovering. It was obvious that she was injured when dealing with the corpses. "I have the same feeling." The second dark apparition said, crack, the moment she finished speaking. The strange sound echoed in the dark environment again. It was chilling. Fuck. The three dark apparitions exchanged glances with one another. They saw the ugly expression on each other's faces and cursed. Boom. An even more terrifying and malicious aura suddenly came from above their heads and bore down on them up there. The three dark apparitions raised their heads at the same time and retreated at the same time. When they saw what was above them, their expressions changed and their pupils constricted. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Sonic booms were heard. Dark red bone spikes that looked like spears stabbed down from the top of their heads, heading straight for the three dark apparitions. Powerful dark constellation force erupted from the bodies of the three dark apparitions. They held their weapons and blocked the bone attacks. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metals colliding was heard almost simultaneously. Then the three dark apparitions flew out like cannonballs and slammed heavily on the rock walls. Boom. The entire cave seemed to be shaking. Cracks appeared on the walls and started spreading. A high-tiered Devil Emperor-level, blood-evil corpse. The three dark apparitions exclaimed in shock. They fell from the cliff and landed on the ground. Blood dripped down the edge of their lips as they stared at the terrifying figure in horror. Boom. The blood-evil corpse with bone spikes all over its body didn't care what they were thinking. It crawled quickly on the rock wall. Bone spikes stabbed down from its body, bringing along the powerful blood-evil force as it swept out. "We need to work together. Otherwise, we won't be able to pass," Zerosa said in a low voice as she tried her best to hide the astonishment in her eyes. The other two nodded silently and attacked at the same time. The three dark apparitions released their force attacks and confronted the bone spikes. Boom. When their attacks collided, the bone spikes were broken and shattered. These three dark apparitions were all gifted presences at the peak of the mid-tier Devil Emperor stage. They probably possessed powerful domains and the power of origin. The blood-evil corpse was a high-tier Devil Emperor, but it was dead anyway. It wasn't as powerful as a high-tier Devil Emperor in many areas. Thus, the three dark apparitions might have the ability to fight. In the crack of space, the blood god clone's eyes shimmered as he watched the battle between the three dark apparitions and the blood evil corpse, Zerosa. I didn't expect her to come down. He was a little surprised. This lady from the Bloodslayer race was indeed something. She was able to come down from the abyss. He wondered if she deciphered the ancient space runes or had other methods. Then he looked at the other two dark apparitions. One of the dark apparitions was a vampire dark apparition. When he executed his attack, he was able to form a blood python. It was similar to the skill Devil Titan Shukan executed in the past. This abnormality came from a Devil Titan scripture called the Blood Python Divine Scripture. Wang Teng had already grasped this scripture, so he could tell at one glance that this vampire dark apparition was using this scripture. A mid-tier Devil Emperor is able to cultivate a Devil Titan scripture. He's a genius. He couldn't help but feel emotional. He smiled and muttered to himself, "It's good to be a genius. If he isn't, he won't be able to resist the high-tier Devil Emperor blood evil corpse." Wang Teng's gaze landed on the third dark apparition. This was a dark apparition from the blood shark race, but not the seaweed-haired man from before. It was another dark apparition, and this one was a female. His gaze landed on her big and plump breasts. He wasn't the one who wanted to look at them, but they were too outstanding. Anyone who saw them would stare at them subconsciously. Chapter 3324, Red Hair. Ominous. Taking a high-tier Devil Emperor's blood evil corpse. What was more shameless was, the breasts were only covered with two shell-like pieces of armor. The majority of the breast was revealed, making them even more attractive. This is despicable. Wang Teng wiped his nose and criticized in his heart. He was also surprised that the lower half of the lady's body was legs. It wasn't a fishtail. Those slender and round legs could be played with for an entire year. If it was a fishtail. He didn't dare to think about it. If you met a mermaid, do you want her lower body to be a fish's, or do you want her to be a fish's? This was the same problem for the blood shark race. Of course, this depended on one's own quirk. Fortunately, Wang Teng's quirk was always the same. Cough, you're thinking too much. Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. He immediately collected his thoughts and looked at the battle outside. The blood god clone was completely hidden. As long as he didn't move, he wouldn't be exposed. The battle outside wouldn't affect him either. However, he was determined to get the high-tier Devil Emperor blood evil corpse. He must find a chance to get it. Crack, crack, just as the three dark apparitions were fighting with the blood evil corpse, a strange and ear-piercing sound came from the dark again. The three dark apparitions' expressions changed entirely. There are other blood evil corpses. One high-tier Devil Emperor blood evil corpse was already a little hard for them to handle. What would happen if a few more came? Also, the blood evil corpses at the back wouldn't be weak. They might even be high-tier Devil Emperors. If not, the blood evil corpses in front wouldn't stop moving forward. The three dark apparitions turned grim. They didn't dare to let down their guards. They released their strongest domain and hurled it at the high-tier Devil Emperor. The domains of the three dark apparitions merged into their attacks. If not, this small space wouldn't be able to hold their domains. If they released all their power, the cave might collapse. Sizzlebone spurs grew out from the blood evil corpse and intertwined with one another, forming a bone shield in front of it. Boom! The next instant, the attacks of the three dark apparitions slammed heavily on the bone shield of the high-tier Devil Emperor. A violent explosion occurred. Crack, crack, cracking sounds were heard under the combined efforts of the three dark apparitions. The bone shield couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered instantly. Bang! The powerful attack landed on the high-tier Devil Emperor blood evil corpse. It slammed heavily on the rock wall above its head, as if it was embedded inside. Cracks started spreading quickly with the high-tier Devil Emperor blood evil corpse in the center. Now, the blood god clone wanted to act then. Crack, crack, an ear-piercing and strange sound came from the darkness. It was closing in on him at a fast speed. He stopped his urge to act.
Wait!
The blood god clone's gaze flickered. In the end, he controlled himself and waited for the best time. "Oh no, they're coming!" The vampire dark apparition who condensed a blood python said sternly. Boom! The moment he finished speaking, an explosion occurred. A black figure shot down from the sky and pounced on the three dark apparitions. At this moment, the blood god clone finally saw the appearance of the blood evil corpse. This corpse was different from the one covered with bone spikes. It was covered with dark red fur, and no one could see its appearance. "This is ominous," Wang Tang muttered uncontrollably. The three dark apparitions, including Zarosa, couldn't care about the first blood evil corpse. After the blood evil corpse with dark red fur pounced on them, another blood evil corpse with dark red fur pounced on them. The stench of blood and decay wafted towards them, making them dizzy. Even the three dark apparitions couldn't withstand the pressure. Their expressions changed, and they hurriedly activated their domains to suppress the enemies. Boom! Explosions were heard. The two corpses paused in mid-air for a split second. They were suppressed by the domains of the three dark apparitions, but it only lasted for a split second. Crack! Crack! The two blood evil corpses let out ear-piercing howls and clawed at the dark apparitions. A thick, dark red glow erupted from their claws and turned into huge, dark red claws. They clawed at the domains of the dark apparitions. Boom, boom, boom. The domains of the three dark apparitions started vibrating violently. They couldn't withstand the attacks of the two corpses and were about to shatter. The expressions of the three dark apparitions changed slightly. They immediately activated their domains and tried their best to maintain the operation of their domains to resist their opponent's attacks. Crack! Crack! The high-tier Devil Emperor blood evil corpse with bones all over its body struggled to break free from the rock wall. Many of its bones were broken and were growing back frantically. At this moment, the blood god clone blinked and finally moved. This was the best time to attack before the blood evil corpse recovered completely. He mustn't miss this chance. He activated his space flash and appeared between the cracks in space next to the high-tier Devil Emperor blood evil corpse. Crack, crack. The blood evil corpse didn't expect someone to suddenly appear beside it. It was stunned for a moment. Then it turned its head stiffly and roared at the blood god clone, Chapter 3.325. Red hair, ominous. Taking a high-tier Devil Emperor's blood evil corpse. 3. Why are you shouting? The blood god clone acted instantly. 4th rank bloodlust, consciousness. 5th rank primordial consciousness. They exploded at the same time and bore down on the blood evil corpse, stopping it in its tracks. There was a hint of confusion in its dark red eyes. It's useful. The blood god clone was elated. His palm was covered with the bloodlust power as he slapped the corpse. The blood evil corpse wanted to attack, but it was too late. The blood evil force in its body was cut off, and it lost its ability to move. However, something unexpected happened. The blood god clone struggled and regained its ruthlessness. The bloodlust power in its body surged towards the broken nodes, attempting to reconnect with the bloodlust power in its body. This blood evil corpse has intelligence? The blood god clone reacted instantly and was astounded. He snorted. Spiritual kinesis surged out of his forehead and turned into an invisible spiritual arrow. Soul devour arrow. Boom. The invisible arrow pierced into the blood evil corpse's forehead, causing it to howl in pain. Its gaze trembled violently. It was obvious that its spirit had suffered a blow. The blood god clone's heart skipped a beat. Red light shot out from his eyes and merged into the eyes of the blood evil corpse's enchantment. At this moment, he used his enchantment skill. This skill was effective for vampire dark apparitions and might be useful on the blood evil corpse. As the enchantment skill was activated, the blood god clone immediately sensed a chaotic and malicious spiritual body in the blood evil corpse's mind. However, it wasn't very strong. It could only be compared to low-tier devil emperors. The blood god clone was overjoyed. A low-tier devil emperor was a piece of cake. With his peak Heaven Lord realm spiritual power, planting the enchantment seed in the blood evil corpse was a piece of cake. As expected, he succeeded after a single try. Although the chaotic and malicious spiritual body made him a little uncomfortable, he retracted his spiritual body after touching it. It didn't affect him. What's more, with the suppression of his fourth-rank bloodlust consciousness, the bloodlust consciousness of the blood evil corpse had no effect on him. The blood evil corpse immediately became obedient. However, to be safe, the blood god clone still tapped his finger on the blood evil corpse's forehead. Spiritual kinesis surged into his body and turned into a cage. This was a triple guarantee. He wasn't afraid that the high-tier Devil Emperor blood evil corpse would break free from his grasp. Even if he managed to break free, Wang Teng would have enough time to react with the help of the three forces. Safe. Who is it? The commotion above attracted the attention of the three dark apparitions. They couldn't do anything because of the pressure from the two blood evil corpses, but they could still see what was happening above. They shouted instantly. However, there was still shadow power around the blood god clone, so outsiders couldn't see his face. "It's you!" Zarosa immediately recognized the blood god clone and gritted her teeth. This was how the blood god clone looked when he snatched the 10,000 years bloodwood crystal. Hence, she thought of the blood god clone almost immediately. A normal person wouldn't be able to grasp this shadow-like power. It could only be him. You know him. The vampire dark apparition who had formed the outline of a blood python asked curiously. "I met him in the past. He snatched a 10,000 years old bloodwood crystal from me and claimed that he's the blood son of your vampire race." Zarosa's eyes shimmered. Actually, she had already confirmed the identity of the blood god clone. However, she purposely said this because she wanted the vampire dark apparition to be hostile towards the blood son. She knew how important the identity of a blood son was to a vampire. As a talent of the vampire race, the vampire dark apparition wouldn't acknowledge a blood son that appeared out of nowhere. What's more, she mentioned the 10,000 years old bloodwood crystal specially. No one wouldn't be interested. The other party snatched her bloodwood crystal. Don't blame her for digging a hole for him, blood son. Zanoski's expression changed. He looked at the blood god clone with shimmering eyes. When did the vampires have a blood son? There shouldn't be anyone in this generation who could be the blood son, right? After all, no one in their generation had succeeded. It wasn't that they looked down on this generation of talents. There was probably no one worth their attention. The lady from the blood shark race looked in the direction of the blood god clone in surprise. No one knew what she was thinking. He was the blood son of a vampire. This identity was special. The blood god clone glanced at the Zarosa and chuckled. "Rather than paying attention to me, why don't you think about how you can deal with the two blood evil corpses first? You must be a talent of our vampire race too, right? Why don't we work together and take care of these two blood evil corpses first?" Zanoski blinked and said, he didn't call the blood god clone as blood son and only called him Sir. He didn't recognize him as a blood son. He just wanted him to help because he was forced by circumstances. "That's right. The fight for the legacy can wait. The most important thing now is to get rid of these two corpses with us. If we lose, you won't be able to deal with these two corpses alone, right?" Zarosa said immediately. She had a sudden thought. Chapter 3326. Red hair. Ominous, taking a high-tier Devil Emperor's blood evil corpse. 4. They were being held back by the two blood evil corpses and were even being suppressed. Without the help of external forces, they might be in danger. "You're thinking too much. I'm just here to watch the show. What does the blood evil corpses have to do with me?" The blood god clone smiled and put away the corpses. Then he turned and disappeared into the dark cave. Bye-bye. Only a cheeky chuckle could be heard echoing in the cave. The three dark apparitions were stunned. Their eyes widened slightly. Gone? Did he just take the high-tier Devil Emperor blood evil corpse? Something didn't feel right. That was a high-tier Devil Emperor blood evil corpse. How could it be taken away so easily? What did he do? The three dark apparitions didn't know how he subdued the blood god clone when they were distracted by the two blood evil corpses due to the sudden appearance of the blood god clone. What's more, the attacks he executed on the blood evil corpse were faster and more secretive. They found it unbelievable. The three of them worked together to force the blood evil corpse back, but the other party took it away without any resistance. This was unacceptable. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, the remaining two blood evil corpses went berserk. They roared in anger and started attacking the three dark apparitions furiously. They couldn't sense the blood god clone's aura, so they could only vent their rage on the three gloomy apparitions. These high-tier Devil Emperor blood evil corpses had some intelligence, but it was limited. When they saw their companion getting caught and the other party talking to him, they knew that these three people were in cahoots with the one who ran away. Boom. The domains of the three dark apparitions couldn't withstand the explosion of the two corpses and exploded. Fuck. Zanowski's face turned black, but before he could finish his sentence, he vomited a mouth of blood. He was thrown back by the residual impact. Bastard, Zarosa cursed in anger. She was so frustrated she wanted to vomit blood. No, she vomited blood too. She was on par with Zarosa. The other lady from the blood shark race had an ugly expression too. However, she reacted in time and took out a shield that looked like a pile of scales, which forcefully blocked the residual impact. However, she also took a few steps back before she managed to stop. Crack, crack. The two corpses gave off a terrifying bloodlust aura. The dark red fur on their bodies grew furiously like weeds growing on the ground. In a blink of an eye, the entire rock wall of the cave was covered with dark red fur. No gaps could be seen. The dark red fur even spread further away and drooped down. It seemed to have turned into a red wall, blocking all paths of retreat for the three dark apparitions. What? The three dark apparitions glanced behind them. Their expressions changed and they turned serious. We can't leave. Zanowski gritted his teeth. It's all that bastard's fault. Zarosa's eyes were filled with anger. A sinister look appeared in Zanowski's eyes. He felt frustrated and furious when he thought of that person. He wished he could pull him out, but he couldn't do it. The other party's method was strange. He was able to take away a high-tier Devil Emperor blood evil corpse and escape unscathed. Even he was afraid of this method. Rather than wasting time here, why don't you think of a way to get rid of these two blood evil corpses? The lady from the blood shark race glanced around her sternly and said in a cold voice, swoosh. As if answering her question, dark red fur swept over from all directions. Even the ground below her feet was no exception. The three dark apparitions were in a desperate situation, Chapter 3327, Blood Evil Corpse Domain. Again and again activates spatial sight one. Wang Teng didn't leave. He was determined to get the two high-tier Devil Emperor blood evil corpses too. What's more, there were three top-tier dark apparitions holding them back. This was a rare opportunity. He needed to find another chance to fish in troubled waters. At this moment, the blood god clone was also hiding in a space crack. He was surprised when he saw what was happening outside. This is a domain. He stared at the area, covered with dark red fur, and muttered to himself. Using fur to execute a domain. This was rare. In this domain, the ability of the two blood evil corpses would increase, but the three dark apparitions wouldn't be able to release their full potential. They were already cut off from the outside world. This is at least the second or third level integration phase domain. He sensed it carefully and turned serious. These two blood evil corpses were able to execute a domain between the second and the third level of the integration phase. This wasn't simple, mind you. Even a normal universe-level martial warrior might not be able to grasp a domain at the second level of the integration phase. Let's see if they have other methods now. The blood god clone's eyes flickered. Boom. The three dark apparitions didn't dare to underestimate the dense dark red fur. Thick domain power erupted from their bodies again as they tried to resist the frightening dark red fur. Their domains collided and an explosion occurred. The domains of the three dark apparitions started vibrating violently. However, this time, their domains didn't shatter. Instead, they managed to resist the attack. "Huh!" the blood god clone exclaimed softly. Second-level integration phase domain. These three dark apparitions have all grasped the second-level integration phase domain. The three dark apparitions couldn't hide anymore under the pressure of the two corpses. They didn't use their full strength just now. They had no choice but to use their trump card. A second-rank integration phase domain was a trump card for mid-tier devil emperors. It looks like they can hold on for a while longer. The blood god clone laughed. He shifted some of his attention to the attribute bubbles he picked up. When he collected the high-tier devil emperor blood evil corpses, he also picked up a few attribute bubbles. This was a good time to count them. Bloodlust Bone Domain, 601,000. First rank integration phase. Bloodlust Bone Domain! Wang Tang was stunned. He thought that it would be the Bloodlust Domain, so he didn't expect the Bloodlust Bone Domain to appear. He pondered for a moment. The relevant enlightenment flashed through his mind, and he was enlightened. To put it bluntly, this was a domain formed by congregating the bloodlust force on the bones. It was an extension of the bloodlust domain. I can merge the bloodlust bone domain and the bloodlust domain. Wang Tang immediately thought of merging them, but he wasn't in a hurry. Wasn't there another related domain? The corners of his lips lifted up slightly. He looked at the domain formed by the dark red fur and made his guess. If the high-tier devil emperor dark apparition merged the bloodlust aura into his bones and mutated, the remaining two corpses merged the bloodlust aura into their fur. Their domain might be the bloodlust hair domain. This name sounded a little strange, but that was probably it. Everyone had fur on their bodies, and these two corpses' furs were a little thicker hence. Instead of merging them now, it was better to wait until he got the attribute bubbles from the two blood evil corpses. Unfortunately, except this domain attribute, there are no attributes. Wang Tang felt a little regretful. At first he wondered if he could pick up some will attributes, but he realized that most of them were domain attributes. There were no will attributes dropped. He felt helpless, too. His primordial consciousness and bloodlust consciousness rose a little too high. It wouldn't be easy to raise them again. My blood evil corpse attribute increased again. Wang Tang thought to himself. He looked at the other attribute on the attributes board. Blood evil corpse, 2,515,000. Small achievement. The attribute bubbles he picked up just now allowed the blood evil corpse attribute to rise from specialized to small achievement. Wang Tang was surprised. It wasn't easy to advance from specialized to small achievement. He needed 10,000 points of attributes. He didn't expect the attribute bubbles dropped by the high-tier Devil Emperor Blood Evil Corpse to let him rise so quickly. That's good. This way, I will have more confidence in making the Blood Evil Corpse. Wang Tang was elated. Actually, he wasn't planning to making a complete Blood Evil Corpse. He just wanted to refine those Blood Evil Corpses for his own use. However, he needed the Blood Evil Corpse attribute for this process. The more Wang Tang understood the Blood Evil Corpse, the higher his chances of refining it. Especially the high-tier Devil Emperor Blood Evil Corpse. It wasn't easy to refine it. The high-tier Devil Emperor had intelligence even though its intelligence was only at the low-tier Devil Emperor level. It was different. It couldn't be treated as a dead object anymore. The difficulty of refining it would increase multiple times. Fortunately, the Blood Evil Corpse attribute had reached the small achievement stage, so Wang Tang was more confident. Boom, 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 the battle between the three dark apparitions and the two Blood Evil Corpses got more and more intense. Dark red fur curled out continuously. They wanted to break the domains of the three dark apparitions, but they couldn't succeed. Chapter 3328. Blood Evil Corpse Domain, again and again. Activate spatial sight. 2. The combined power of 3 second-level integration phase domains shouldn't be underestimated. However, the three dark apparitions didn't have the time to deal with the two high-tier Devil Emperor Blood Evil Corpses. They were at a standstill. Xadia, we will try our best to hold back the two corpses. You can take this chance to kill one first. Zarosa and Zanoski exchanged glances with each other and suddenly sent a voice transmission. All right. Sadia's eyes shimmered. She nodded without any hesitation. Boom, Zarosa and Zanoski released their domains at the same time and pressed down on the two corpses. A terrifying shadow of a blood seraph appeared behind Zarosa. It held a dark red halberd and stabbed it inch by inch in the air. The dark red fur kept getting obliterated, and it was forced back step by step. Roar. At the same time, a terrifying blood-red giant python circled around Zanoski's body. It opened its bloody mouth and roared, then it charged towards the dark red fur too. The dark red fur was like a lady's long hair. It tied up the giant python tightly and a huge force erupted. The scales on the giant python's body shattered instantly. Gasp. The blood-red giant python hissed in pain. Even Zanoski's expression changed. He seemed to be under immense pressure. Quick. He gave a low and angry roar and urged Xadia to act immediately. Xadia realized that the two of them didn't hold back at all. Her gaze flickered and she released her power instantly. She swung the long whip in her hand and turned into lingering shadows. Boom. A domain erupted behind her. The sea of blood churned and the outline of a giant blood shark was formed. As the waves tossed and turned, its figure was revealed. It was like a huge sea monster. This blood shark was different from the blood shark race that Wang Teng had seen before. Both the seaweed-haired man and the lady were extremely handsome or beautiful. However, the blood shark was hideous. Its face and arms were covered with dark red scales. Even its eyes had dark red vertical pupils. Its ears were sharp like fish fins. At the same time, its hands were like sharp claws. They had sharp dark red nails. If they caught anyone, even a mid-tier Devil Emperor's body would be penetrated. As Sadia's domain expanded, the shadow of the blood shark exploded and crashed into one of the corpses. Crack! The high-tier Devil Emperor Blood Evil corpse let out a furious roar and wanted to fight with the blood shark. However, Zarosa and Zanoski's domains held back the two Blood Evil corpses, preventing them from escaping. Boom! In an instant, the shadow of the blood shark arrived. It clawed at the corpse. The dark red fur on the Blood Evil corpse was torn apart by the sharp claws, revealing the true form of the corpse. Fresh blood filled with decaying bloodlust consciousness splattered everywhere. That wasn't all. The next instant, the blood shark turned into a dazzling dark red ball of light and slammed into the corpse. Crack. Crack. The Blood Evil corpse howled in pain and was thrown back violently. Dark red light erupted from its body and the power of domains surged out. It obliterated all the dark red fur on the Blood Evil corpse, revealing its shriveled and dark red body. It looked exceptionally hideous success. Sadia's eyes lit up. She wanted to follow up her victory and suppress the Blood Evil corpse. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind the Blood Evil corpse and smiled at Xadia. Then he patted the back of the corpse. "You!" Xadia's expression changed slightly. The moment she spoke, the other party had already picked up the Blood Evil corpse and disappeared again. Bastard! She cursed angrily. At first, she wanted to deal with the Blood Evil corpse and keep it herself. After all, this was a high-tier Devil Emperor Blood Evil corpse. If she could refine it for her own use, it would be a great help. But she didn't expect this fellow to stay. Now he came out of nowhere and interfered in her business. Shameless. Some distance away, Zarosa and Zanoski saw this scene too. Their expressions turned ugly. It was that fellow again. This was a high-tier Devil Emperor Blood Evil corpse. It was infuriating that the other party snatched it away again. The worst thing was the other party was taking advantage of them. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. They were fighting with the two Blood Evil corpses with all their might, but the other party was picking up the spoils behind them. This was infuriating. Crack! Crack! At this moment, the last Blood Evil corpse roared in anger. It knew that it wasn't their match, so it wanted to escape. It turned and ran away. Are you trying to run away? Zanoski shouted, "Stop him." Boom. Ixadia's gaze turned sharp. She didn't have the time to think. She lashed her long whip out as if she wanted to vent her anger on the corpse. Force congregated and turned into a huge whip shadow. It plummeted down from the sky. Roar. The blood-evil corpse roared in anger. The fur on its body grew and shot out. They congregated into a dark red rope and collided with the whip shadow, Chapter 3329. Blood-evil corpse domain again and again. Activate spatial sight. 3. At the same time, dark red fur erupted from its body like thin needles. They stabbed towards Xadia furiously. Xadia's expression changed. She didn't dare to resist the attack and could only evade it. She didn't forget that this was a high-tier Devil Emperor blood-evil corpse. She wasn't strong enough to fight with this corpse alone. Fortunately, the other two dark apparitions had arrived. Sometimes a battle between formidable presences would end in a split second. The blood-evil corpse was intercepted and couldn't escape in time. The two dark apparitions, Zarosa and Zanoski, caught up to it. They wouldn't let it leave easily. At this moment, Zarosa and Zanoski released their domains, which had been brewing for a long time, and pressed them down on the corpse. Boom. Explosions were heard. The two domains landed on the blood-evil corpse's body at the same time. It paused for a moment and slammed violently on the ground. "Watch your surroundings. Don't let that bastard snatch the blood-evil corpse again," Zarosa shouted. Zanoski and Xadia felt a chill in their hearts. They scanned their surroundings and immediately turned vigilant. Crack, crack. The blood-evil corpse roared in anger. A dazzling red light erupted from its body, and strange dark red patterns appeared on its body. They wrapped around its body like chains. Boom. The next instant, a terrifying power erupted. Bloodrosa and Zanoski's domains were destroyed. "The power of origin," Zanoski exclaimed. "This blood-evil corpse has the power of origin." Zarosa was shocked too, she shouted. "Quick, suppress it immediately." Without her reminder, the two dark apparitions had already regained their senses. A powerful fluctuation swept out from their bodies. The laws of origin, it was the power of origin too. Strange blood-red patterns appeared on the bodies of the two dark apparitions. They intertwined around their weapons and attacked the blood-evil corpse. Zarosa didn't waste any time. The halberd in her hand gave off a glaring dark red glow. Thin chains formed by runes congregated and turned into a sharp and powerful attack. Boom, she stabbed her halberd out, turning it into the outline of a halberd as she stabbed it towards the blood-evil corpse. A terrifying aura erupted in an instant. The combined power of three talented mid-tier Devil Emperors was not to be underestimated. The blood-evil corpse was a high-tier Devil Emperor, but it was suppressed too. The chains made of the power of origin collapsed and couldn't withstand the attacks of the three dark apparitions. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A sharp blood-red blade glow blossomed in the air and swept towards the three dark apparitions as if it had appeared out of nowhere. Numerous blade glows erupted along with the huge blade glow. They poured out and filled up the entire space in the cave. What? The pupils of the three dark apparitions constricted. Their expressions turned ugly and they were flabbergasted. They felt a lethal threat from this attack. Also, they had just launched their attack, so they didn't have the time to launch a second attack. The time was too short. The blade glow came too suddenly. It exceeded their expectations. Hence, they had no other choice but to evade. Boom! The blade glow landed, causing the entire cave to shake violently. Dazzling dark red light enveloped the entire cave, making it impossible to see what was ahead. The blood god clone appeared on top of the third blood-evil corpse. The blood-evil corpse was just suppressed by the three dark apparitions. The attacks landed on it and it couldn't move temporarily. The blood god clone remained calm. He stretched out his hand and slapped various parts of the corpse, cutting off the evil aura. At the same time, he activated his enchantment skill and planted enchantment seed in the corpse's spirit. Finally, he added another layer of cage to imprison it. The entire process was smooth. It was completed in an instant. After all, this was the third blood evil corpse. The blood god clone had already gained some experience. The next instant, he disappeared on the spot with the blood evil corpse. There was nothing worth staying here for. It was time to leave. The blood god clone turned into a beam of light and dashed towards the depth of the cave. When the light in the cave dissipated, the three dark apparitions dashed out. However, they could no longer find the blood god clone. Damn it. Xanaski's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He slammed his palm on the rock wall at the side. With a loud bang, a deep palm mark was left behind. You could tell how furious he was. The other two dark apparitions, Zarosa and Zadia, were frustrated too. The three high-tier Devil Emperor blood evil corpses were stolen again and again. If word got out, it would be an embarrassment to the top talents like them. "Zarosa, is that fellow really the vampire blood son?" Xanaski asked in a low voice. "I think so. He caused a lot of trouble among the vampires recently." "You have been in seclusion for too long, so you don't even know about this important matter," Zarosa said. So what if he's the blood son? He's just taking advantage of others. Let's see what he's capable of. Xanaski snorted. Then he turned into a beam of light and shot into the depth of the cave. Chase him. Chapter 3330, Blood Evil Corpse Domain. Again and again, activate spatial sight. 4. Zarosa and Zadia exchanged glances with one another. Then they shifted their gazes away and chased after Xanaski. The blood god clone didn't meet any more corpses along the way. The journey was exceptionally peaceful. However, he didn't dare to let down his guard. His speed wasn't slow, but he was still vigilant. His spiritual kinesis was spread out. If there was any danger, he would be able to detect it immediately. Actually, his body was still covered by the shadow power. Normal presences wouldn't be able to discover him immediately. Suddenly, the blood god clone stopped and frowned. A fork. 3 deep branches appeared in the cave in front. One of these 3 paths should be the final path to the mountains. Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes in the devour space. A sharp glint flashed past his eyes. "Wang Teng, can you tell which path it is?" Round Ball and Iceath were also paying attention to the situation outside. They couldn't help but ask when they saw this scene. It's hard to say. "Let me observe first." Wang Teng activated his real eye and looked into the depth of the 3 passageways. However, the space behind the 3 passageways was distorted, so he couldn't see the real situation. The blood whale's nest is filled with space skills. Could it be that the blood whale specializes in space too? Wang Teng was surprised. He couldn't help but make this guess. However, based on the information Round Ball found, the blood whale didn't have the space talent. Also, it was extremely rare for an immortal level presence to grasp the power of space to this stage. This required a large amount of time to learn before they could specialize in it. It didn't mean that every immortal level presence could grasp such a vast array of space techniques. Hence, he was puzzled. However, mysterious universe behemoths like the blood whale were rare and were similar to the Devour Nihility beast. Thus, not many people knew everything about it. Never mind, as long as I find the legacy of the blood whale, I'll understand everything. Wang Teng stopped thinking about it and retracted his thoughts. He continued looking at the 3 passageways in front of him as he thought of a plan. On the other side, he diverted some of his attention and scanned the attributes board to see if he had any ability to deal with this situation. Spatial sight. Wang Teng's gaze suddenly froze on an ability. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. This was the power of the spatial sight. In the past, Wang Teng received the legacy of the spatial sight in the Stellar Academy's Universal Hall and successfully opened up the space inside the eye. It could be used to store items. Besides being able to open up storage spaces and shift objects, the spatial sight had another ability. That was to investigate space. This was because it was a space talent and was extremely sensitive to the changes in space. If the real eye couldn't see it, the spatial sight might be able to. Wang Teng immediately activated his spatial sight without any hesitation. This was the first time he used it. A silver-white light flashed past his eyes. His pupils turned entirely silver-white, spatial sight activated. Then he looked at the three passageways and observed the changes in the space inside carefully. With the help of the spatial sight, the distorted space power in the passageway was gradually pushed away, allowing him to see more things. Found it. Suddenly, Wang Teng was elated. His gaze landed on the path on his right. The three passageways were similar, but the one on the right gave off a thick, ancient, and bloodlust consciousness aura. The aura was too thick. It was so thick that one could see it with the naked eye. It was as if he was looking at an ancient scene filled with bloodlust aura and maliciousness. Of course, this was under the spatial sight. Normal eyes wouldn't be able to see it, much less sense it. The other two passageways contained the primordial bloodlust aura, but they were still lacking compared to the one on the right. Wang Teng didn't hesitate. He immediately asked his blood god clone to enter. He was almost 100% sure that the path on his right was the one to go. Swoosh. The space distorted slightly and the blood god clone disappeared on the spot as if he had never appeared. Peace resumed in the cave. The blood god clone entered the passageway on the right and realized that it wasn't a long passageway. There was even a stone wall not far ahead. There was no path. However, his eyes lit up and his gaze landed on the walls around him. Ancient runes were carved on the walls, distorting the space around them. Wang Teng immediately activated his fifth-rank space physique and covered the blood god clone with a layer of space power to resist the corrosion of the space power outside. Even universe stage martial warriors wouldn't be able to withstand this distorted space for long. Their bodies would be damaged by the power of space very soon. In the better case, he would be seriously injured. In the worst case, he would die. Fortunately, Wang Teng's fifth-rank space physique could resist it for a while, but not for long. He needed to find a way to go through this passageway as soon as possible. He didn't choose the wrong path. This must be the real path to the mountains. But there was no hurry. He would pick up the attribute bubbles first. There were many attribute bubbles floating below the rock walls. He picked them up immediately. Ancient Space Rune 10. Ancient Space Rune 12. Ancient Space Rune 5. Indeed, Wang Teng smiled. These ancient space runes were the ones on the stone wall. They were exactly the same. He quickly absorbed the enlightenment he just received. There weren't many ancient space runes, but they were useful for Wang Teng. Whether or not he could decode the ancient space runes on the stone wall would depend on these enlightenments. After some time, he finished picking up all the attribute bubbles. He glanced at the attributes board. Ancient Space Rune, 4750, 5000, specialized. It only increased by 150 points, but Wang Teng wasn't disappointed. He immediately looked at the stone wall and started analyzing the ancient space runes. After some time, the blood god clone stretched out his palm and used the power of space to paste it on the wall. Buzz, a buzzing sound was heard in the passageway. The ancient space runes on the rock walls lit up instantly. The surrounding space started distorting. A whirlpool appeared at the end of the blocked passageway. Only one person could pass through. The blood god clone dashed into the whirlpool without any hesitation. As his figure disappeared, the whirlpool converged again until it disappeared completely. Peace resumed in the passageway. Not long after the blood god clone left, the three dark apparitions arrived at the three passageways. They looked at the three passageways in front of them and fell into an eerie silence. The muscles at the edge of their eyes twitched uncontrollably. Why don't we each choose a path? Finally, Zanoski broke the silence and opened his mouth. They couldn't tell which path led to the end, so they had to use this method. How do we choose? Zarosa sneered. Her question was direct. The three dark apparitions turned silent again. Chapter 3331, 5th Level Space Crystal, Absorbing Bloodlust Domain, Gains 3 Mountains. 1. Outside the three passageways, the three dark apparitions fell into an eerie silence. No one knew which one was the final path to the legacy. Hence, they couldn't make a choice at all. The three dark apparitions were from different races. They weren't on the same side. They might choose the same route, or they might disagree. In summary, the situation was awkward. "Can we check all the passageways?" Zanoski suggested. "If you go in, you might not be able to come out," Zarosa said coldly. Zanoski felt a little awkward. He knew that this might happen, but there was no other way, otherwise he wouldn't have suggested this. "We have to go in? Waiting isn't a solution," Sadia replied calmly. The three of them were speechless again. How should they choose? It was too difficult. I wonder which passageway that bastard entered. Zarosa scanned the three passageways as if she was trying to find some clues. However, it was all in vain. No traces were left on the ground. It was as if no one came. However, there was only one path behind them. The other party could only enter one of these three paths. "That fellow seems familiar with this place. He might have some special skills since he's able to collect the blood evil corpses." There was a glimmer in her beautiful and cold eyes. Suddenly, she paused and said, "Do you think he's still here? Is he hiding somewhere?" The moment he said this, Zanoski and Zarosa were shocked. They scanned their surroundings vigilantly. They had suffered too many setbacks in the past, causing them to be on tenterhooks. They were afraid that the other party was hiding in another corner and waiting to ambush them. "Damn it!" Zanoski's face turned black. He felt exasperated. He was unconvinced, but he couldn't do anything about his opponent's methods. He could only watch helplessly. Boom! Suddenly he acted. Attacks swept through the cave, causing the entire cave to shake. "What are you doing?" Zarosa shouted coldly. "He wants to force that fellow out," Zadia said. Zarosa's heart skipped a beat. She kept quiet and looked around her with shimmering eyes. After some time, Zanoski stopped and scanned his surroundings grimly. He didn't find anything. "All right, let's see which path to choose." Zadia retracted her gaze and said calmly, "Do you have space inspection methods?" Zarosa asked. "No." Zadia and Zanoski shook their heads. Space inspection methods were rare. How could they have them? Zarosa was just asking casually. She didn't expect them to have it. She hesitated for a moment before taking out a silver-white crystal from the space bracelet on her wrist. "Space crystal?" Zanoski and Zadia exclaimed in shock when they saw this. "That's right. This is a 5th-rank space crystal," Zarosa said proudly. Since she took it out, she knew that it was impossible to hide its level. Hence, she decided to be direct. 5th-rank space crystal. This is a precious material that can forge a divine space weapon. Zanoski's gaze turned intense as he stared intently at the silver-white crystal in her hand. There was a hint of surprise in Xadia's eyes. Normal space crystals were nothing special to mid-tier Devil Emperors like them. However, the 5th-rank space crystal was different. Just like what Zanoski said, this level of space crystal could be used to forge space divine weapons. It had many uses and was extremely rare and precious. They didn't expect the Zarosa to have such a treasure. Zarosa didn't waste any time. She held the 5th-rank space crystal in her hand and activated it with her force and spiritual power. She couldn't use the power of space like Wang Teng, so she could only use her force and spiritual power to activate the space power in the crystal to sense the space inside. In an instant, silver-white runes appeared on the surface of the space crystal. It looked divine and occult. Then the entire crystal gave off a glaring silver-white glow. Wisps of space power spread out and extended towards the 3 passageways. Zanoski and Zadia didn't have the time to care about the space crystal anymore. They stared intently at the 3 passageways before turning to look at Zarosa, waiting for the result. After some time, Zarosa retracted her force. The space crystal calmed down gradually and the glow disappeared. "How is it?" Zanoski asked agitatedly. Zarosa's expression turned ugly. She shook her head. "How is that possible? You can't even sense it with your 5th-rank space crystal?" Zanoski's expression changed. He didn't believe it. "Did you hide the result on purpose?" Xadia asked. She didn't mind being sarcastic. "If you don't believe me, You can sense it yourself. However, the space crystal can't leave my hands, Zarosa sneered. Okay, Xadia replied immediately. Zarosa, why do I feel like I'm being fooled at this point? It was too late for her to reject. Fortunately, she didn't plan to. The three of them were just a temporary team. There was a danger of trust at all times. This was a crucial moment. If she didn't take out the space crystal and let them sense it, they wouldn't believe her at that time. They would be pushed to the opposite side. Chapter 3332, 5th level space crystal absorbing bloodlust domain gains 3 mountains. 2, hence, she had to take it out. However, she was a little unhappy with Blood Thea's attitude and actions. Zarosa gritted her teeth when she saw the faint smile at the edge of Xadia's lips. She was furious. She snorted and said, "Who wants to do it first?" Zanosky and Xadia exchanged glances with each other. "You first?" Xadia said. Zanosky nodded silently. He released his force and spiritual power and used the space crystal to sense his surroundings. After some time, he shook his head and felt a little dejected. Xadia raised her eyebrows. However, she still sensed it personally. In the end, she didn't discover anything. She wanted to feel it again, unwillingly. "Are you done?" Zarosa urged her impatiently. "What's the hurry?" Xadia said calmly. "Do you have any other ideas? If not, we can sense it a few more times." "She's right. Let's sense it carefully." Zanosky nodded. "This isn't your space crystal. You can't feel the pain, right?" Zarosa's face turned black. Every time she sensed it, the space power in the space crystal would decrease. She wasn't someone with the space talent, so how could she replenish the space power that was depleted? Cuff, the big picture is the most important. Zanosky coughed awkwardly. Zarosa snorted. In the end, she didn't say anything. Xadia glanced at her and smiled. She didn't say anything else and focused on examining the situation in the 3 passageways. Gradually, she frowned. She seemed to have discovered something. "What's the matter?" Zanosky asked hurriedly. "Use your senses and see if the aura in the passageway on your right is thicker." Xadia frowned. "This aura is like the aura we sensed in the cave, ancient, bloodthirsty, fierce. Let me take a look." Zanosky leaned over and took over Blood Thea's position to sense the space crystal. Zarosa was speechless. Whose space crystal was this? She felt that she had nothing to do with it. Indeed, the aura on the right path is the thickest. The difference is minimal. "We need to use space crystals to sense it," Zanosky said. "So, we will enter the path on the right?" Xadia asked. "Let's go in. There's no other choice," Zanosky said. Zarosa sensed her surroundings and nodded. "Since we've confirmed that it's the right path, there's nothing to hesitate about." The 3 dark apparitions reached a consensus and entered the passageway on the right. If Wang Teng was here, he would be flabbergasted. These 3 dark apparitions managed to sense the passageway using a 5th-rank space crystal. Even though the 5th-rank space crystal helped them, the spiritual power of these 3 dark apparitions wasn't weak. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to differentiate the 3 passageways. After the 3 dark apparitions entered the passageway on their right, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Dead end. They looked at the stone wall in front of them with an ugly expression. "Wait! Look at the runes on the rock walls! These should be ancient space runes," Zarosa exclaimed as she looked around. "Yes, they're the ancient space runes, the same as the place we came from." Xadia touched the rock wall and nodded. "Do we have to activate these runes to enter?" Zanosky touched his chin and guessed. "But we don't understand the ancient space runes," Zarosa said. The 3 dark apparitions turned silent. Wang Teng didn't know that the 3 dark apparitions had entered the passageway on the right. However, he was sure that even if they entered, they would be stumped by the ancient space runes. Hence, he wasn't worried. He appeared in a cave and scanned his surroundings. Occult ancient runes were carved on the walls of the cave. There were a few attribute bubbles floating below him. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He immediately picked them up. Ancient Space Rune 2. Ancient Space Rune 3. There's only few ancient space runes left. Wang Teng was a little disappointed. The number of ancient space runes he picked up was almost enough. They were getting lesser and lesser. In the past, they offered him around 10 points of attributes, but now the increase was only 2 to 3 points. Sometimes it was even 1. Ancient Space Rune, 4060 5000 specialized. In the end, he only picked up 10 points of attributes. There was nothing more. Wang Teng shook his head and looked at the other attributes on the attributes board. He picked up many attribute bubbles when he was snatching the 2 blood evil corpses. However, time was tight, so he didn't count them. He only had some time now, so he needed to count them. Bloodlust Hair Domain, 1100, 2000, Integration Phase, 2nd level. It really is the Bloodlust Hair Domain. What's more, it has reached the 2nd level integration phase. Wang Teng was speechless and surprised. At first, he thought that this attribute would be good enough if it could reach the 1st rank integration phase like the Bloodlust Bone Domain. He didn't expect it to reach the 2nd rank. This was a pleasant surprise. Let's merge them. Wang Teng blinked and closed his eyes. Now that he had the Bloodlust Hair Domain, he could merge the 3 Bloodlust domains together. Bloodlust Sword Domain plus Bloodlust Bone Domain, Bloodlust Hair Domain equals. Chapter 3333, 5th Level Space Crystal, Absorbing Bloodlust Domain Gains. 3 mountains, 3 Bloodlust Domain 11250 Dofauthad over 200 Integration Phase, 2nd level. After some time, a new domain appeared on the attributes board. It was the Bloodlust Domain. The name was ordinary, but the domain was powerful. It contained all the features of the 3 Bloodlust domains. A strange scene appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Endless malevolent energy churned and turned into sword glows, blood bones, and blood hairs. Even the blood bones and blood hairs could turn into long swords and give off sword glows. It was impossible to guard against. What's more, this domain was also at the 2nd level integration phase. On top of the Bloodlust Hair Domain, he gained another 150 attribute points. The power of this domain happened to be no weaker than a 3rd level integration phase domain. Although it wasn't as powerful as Wang Teng's Blood Sea Domain, it definitely surpassed the single domains grasped by many talents. Wang Teng was satisfied. He smiled and looked at the other attribute. Blood Evil Corpse, 6500, 15,000, small achievement. The Blood Evil Corpse attribute rose too. It was still at the small achievement stage, but it rose from 2,500 to 6,500 points. This was a feat. Wang Teng felt that his mastery of the Blood Evil Corpse was enough to refine the 3 high-tier Devil Emperors. He took a deep breath and resisted the urge to refine the Blood Evil Corpses. Then he continued looking at the attributes board. Besides the attribute bubbles from the Blood Evil Corpse, Wang Teng also received many other attribute bubbles from the 3 dark apparitions. Bloodslayer Domain, 600, 2000, Integration Phase 2nd level. Blood Python Domain, 800, Slayer 2000, Integration Phase 2nd level. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He smiled uncontrollably. Good Lord! All 3 domains were at the 2nd level integration phase. A top-tier talent was indeed a top-tier talent. It was indeed different. Among these 3 domains, Wang Teng had the Bloodslayer domain before. At that time, it was only at the 1st rank integration phase. Now it was at the 2nd rank integration phase. Ha. Zerosa wanted to hide her ability, but she still executed it in the end. Wang Teng chuckled uncontrollably. In order to deal with the high-tier Devil Emperor Blood Evil Corpses, the 3 dark apparitions had to show their true ability. However, Wang Teng felt that they still had some trump cards like the Bloodslayer physique. Wang Teng hadn't seen it, so he was itching to see it. That Bloodslayer physique Teat-Space is probably her last trump card. Wang Teng touched his chin and wondered to himself. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. If he didn't get it now, he would get more attributes from her in the future. The next 2 domains were the Blood Python domain and the Blood Shark domain. They were similar to Wang Teng's Blood Wolf domain. All could be merged into the Blood Sea domain. Wang Teng didn't hesitate. He immediately started merging them. He had already merged the Bloodslayer domain, so he didn't need to exert much effort to raise it to the second-level integration phase. He just needed to merge his enlightenment into it. The Blood Python domain and the Blood Shark domain were a little more troublesome but similar to the Blood Wolf domain. They weren't that difficult. After some time, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes. There seemed to be a sea of blood in them, but it quickly disappeared. Sigh. He heaved a sigh of relief. He was elated. The Blood Sea domain had become stronger again. These dark apparitions were good people. All the domains they grasped were powerful and full of tricks. They were all rare talents. Unfortunately, the power of origin they grasped couldn't raise Wang Teng's attribute. His origin of blood was already at the 4th rank. It was outrageously high. However, there were a few battle techniques and scriptures. Wang Teng's gaze landed on the battle techniques and scriptures row on the attributes board. Blood Python Divine Scripture, Devil Titan Stage, 1200 10,000, Specialized. Blood Shark Divine Scripture, Devil Titan Stage, 2100 5000, Well-Versed. Blood Slayer Devil Scripture, Devil Titan Stage, 1800 5000, Well-Versed. Blood Python Sword Skill, Devil Emperor Stage, 1300 5000, Well-Versed. Blood Slayer Devil Halberd, Peak Devil Titan, 1500 5000, Specialized. Blood Shark Whip, Devil Titan Stage, 2500 5000, Well-Versed. In an instant, images of different shapes appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Some sat cross-legged on the ground with a bloody stench lingering around them. It turned into the outline of a giant blood python and hissed into the sky. Some had fishtails and were entrenched in the sea of blood. The stench of blood pervaded the air and formed the outline of a giant blood shark. It swam freely in the sea of blood and gathered the power of the sea for cultivation. Some were sitting cross-legged on the sea of blood. A hideous and huge blood-slayer devil shadow appeared around them. As it breathed, large amounts of blood mist gathered and surged into its mouth and nose, making the blood-slayer devil shadow even more majestic and hideous. It was terrifying. There were also 3 figures holding different weapons. Some were battle swords, some were battle halberds, and some were blood-red long whips. All of them were practicing their battle techniques. When the battle sword danced in the air, a blood python-like sword aura shot out. It was eerie. The battle halberd danced in the air, majestic and magnificent blood-slayer devil shadows appeared and stood erected between the sky and the earth, forming the outline of a giant halberd. It was exceptionally terrifying. The last figure swung his long whip and formed numerous whip shadows. The shadow of a blood mermaid appeared too. It was extremely sharp and gave off a terrifying attacking power. Chapter 3334, 5th Level Space Crystal, Absorbing Bloodlust Domain, Gains, 3 Mountains, 4. After Wang Teng absorbed the knowledge, all kinds of enlightenment emerged in his heart. He had completely grasped the scriptures and battle techniques. He had already received the Blood Python Divine Scripture, but it had advanced from well-versed to specialized. The gains were not bad. He received the Blood Shark Divine Scripture and the Blood Slayer Devil Scripture recently. Fortunately, they were well-versed, so he could use them directly. Next were the 3 battle techniques. The Blood Python Sword skill was only at the Devil Emperor level. It came from the vampire dark apparition called Zanoski. Wang Teng shook his head in disappointment. He didn't expect this top-tier talent to only use Devil Emperor level battle techniques. It would damage his reputation. On the other hand, the battle techniques executed by Zarosa and Zadia were Devil Titan level battle techniques, especially Zarosa's Bloodslayer Devil Halberd. This was a peak Devil Titan level battle technique, which was much more powerful than a normal Devil Titan level battle technique. Wang Teng had already obtained the Bloodslayer Devil Halberd. Now it had jumped from the well-versed stage to the specialized stage. This allowed his grasp of this battle technique to become more and more profound. The Blood Shark Whip was a battle technique he just received. It had reached the well-versed stage. However, Wang Teng didn't have any feelings towards this battle technique. A whip battle technique wasn't suitable for a handsome man like him. Wang Teng had received whip battle techniques in the past, but he had never used them. They didn't suit his aura. He had many battle techniques, so he didn't need an extra one. The only benefit of obtaining the Blood Shark whip was that if he met the talent from the Blood Shark clan, Wang Teng wouldn't have to be afraid of her whip. He might even be able to find a loophole in her whip and give her a surprise. If a battle technique was deciphered, the consequences were self-evident. Wang Teng couldn't help but chuckle when he thought about this. He could almost see Xadia's astounded expression. All in all, these three battle techniques were not bad. Normal, mid-tier Devil Emperors wouldn't be able to grasp these battle techniques. Only the top talents from the various races like Zarosa would be able to receive advanced rank battle techniques. Besides these attribute bubbles, there were also some spirit and force attributes. Wang Teng ignored them after absorbing them. He used up a lot of spiritual power and dark constellation force along the way. It was a good chance for him to replenish his power. After all, he was just a weak cosmos stage martial warrior. If he didn't replenish his spiritual power and dark constellation force, he wouldn't be able to fight with mid-tier Devil Emperors. Wang Teng stopped thinking about it and slowly closed his eyes outside. The blood god clone opened his eyes. There was a sharp glint in them as he walked out of the cave without any hesitation. A ray of light shone into his eyes. The darkness around him disappeared completely. He raised his eyes and looked around him. He realized that he was at the foot of a mountain. There were dark red trees and dark red rocks all around him. He looked up. It was the mountains he saw from afar. There were 3 mountains in total. They merged into one and stood above the sea of blood. The ground below them was like an island. An ancient, bloody, and malicious aura pervaded the air and circled the 3 lofty mountains. They were like ancient mountains, not peaks of this era. They gave off a sense of vicissitudes. These 3 mountains were huge. From the foot of the mountain, one couldn't even see the top. Most of the mountains were shrouded in blood mist. It was like a dream. Looking at it, there was only a stone wall in front of him. There was no peak. The mountains were too huge. If Wang Teng's eyesight wasn't exceptional, he might not be able to see everything clearly. Finally, the blood god clone's eyes lit up. He muttered to himself and turned into a beam of light as he flew towards the peak. However, boom, the moment he flew up from the ground, a huge pressure bore down on his body. Bang, the blood god clone was caught off his guard and smashed into the ground violently under the pressure. The trees around him collapsed, dust floated in the air. A huge cave had appeared on the ground. Cough! The blood god clone coughed awkwardly as he crawled out of the hole. He patted his clothes and looked up speechlessly. Good riddance? You're taking me a notch down the moment I come. Impressive? There were powerful primordial consciousness and bloodlust consciousness on these mountains. They had existed for many years, but they remained majestic as if they had never dissipated. In the devour space, Wang Teng opened his eyes abruptly. His gaze turned intense as he stared at the mountains. His primordial consciousness and bloodlust consciousness were at a standstill. But these 3 mountains gave him hope. There must be attribute bubbles on this thick and majestic aura. Blood God physique activated. The Blood God clone immediately activated his 3rd rank Blood God physique at the same time. Boom, boom. 5th rank, primordial consciousness. 4th rank, bloodlust consciousness. 2 special wills erupted from his body. Then he dashed up the mountains without any hesitation. Boom. A huge explosion occurred. A majestic aura appeared again and bore down on him. It was as if 3 lofty mountains had landed firmly on his head. However, this time the blood god clone only paused for a moment before flying up again. In an instant, he had already covered a few hundred meters attribute bubbles. Suddenly, the blood god clone's eyes lit up. He looked out of the mountain and saw a few attribute bubbles floating in midair. Pick them up. The blood god clone released his spiritual kinesis without any hesitation and picked up the attribute bubbles. Primordial consciousness 100. Primordial consciousness 120. Bloodlust consciousness, 1500. Bloodlust consciousness, 1200. Good. As expected, these are the two wills. Wang Teng was elated. He immediately absorbed the enlightenment and turned it into his own consciousness. In comparison, the primordial consciousness increased less, and the bloodlust consciousness increased more. However, it was understandable. After all, Wang Teng's primordial consciousness had already reached the 5th rank. It was a full rank higher than the bloodlust consciousness. It wasn't easy to raise it now. Wang Teng was elated to receive the primordial consciousness attribute again. Based on the height of these 3 mountains, if he continued picking them up, his primordial consciousness attribute might reach the 6th rank. This was the power of will and presence of an eternal stage ruler. What's more, it was the power of primordial consciousness that had been present for many years. How powerful and rare was it? You could imagine how terrifying it was now. That he had the chance to advance to the 6th rank. Wang Teng was naturally excited. As for the bloodlust consciousness, Wang Teng was certain that it would reach the 5th rank this time. The 5th rank was bottom, and it could even reach the 6th rank. He continued dashing up the peak as if he was on steroids. At this moment, no one could stop him from picking up attributes. Chapter 3335, Sudden Appearance of a Blood Clone, Invincible, Isith's Reminder, 1, boom, boom, boom. The blood god clone soared into the sky. Explosions kept ringing in his ears. The pressure on his head got stronger and stronger. He had already risen a few thousand meters into the air and collected many attribute bubbles. His primordial consciousness and bloodlust consciousness rose steadily. This caused him to enter a virtuous cycle. He could pick up attribute bubbles while raising his willpower and climbing up. However, accidents always happened. Boom. When he reached 6,000 meters in the air, a fierce and tricky force attack swept over from a mountain. This was a blade glow. It appeared without any warning. Before it appeared, there was no sign of it. All right? The blood god was stunned. He didn't expect other people to be here. Could it be that someone had arrived before him? Boom! The blade glow submerged him in an instant. A pitch-black crack appeared on the spot, and the surrounding space shattered. A figure flew out from behind a huge rock and floated in mid-air. He stared coldly at the blade glow. Boom! But at this moment, the caws of crows were heard. A ball of blood mist erupted from the blade glow and turned into a bunch of blood crows. They scattered in all directions. Blood crow skill. The figure's expression changed slightly. Boom! The blood crow congregated and turned into an even bigger blood crow. It attacked with its sharp claws, and a blood mist gathered. It turned into a huge claw mark and clawed at the figure. Devil Emperor level battle technique. Blood mist claw. Boom! The claw came down with an astonishing force. The power of domain was also congregated, and the frightening power caused pitch-black cracks in the surrounding space. Junior, your tempting fate? The figure's expression was cold. He held his battle blade and slashed it out. The blade glow swept through the air and expanded to a few hundred feet in length. It collided with the blood mist claw. Boom! A violent explosion occurred when the two attacks collided. Crack. Amidst the explosion, an ear-piercing cracking sound was heard. How is this possible? The figure's expression changed. He was in disbelief. But before he could think further, the blade glow shattered and turned into countless fragments. They swept towards the surroundings. The blood-red claw aimed at the figure. Get lost. The figure's expression turned ugly. He shouted and pointed with his left hand. A blood-red glow blossomed in his hand and landed on the giant blood-red claw mark. Bang. The blood-red claw mark shattered on the spot. Swoosh! At this moment, a sonic boom was heard. A strong gale blew behind the figure, and his expression changed again. He thought that this stranger was just a junior, but the guy was so hard to deal with, he didn't dare to let down his guard and evaded the attack. However, he was a step too late. The dark red fist mark landed directly on his back. Boom. The figure flew out and slammed into the mountain in front of him. Cracks started to spread in all directions. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. The blood god clone appeared with a cold expression. He showed no signs of stopping and disappeared on the spot again. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the figure. Then he released multiple punches at such a fast speed that only lingering shadows could be seen. Fist marks exploded and landed on the figure, smashing him violently into the stone wall. A huge hole was formed. Roar. An angry roar came from the hole. The figure was infuriated. He didn't expect to be beaten by a junior today. If word got out, he would be laughed at. Terrifying, dark constellation force erupted from the hole and pushed the blood god clone away. Then the figure shot out and charged towards him. Die! A sharp blood-red blade glow shot into the sky. It was a few hundred meters long. The terrifying stench of blood gathered on the blade glow and swept through the sky. It was terrifying. Come on, let's see who dies. The blood god clone wasn't afraid. A battle blade appeared in his hand, and blade glow shot out. It grew to a few hundred meters in length. The third-level integration phase, Blood Sea Domain, merged into it and formed a majestic sea of blood. It appeared above the blood god clone's head. The figure's pupils constricted violently as he stared at this scene in disbelief. Where did this monster come from? He was just a low-tier devil emperor, but he had such ability. But the arrow was already on the bow. He had to fire it. It was too late to say anything now. He could only release more power to resist this attack. A cold snort came out of the figure's mouth. His expression was cold and his gaze was extremely indifferent. I don't believe that a high-tier devil emperor can fight with me. As soon as he finished speaking, wisps of power of origin surged out of his body and merged into the blade glow. They turned into blood-red runes and intertwined around the blade glow like chains. Go! The next instant, he shouted and slashed his battle blade out without giving the blood god clone any chance to react. Boom! The terrifying blade glow plummeted down, slashing towards the blood god clone mercilessly. He wanted to kill the blood god clone here. The blood god clone's gaze turned cold. He snorted and slashed his battle blade out. Chapter 3336. Sudden appearance of a blood clone, invincible. Isaeth's reminder, 2. Boom. The two terrifying blade glows collided in mid-air, creating a violent explosion that resounded in the air. Frightening blade auras swept through the air, leaving deep blade marks on the mountain walls as witnesses to this battle. I have to admit that your domain mastery is not bad. You've reached the integration phase. You're really a genius among geniuses. I've lived for a long time, but I've never seen such a monstrous talent. I should have kept you alive for the vampire race, but you didn't know what's good for you and attacked me since you've seen my appearance. You're dead, the figure sneered. You're a high-tiered devil emperor, the blood god clone asked calmly, without any change in his expression. So what if I am? The figure replied calmly. It means that you're just a blood clone. The blood god clone sized up the other party and said, "You're quite knowledgeable. You even know about the blood clone." The figure smiled calmly. A blood clone dares to be arrogant in front of me. The blood god clone scoffed. The figure was stunned for a moment. When he saw the contempt in the other party's eyes, he thought that he saw wrong. A low-tier devil emperor was looking down on him. Although he only used a blood clone, and his true form wasn't here, its realm had already reached the peak of mid-tier devil emperor. Normal mid-tier devil emperors couldn't be compared to him. His skills were abundant, and his foundation was strong. Even top mid-tier devil emperors couldn't be compared to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to arrive here before everyone else. Yet this low-tier devil emperor was belittling him. He was infuriated. He seemed to have been provoked and shouted, "Impudent! What are you talking about? I'm not even afraid of a high-tier devil emperor. How dare a clone like you act so arrogantly here? If you continue shouting, I'll kill you." The clone interrupted him before he could finish his sentence. The muscles on the figure's face twitched violently. He felt that he had nowhere to vent his anger. He almost vomited a mouth of blood due to frustration. How dare you spout nonsense in front of me? Since you're so eager to die, I'll send you to hell. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. He stopped wasting time and activated his power of origin. Boom. The runes on the blade glow gave off a dazzling light and gave off a terrifying power of laws. The 100-foot-long blade glow was like a small blood-red star. It gave off a dazzling glow that lit up the entire sky. As the blade glow swept through the air, pitch-black dimensional rifts appeared. The space seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. If the space here wasn't stable enough, and the peak was not a normal mountain, this method would be enough to destroy a planet, much less this mountain. A cold smile appeared at the edge of the figure's lips. His gaze was extremely indifferent. This young man's talent was indeed astonishing, but for the sake of the final legacy, he had to die. He had been waiting for a long time to find the Blood Whale's legacy. When he was still a mid-tier Devil Emperor, he came here but failed. He was only a step away from the legacy. He couldn't accept this. Among the talents of his generation, he was the closest to the legacy of the Blood Whale. But it was also because he was the closest that he was unwilling to give up. So many years had passed, but he still couldn't let it go. Even though he had no choice but to become a high-tier Devil Emperor, he couldn't let go of the legacy of the Blood Whale. Also, if he received the legacy, his ability would skyrocket, and he would become an ultimate stage presence among the high-tier Devil Emperors. That was why he wouldn't give up on the Blood Whale's legacy easily. That was why he didn't hesitate to form a blood clone and sneaked into this place to fight with the younger generations for the legacy. If word got out, his reputation among the vampires wouldn't be good. Some high-tier Devil Emperors would look down on him. Every time the legacy appeared, many high-tier Devil Emperors would condense their blood clones and enter the legacy. He wasn't the only one who did this. However, they did it secretly and rarely revealed their identities. No matter what, a high-tier Devil Emperor had his dignity. The Blood Whale legacy was prepared for mid-tier Devil Emperors and below. It had always been like this. Why would a bunch of high-tier Devil Emperors fight for it? Many high-tier Devil Emperors wouldn't do such a thing. They would only look down on those who did. You're celebrating too early. However, at this moment, a calm voice suddenly came from the explosion of the blade glow. Huh? The figure frowned and looked at the blood god clone, whose expression didn't change, and there was even a cold smile on his face. He had a bad feeling. Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard. Blood-red patterns appeared on the blade glow. They twirled around the blade glow like patterns. It was gorgeous. The horrifying stench of blood filled up the air. In a daze, it felt like a real sea of blood was floating behind the blood god clones. Swoosh! The sound of blood waves churning resounded in the air. The entire space seemed to have turned into a sea of blood. It was appalling. Go! The same shout came out of the blood god clone's mouth. He pushed his battle blade down forcefully, and the dazzling blade glow crashed down and collided with the other party's blade glow. Chapter 3337, Sudden Appearance of a Blood Clone, Invincible Isith's Reminder, 3. Boom. Explosions of force echoed in the sky. The collision of the two terrifying blade glows was astonishing. The power of laws of origin. How is that possible? The figure was dumbfounded. This low-tier Devil Emperor grasped the power of laws of origin. What the hell? Where did this monster come from? If a mid-tier Devil Emperor grasped the power of origin, he wouldn't be so astounded. However, a low-tier Devil Emperor was able to grasp the power of origin. This was heaven-defying. Suddenly, he realized why this junior was able to enter the core area of the Blood Whale's nest. He acted because he didn't want anyone to fight with him for the Blood Whale's legacy. Crack at this moment. A series of ear-piercing cracking sounds were heard. His pupils constricted, and the expression on his face turned into disbelief. His power of origin was weaker than a low-tier Devil Emperor. This was even more astonishing than when he saw the other party grasping the power of origin. Boom. The next instant, A terrifying explosion resounded in the sky. The blade glow released by the figure exploded and turned into blood-red droplets. However, the presence of the blade glow didn't decrease. It continued slashing down on the other party. Impossible. The figure was still in disbelief. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he retreated furiously. But it was too late. The blade glow landed on him and engulfed him. Boom! The blade glow slammed into the mountain wall, leaving a long and narrow blade mark a few hundred meters long. It went all the way up from where the blood god clone was at, as if it wanted to split the mountain into two. This power was enough to prove how terrifying this blade was. The blood god clone held his blade and stared ahead coldly after some time. The blood-red light from the blade glow dissipated gradually. The situation behind was finally revealed. There was a figure embedded in the stone wall. His body was covered with a blood mist so no one could see his face. He's not dead? The blood god clone frowned. Not only did he merge the third-level integration phase domain, but he also instilled the third-level origin of blood into it. The power was enough to kill most mid-tier devil emperors at the peak of the stage. He knew that this was a blood clone of a high-tier devil emperor, so he didn't dare to let down his guard. However, he didn't expect this blood clone to be so hard to deal with. Roar, an angry roar, came from the figure shrouded in blood mist. It was obvious that he was exasperated. He was crushed by a low-tier devil emperor. If word got out, he would be treated as a joke. Boom. The blood mist churned violently. A terrifying power was brewing inside. Is he going to use devil transformation? The blood god clone turned serious and stared intently at the figure in front of him. The skills of a high-tier devil emperor shouldn't be underestimated. Even though Wang Teng used a saint-level array to kill 8 high-tier devil emperors, he never dared to underestimate a high-tier devil emperor. Dark apparition. Now, without the saint-level array, he would have to face the enemy alone. No one knew what would happen. Of course, he could summon Elizabeth, but there was no need to. From the start, he knew that he wouldn't call Elizabeth out unless absolutely necessary. Battle was the only path for a martial warrior to grow. If he relied on external forces for everything, he wouldn't be a martial warrior anymore. Why would he need to cultivate martial arts? He would rather go home and be a playboy. It would be much easier if he had powerful bodyguards protecting him every day. Roar. The figure shrouded in blood mist bellowed in anger again. The blood mist around him boiled and spread in all directions. The blood god clone remained vigilant. The battle blade in his hand gave off a faint glow. The power of domain was already brewing. Swoosh at this moment, a ray of light shot out from the blood mist and headed straight for the peak of the mountain. The blood god clone was stunned and puzzled. He ran away. Damn it, he ran away. After all, this was a high-tier devil emperor's blood clone. It was no different from the arrival of a high-tier devil emperor. Yet the guy ran away. What about the dignity of a high-tier devil emperor and the scariness of a high-tier devil emperor? A moment ago, you were still boasting. Now you're running away. Were these dark apparitions dogs? Only know how to run? He met 3 dark apparitions along the way. First, it was the seaweed-haired man. Then it was Zerosa. Finally, it was the blood clone of this high-tier devil emperor. All of them were the same. They attacked without any warning and ran away when they couldn't win. Where's your dignity? Where's your pride? At this moment, Wang Teng was already full of complaints. However, the other party was about to disappear, so he didn't have the time to think. He immediately picked up the attribute bubbles around him and chased after the enemy. He didn't have the time to count them. Don't run. Stay and fight with me for another 300 rounds. The blood god clone chased after him while shouting. With a wave of his hand, dark black vines covered with blood-red patterns swept out and shot towards the figure in front. Fuck. The figure was infuriated. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He was a high-tier devil emperor, but he was being chased by a low-tier devil emperor. This was a humiliation. Chapter 3338, Sudden Appearance of a Blood Clone, Invincible Isith's Reminder 4. If it wasn't for the legacy, he would have turned around and killed that junior at all costs. Leave your name. You coward. Do you only know how to run away? The blood god clone shouted, Junior, you're looking for death. The figure was infuriated. He felt his blood rushing to his head. He was about to explode in anger. You don't even dare to leave your name. Why are you so arrogant? The blood god clone shouted, Bastard! The figure gritted his teeth, but he didn't reveal his identity. He knew that this junior was provoking him. He would be a fool if he told the guy his name. Senior, you're not a vampire, right? You might be a spy sent by the dark rats. You're so timid. You must be a rat. The blood god clone kept stimulating the dark apparition with his words while attacking him with the devil blood poison vine, hoping to stop the dark apparition. The other party was a high-tier devil emperor. Since he was an enemy, the blood god clone wouldn't let him go. There was a connection between the blood clone and the main body. However, before the blood clone returned, the main body wouldn't know what happened. Thus, he must kill this blood clone. However, he realized that his opponent was extremely fast. If he didn't use his space flash, he wouldn't be able to catch up with his enemy. This made him even more eager to forge a treasure that could help him fly. At that time, even a high-tier devil emperor might not be able to match his speed. Junior, wait for me. When my true form appears, I will pinch you to death. The figure trembled in anger to hell with the dark rats. He was comparing a noble vampire to a filthy dark rat. This was too much. Dark rats were a special dark apparition race. They looked like rats, but they were actually rat men. They lived in dirty and dark environments and were disliked by many dark apparitions. After all, even dark apparitions were particular about their status, especially vampires. They regarded themselves as nobles and looked down on low and dirty races like the dark rats. The blood god clone knew this, so he used the dark rat race to stimulate the other party. As expected, the high-tier devil emperor was infuriated. However, as expected of a high-tier devil emperor, his temperament was exceptional. Even when he was infuriated, he still managed to maintain a trace of rationality. He didn't want to fight with the blood god clone at all. He dashed towards the blood mist above his head. He should have reached the middle of the mountain. The pressure was getting more and more terrifying. Even the blood god clone found it strenuous. The blood clone started to slow down. He was also affected by the will on the mountain. However, at this moment, the blood god clone suddenly saw a battle armor appearing on the enemy's body. It covered his entire body. Then his speed increased again. The influence seemed to have disappeared. What's going on? The blood god clone frowned. Was there something special about the battle armor? It was able to resist the power of the will here. He had never seen such a battle armor before. He was curious and couldn't help but shouted, Senior, are you selling this battle armor? It looks good. Can you sell it to me? You don't look good in it. Only a handsome man like me is suitable for it. You don't even dare to show your face. You must be ugly, right? The blood clone almost went numb from anger. Aren't you wearing a mask too? You still have the face to talk about me. It's uncertain who's uglier to the vampire dark apparitions. Being ugly was an insult. They could accept other things, but they couldn't accept others calling them ugly. You could say that vampires had a morbid desire for their appearance. The blood god clone's words stabbed right into his heart with no mercy. However, this blood clone was someone with a strong will. He didn't lose his cool at all. Although he was angry, he still ran away. He dashed into the blood mist and disappeared from the blood god clone's vision. Are you trying to run? In the devour space, Wang Teng activated his real eye and scanned the blood mist. The blood god clone chased after him without any hesitation and soared into the sky. He flew up and picked up attribute bubbles frantically. His willpower increased continuously to resist the increasing pressure outside. Wang Teng's bloodlust consciousness had reached the peak of the 4th rank and was about to reach the 5th rank. His primordial consciousness rose too. It was at the middle of the 5th rank. Primordial consciousness. 265 Cipra 50,000 5000. 5th rank, bloodlust consciousness, 315 sipper 1000, 4000, 4th rank. This improvement was fast, but it wasn't enough for Wang Teng. After entering the blood mist, the pressure increased exponentially. It was many times greater than the pressure below. At this point, the blood god clone's speed was at least halved. He felt as if he was stuck in a swamp. Why is the pressure still so great, even after my primordial consciousness and bloodlust consciousness rose? Wang Teng was puzzled. While searching for the blood clone, he was also observing the situation in the blood mist. He could faintly see the body of the mountain in front of him. It was like a huge monster standing erected there, giving people a malicious and terrifying feeling. Even if he could only see a faint outline of the figure, he would still get frightened by the malicious intent. He couldn't help but feel scared. There's something strange about this mountain. Wang Teng furrowed his brows. He stared intently at the outline of the mountain and picked up the attribute bubbles around him. Then he continued flying up. It was useless to think about this now. He had no idea. He might only get the answer when he reached the peak. The blood clone had completely disappeared from his vision. He couldn't find the enemy, even if he used his real eye. That way, Wang Teng could only place all his attention on reaching the peak. He believed that once he reached the peak, he would be able to see the blood clone again. Where was the legacy? He would only know if he reached the peak. After all, there didn't seem to be any place to hide the legacy of the blood whale. There was only the peak. In addition, the frightening pressure on the peak proved that there were treasures on the peak. The blood god clone flew higher and higher. It was getting more and more strenuous. The entire mountain seemed to be pressing down on his body. Every meter he flew higher, he felt heavier. This pressure was terrifying. It wasn't normal. "We can't continue like this?" Wang Teng asked the blood god clone to stop. He glanced around him and frowned in deep thought. "Is there a possibility?" Isith suddenly opened her mouth. "What?" Wang Teng turned his head uncontrollably. "This mountain is part of the legacy." Isith didn't beat around the bush. "You mean—" Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He had already thought of something. "That's right. It's exactly what you think. You need to understand the vibe on this mountain to get the legacy. You don't have to climb the peak," Isith said. "Got it." The glow in Wang Teng's eyes got brighter and brighter. He nodded. He didn't hesitate, and asked the blood god clone to sit cross-legged on the ground. He closed his eyes and started enlightening himself. The main body didn't waste any time either. He joined in the enlightenment too. "How do you know that the legacy is related to the vibe?" Roundball was a little unconvinced. He felt that his position was shaken and couldn't help but pout. "Have you forgotten who I am?" Isith glanced at him and gave a meaningful smile. No wonder Roundball was enlightened. Chapter 3339, Merging Wills, Primordial Bloodlust Consciousness, one in the blood-red mist. A figure sat cross-legged in the air with closed eyes. Terrifying willpower surged over from all directions and exerted on the figure. This frightening willpower was like a terrifying presence hiding in the emptiness above his head, looking down on everything calmly and indifferently or observing him silently. The blood god clone was wearing a faceless blood-red mask. He frowned uncontrollably. At the same time, Wang Teng's main body in the devour space had the same expression. He had no idea. He had been here for more than 3 hours, but he couldn't feel anything. The mountain was still the same. The mist was still ancient, bloody, and malicious. There was no difference. What's the problem? Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes. There was a blood-red glow shimmering in his pupils. He looked like a real vampire dark apparition as he muttered to himself. He had already activated his 3rd rank blood god physique. There was a thick stench of blood in his body, and his vampire talent was activated, including his clone. This was a 2-pronged attack. His understanding of the blood path was extremely sharp and profound, but he still couldn't sense the legacy of the blood whale. He didn't understand. Was his and Isith's guess wrong? "Don't be impatient. If the blood whale legacy was so easy to get, it would have been taken away," Isith said calmly. Wang Teng nodded. His heart was as calm as water, and his frown had disappeared. Oh, right. You might be able to try merging your body into the three mountains. Iceth's eyes shimmered as she thought of something. Merge into the three peaks. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. He reacted instantly. He had placed all his attention on the power of will but neglected the three peaks. He shouldn't have. The power of will wouldn't appear out of nowhere. It came from the mountains, or maybe there was a special mechanism here. It might be runes or something left behind from ancient times. It might even be the corpse of the blood whale. Wang Teng had reason to believe that the fallen blood whale must have reached the immortal level since it was able to leave this legacy behind. Its corpse could withstand the corrosion of time and wouldn't disappear easily. In summary, there was something fishy about this mountain. Wang Teng took a deep breath and nodded at Iceth again. This divine beast soul was useful. A small suggestion could play a crucial role at a crucial moment. This was enough. He closed his eyes gradually, and spiritual power seeped out from his forehead. It surged towards the three mountains. Boom! The instant his spiritual power touched the mountains, Wang Teng felt his entire spiritual body trembling slightly. He almost collapsed. The power of will, which was many times more terrifying than the outside world's, arrived in an instant and suppressed his spiritual form. This suppression wasn't on the physical body. It was completely different from before. If it was another low-tier, no, even if it was someone at the peak of the mid-tier Devil Emperor stage, their spirit would have collapsed on the spot and their soul would be damaged. Fortunately, Wang Teng's spiritual body was condensed enough. The 9 treasures, Pagoda didn't tamper him for nothing after doing it so many times. The pain of the past gave birth to the toughness and stability of today. The blood god clone was the same. The hammering of the blood god altar was extraordinary too. It allowed his spiritual body to reach a powerful stage so he wouldn't collapse normally. However, Wang Teng didn't dare to let down his guard. He immediately calmed down and merged his clone's spiritual power with his main body to resist the terrifying willpower. They came from the same source, so there wasn't any repulsion. It saved Wang Teng much trouble. The 2 streams of spiritual power resisted the power of will together. The effect was instantaneous. Wang Teng felt much more relaxed. These 3 mountains are the source of the power of will. Wang Teng took a deep breath and wondered to himself, but he didn't think too much. He immediately focused on sensing the willpower of the 3 mountains. They might be the answer. He felt that there was a dark red world in front of him. There was nothing except only endless dark red. It was like the sky, the earth, and the vast and deep void. It was exceptionally divine. However, if Wang Teng was to describe it, he felt that it was more like an ancient and wild world. Primitive, vast, and even a bloodthirsty and malicious aura formed naturally. At the start of time, all living creatures didn't have intelligence. The strong preyed on the weak. They could only fight and kill instinctively. The stench of blood and maliciousness was born in this environment. It grew and filled up the sky at this moment. Wang Teng seemed to understand something. He had a sudden thought and immediately released his primordial consciousness and bloodlust consciousness. In an instant, his primordial consciousness and bloodlust consciousness resonated with the consciousness in the mountain. Wang Teng experienced this feeling. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into an ancient life form. He was running on the savage land, roaring, hunting, surviving, fighting with other life forms against that primitive world. This process happened naturally. When he released the primordial consciousness and the bloodlust consciousness, they merged into his consciousness. Chapter 340, Merging Wills, Primordial Bloodlust Consciousness. 2. At the same time, Wang Teng didn't even notice his primordial consciousness and bloodlust consciousness rising. Pop. At a certain moment, a soft sound was heard, and the power of one of the wills increased exponentially. Bloodlust consciousness, 5th rank. He had a breakthrough. Wang Teng's bloodlust consciousness had reached the 5th rank, just like the primordial consciousness. As the bloodlust consciousness advanced, an unexpected situation occurred. Boom. Wang Teng's mind trembled. The primordial consciousness and the bloodlust consciousness started merging and turning into a new consciousness. It was also ancient, bloody, and full of ferocity, but it was different from before. At this moment, the primordial consciousness gave off a bloodthirsty and malicious aura. Similarly, the primordial consciousness was mixed within the bloodthirsty and malicious aura. They were indistinguishable and had completely merged into one. Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board instinctively. He was astounded. Primordial bloodlust consciousness. 18,550,000, 5,000, 5th rank. The bloodlust consciousness disappeared and turned into the primordial bloodlust consciousness. It became a new domain. However, the primordial consciousness still existed. It was independent from all other consciouses. Wang Teng glanced at the primordial dark consciousness again. He was enlightened. The primordial bloodlust consciousness was similar to the primordial dark consciousness. Both of them contained the primordial dark consciousness's special power of will. Also, with the help of the primordial consciousness, he had 18,500 points of primordial bloodlust consciousness now. It wasn't as simple as just entering the 5th rank. This was a strange feeling. Wang Teng felt that he had merged into the will of the mountain and became one with it. Vaguely, he felt something, and his spiritual body floated in a certain direction. On the other side, a figure was sitting cross-legged in mid-air with his eyes closed. He was instilling his spiritual power into the mountain. If Wang Teng was here, he would recognize this person as the high-tiered devil emperor he fought with in the past. At this moment, he was frowning. His entire face seemed to be pinched. What was supposed to be a handsome and cold face seemed to be stumped by a difficult question. There was a strange expression on his face that only a poor student would have when he was solving questions. If Wang Teng was here, he might laugh out loud. This high-tier devil emperor's blood clone ran away so quickly, as if he would be able to get the legacy if he got rid of him. Yet he was in this state. What a joke outside the space where the peaks were. In the passageway, the 3 dark apparitions were still stuck in front of the ancient space runes on the stone walls. They tried all kinds of methods, but to no avail. For a moment they wondered if this was the path to the ultimate legacy. However, after entering this passageway, it wasn't easy to leave. The power of distortion in the surrounding space caused the 3 dark apparitions to be in a dilemma. They couldn't leave. If they couldn't open the passageway here, the power of distortion in space would tear them into pieces. Many dark apparitions were still exploring the abyss below the island. Xaqiro, who had turned into a blood wolf, dashed down the abyss at high speed. He had already pushed his speed to the maximum, but he couldn't reach the bottom. He was extremely fast. If not, he wouldn't have been able to escape from Wang Teng. After some time, he stopped. The blood wolf dissipated and revealed its true form. His face was a little pale. The previous battle had undoubtedly caused him many injuries. Although he managed to recover a lot with the help of the force of source blood in the blood whale's nest, he didn't recover completely. Damn it. Xaqiro's face turned cold. He was no longer as indifferent as before. His eyes were filled with bitterness and hatred when he thought of that figure. If it wasn't for that bastard, I wouldn't be at a disadvantage. He attributed this misfortune to the blood god clone. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Hatred surged in his heart. However, he still took a deep breath to calm down and frowned as he looked around. There was something wrong with this place. There was no way to reach the bottom. Was there some secret behind it? On the surface of the blood sea in the blood whale's nest, the seaweed-haired man from the blood shark race was chasing a blood sea spirit in the sea. Boom. Explosions were heard continuously on the surface of the sea. The blood-red seawater exploded, and a huge fish emerged from the sea, high-tier imperial-level blood sea spirit. The seaweed-haired man was overjoyed. The high-tier imperial-level blood sea spirit was snatched by the blood god clone, and now he met another one. He was extremely lucky. However, he was unwilling to give up until he found the legacy site. This wasn't the first time he entered the blood whale's nest. However, he couldn't find the legacy site, so he didn't know if he was lucky or not. Boom! After some time, the palm mark formed by the man with seaweed hair forcefully caught the big fish in the sea. This time, no one interfered with it or snatched it. He finally caught a blood sea spirit successfully. At this moment, he felt so satisfied he wanted to cry. No, I must find the legacy. The seaweed-haired man shook his head. His gaze turned firm again. He mustn't be enticed by this small gain. The legacy of the blood whale was the main thing. Oh, right, I wonder if that bastard found the blood whale legacy? A figure suddenly appeared in his mind. He gritted his teeth. After all, this fellow snatched his high-tier, imperial-level blood sea spirit. If the fellow found the blood whale's legacy before he did, he might die of anger. On the other side of the sea, the vampire dark apparition called Xaqiro was running at high speed. He was looking for the island with a frustrated expression. He went up the island once, but he couldn't find it this time. He finally knew that the island could move. It wasn't fixed in one place. However, he had already seen the three mountains. They should be close. The last time he landed on the island, he saw the three mountains first. He couldn't get close to them, so he wandered around before he found the island. Hence, when he saw the three mountains, his heart skipped a beat. Xaqiro, are you sure this is the right place? We have been roaming around for more than a day. The others must have come in. I'm afraid our advantage is gone. An impatient voice suddenly came from below the sea of blood. The sea of blood churned, and a huge blood swordfish emerged. There was a figure sitting cross-legged above it. This figure's head was exactly the same as the blood swordfish's. However, it had a human body and looked extremely strange. If Wang Teng was here, he would recognize this person. This was the talented blood swordfish genius with a fish head and human body he saw outside the blood whale's nest. However, no one expected Xaqiro and the blood swordfish to be together. After all, at the start, the two of them and the seaweed-haired man seemed to be mortal enemies. Interestingly, these three dark apparitions were the first to discover the blood whale's nest. In the end, they couldn't find the core of the legacy. Instead, Zarosa, Zadia, and Zanoski found the location first. This was probably the importance of luck. It was hard to predict the future. Soon, Xaqiro didn't get angry when he heard the other party's impatient tone. He said calmly, "Do you see the three mountains? It should be around here." Oh, the blood swordfish talent with a fish head and a human body raised his eyebrows. His expression was comical as he asked, "Really?" Of course, Xaqiro nodded. The man with a fish head and human body was elated. He looked at the three mountains and suddenly thought of something. He asked curiously, "Why don't we just go to the three mountains?" Chapter 3341, The Key, Blood Whale. Is it him? 1. We can't. Xaqiro said, "I tried once, but I can't pass no matter how hard I try. We have to find another way." So those three mountains are where the blood whale's legacy is? A sharp glint appeared in the young blood swordfish genius's eyes as he asked. He seemed to have detected something. "It's highly possible, but it's all in vain if we can't get close," Xaqiro said. "Let's look for that island first." It's said that many people went there, but they couldn't find the legacy, the blood swordfish talent said. Other people might not be able to find it, but that doesn't mean we can't. I'm confident this time, Xaqiro stated calmly with a confident expression. I hope so. The blood swordfish talent glanced at him secretly. Wang Teng didn't know how far he had floated, nor did he know how long he had floated. Suddenly, a huge, dark red ball of light appeared in front of him. An extremely thick, primordial bloodlust consciousness seeped out from the dark red ball of light. It seemed to be the source of this consciousness. Ordinary people would be destroyed by the power of will before they could get close, much less see the dark red ball of light at such a close distance. However, to Wang Teng, the power of will wasn't that scary anymore. Instead, he felt encompassed. He felt an inexplicable sense of closeness. It was as if he was a traveler who came back from afar to the arms of his mother. Wang Teng didn't get close to the dark red ball of light immediately. He had seen too many schemes along the way. Even the vampire ancestor, who had been dead for countless years, could scheme against him, much less the remains of this divine-level universe behemoth. If this wasn't just a simple legacy, he would be walking right into a trap and seeking his own death if he rushed forward recklessly. Thus it was better to be careful. Calm down. Stay alive. He had already found it. There was no hurry. He suppressed the happiness in his heart and observed the dark red ball of light carefully. This was definitely a divine level and above presence. Even from an eternal stage ruler, Wang Teng had never felt such a majestic and terrifying will. Although the will didn't seem to be harming him, it was indescribably majestic and intimate. It showed how scary this thing was. The dark red ball of light in front of him was like a huge dark red star. Even Wang Teng's clone and his main body seemed a little small in front of this ball of light. He took a deep breath and tried his best to maintain his composure. He activated his real eye and observed the dark red ball of light carefully. Inch by inch, little by little, his eyes scanned the dark red ball of light like a laser. Indeed, there's no signs of life, it's just a ball of consciousness and enlightenment. Wang Teng stopped scanning and stared at the dark red ball of light in front of him as he muttered to himself. Wang Teng, this should be the blood whale's legacy. You have already grasped its consciousness, which is why you can reach this place so easily. This is a test and a gift. The blood whale's legacy has already prepared a key for you. However, you're probably the only one who can get the key, Isith said with a complicated tone. Key. Wang Teng nodded. He found it appropriate. From the looks of it, this consciousness was indeed a key. You could only pass the level if you grasped this key, unlock the last door, and get the blood whale legacy. Unfortunately, no one noticed this, or rather, they didn't think in this direction. What's more, it wasn't easy to grasp a will. Normal wills required a large amount of time to enlighten. If one's talent enlightenment wasn't high enough or the will didn't match one's body, one wouldn't be able to understand it successfully. Hence, many people wouldn't comprehend a special power of will easily. What's more, the primordial bloodlust consciousness was a will that was extremely hard to grasp among all the wills. Hence, the talents that entered this place gave up on grasping this will immediately. Only Wang Teng received this power of will by picking up attributes. It rose quickly and reached the 5th rank directly. If it was a normal 2nd rank or 3rd rank primordial bloodlust consciousness, they would have a hard time reaching this place. After all, legacies were designed for talents. The more precious the legacies, the more outstanding the talents. If one only grasped the 2nd rank or the 3rd rank primordial bloodlust consciousness, they were still a distance away from becoming a top talent. Only those who grasped the 4th rank could be considered top talents. As for the 5th rank, he was a rare talent. That was why the dark red ball of light was so friendly to Wang Teng. It was like his mother. Wang Teng was enlightened. He understood that he had accidentally grasped the key of the legacy. He didn't need to do anything else. All he needed to do was to push the ball of light into the keyhole. Then it was done. The legacy was in his hands. This was how simple it was. Chapter 3342. The Key Blood Whale. Is it him? 2. Wang Teng's expression turned strange. Can I go and get the legacy now? Yes. Isith nodded with a strange expression. Wang Teng took a deep breath and floated towards the dark red ball of light without any hesitation. Boom, the instant he touched the dark red ball of light, a loud explosion occurred. A glaring dark red glow erupted and engulfed his vision. He couldn't see anything. A strange roar suddenly sounded beside Wang Teng's ear. It was ear-shattering, as if the world was about to collapse. A vast and distant aura filled with blood and maliciousness descended on the city. The glaring light in front of him disappeared gradually. Wang Teng saw it again. He noted a divine and majestic creature. What kind of presence was that? Wang Teng was flabbergasted. It was indescribable. It looked like an enormous fish. Its body was dark red, and there were scales and horns on some parts of its body. At the same time, there were feathers on its body and head which looked like a fish fin. It was mysterious. The most eye-catching thing was its huge mouth. It gazed as if it could swallow the entire universe if it opened its mouth. He wasn't exaggerating. Its body was too huge and its mouth was exceptionally wide. It was almost the same width as its body. When it opened its mouth, it seemed to be prying its entire body apart. Blood whale. Wang Teng finally saw the legendary universe behemoth. He was flabbergasted and couldn't calm down for a long time. Its appearance was one of the reasons, however. What truly astounded Wang Teng was the aura it exuded. Boundless, ancient, vast, bloody, malicious. All these auras appeared on the same creature, but they didn't seem out of place. Instead, they seemed harmonious. It was astonishing. Wang Teng looked at the giant creature in front of him. Suddenly, his gaze landed on its pair of huge eyes, and his heart calmed down. What kind of eyes were they? They were as deep as the universe and gave off an ancient vibe, as if it was an ancient behemoth from ancient times. In its eyes, Wang Teng seemed to be looking at the distant past and the ancient world. But at this moment he wasn't astounded. Or rather, he wanted to be astounded, but he couldn't help but remain calm. It was as if he was looking at the ancient world from the blood whale's point of view. This was the blood whale's world. It was the world where it was born, grew, and even died. Hence, he could look at everything calmly. Now, Wang Teng seemed to have turned into a blood whale and had merged with it. Hence, he didn't feel astounded. There was only a calmness and indifference because he was used to the world. Wang Teng opened his mouth. For some reason, he had the urge to vent his emotions. However, the voice that came out of his mouth wasn't his. It was a strange roar of anger. Roar, the voice resounded in the ancient land. Numerous powerful star beasts submitted to the blood whale and knelt in front of it. The vast land was densely populated. It was a majestic sight. Silence. Wang Teng was still shocked when he saw this scene from his perspective. He didn't know what to say for a long time. Calm but astounded. This contradictory feeling stunned Wang Teng. He wished he could find his body and emotions immediately. Boom! At this moment, Wang Teng suddenly felt a tremor in his mind. A huge stream of information surged into his mind. His spirit was also pulled out from the blood whale's body. The astonishing scene in front of him started to disappear, and time seemed to be moving forward at a fast speed, returning to the present world from the ancient times. Boom. At the same time, the three mountains started shaking violently. The blood mist around the mountains started churning and spinning. Gradually, a huge whirlpool was formed with the peaks in the center. Suddenly, a terrifying power of will surged out of the mountains. The high-tier devil emperor, who was also understanding the legacy in the blood mist, felt the impact of this will. His spiritual power seemed to be expelled by a flood. His face turned pale, and he vomited a mouth of blood. Then he opened his eyes abruptly and looked around him in a daze. What's going on? The high-tier devil emperor had yet to regain his senses. His mind was in a mess. He had sensed the will in the mountain and even grasped some of its power. If he followed the clues, he would definitely be able to find the legacy. How did he get expelled? This didn't make sense. This wasn't how the script should go. He had worked hard for many years and spent much time and effort to understand and cultivate the primordial bloodlust consciousness in order to enter this place again, to fight for the legacy. Now, when he was about to succeed, he got expelled. He was unwilling to accept this. What just happened? Many people didn't think of the use of the power of will, but he did. Everyone else was heading in the wrong direction. He was the only one who found the right way and grabbed the key. With his talent and intelligence, the blood whale legacy should be his. However, while the legacy was within reach, something went wrong at the last moment. What was wrong? Is the legacy rejecting me? Is my willpower not enough? No, that's not right. Even if my willpower isn't strong enough, it shouldn't be like this. If not, I would have been expelled and wouldn't have waited until now. The blood clone muttered to himself. His face was filled with unwillingness. He released his spiritual power again, wanting to enter the mountain. However, the instant he got close, he was repelled by the terrifying power of will. Piffed. The blood clone suffered another blow and vomited a mouth of blood. The aura around him got weaker, but he didn't care. There was madness in his eyes. This isn't right. This isn't right. The will shouldn't reject me. Something must have happened. Boom, at this moment the mist around him spun even more violently. A terrifying will exuded from the mountains and filled up the entire space. Roar, at this moment a terrifying roar came from within the mountain. It resounded in all directions and spread throughout the entire blood whale's nest. At this moment the entire blood whale's nest shook. The sea of blood churned. Blood waves soared into the sky, creating a tsunami. The island was shaking too. Violent tremors spread all the way from the abyss. Cracks started to appear on the walls, extending all the way up. Then, with the abyss as the center, they spread in all directions until they covered the entire island. The tremors in the passageway below the abyss were even more violent. All the remaining blood-evil corpses were alerted, but they didn't leave. Instead, they knelt in the direction of the end of the passageway and roared in a low voice as if they were paying respect. What's going on? In the passageway, the three dark apparitions were appalled. They looked at the stone wall in front of them. Terrifying cracks started to appear on the stone walls. The ancient runes on the walls broke and lost their function. The space power in the passageway dissipated. What? The three dark apparitions were in a daze when they saw this scene. They exchanged glances with one another, and an unbelievable thought appeared in their minds. Did someone obtain the legacy of the blood whale? If not, there wouldn't be such a huge commotion. Even the ancient space runes cracked and lost their effect. Didn't it mean that they couldn't pass through this place to reach the core of the legacy? Could it be him? Zadia muttered to herself in a daze. Impossible, Zanoski shouted in disbelief. How long has he been inside? How can he get the legacy so quickly? I don't believe it either, Zarosa said, but she seemed to be persuading herself. In the end, her tone was a little weak. She didn't have any confidence. Chapter 3343, Crazy, Gather, Remains of the Blood Whale. 1. The three dark apparitions turned silent. Blood Wolf Xaqiro, who was still running in the abyss, had a slight change in his expression. He saw cracks appearing on the walls around him. Ancient runes started cracking, and the power of space disappeared. The bottom of the abyss appeared in front of him. However, he wasn't happy at all. Instead, he glanced around him in bewilderment. The abyss had collapsed. This was a huge matter. Did someone get the legacy first? Many thoughts flashed through his mind. His expression turned ugly. Who was it? Who found the legacy first? Xaqiro couldn't accept it. He paid a huge price to find the legacy, but someone beat him to it. How could he accept this? He wasn't the only one who was unwilling. On the surface of the sea, the seaweed-haired man from the blood shark race, the talent from the blood swordfish race, and the vampire talent, Xakins, were all flabbergasted. They stared at the three mountains with wide eyes. Disbelief appeared on their faces. Everyone was flabbergasted. They were at a loss for words. From afar, a huge, dark red whirlpool had appeared on the three mountains. It covered the sky and the sun, creating a majestic sight below the mountain. The surface of the sea tossed and turned. Large amounts of seawater soared into the sky and slammed onto the huge mountains, forming blood-red waterfalls that cascaded down the mountains. Boom! Loud explosions were heard continuously from afar, sweeping through the entire blood whale's nest. Everyone in the nest could hear it clearly. What's going on? Why do I have a bad feeling? Did someone snatch the blood whale legacy? Ah, my legacy. Unwilling roars were heard everywhere. The three mountains had always been mysterious. With this change, many people immediately thought of the blood whale legacy. This was the first time something like this happened in the blood whale's nest. It was hard not to think of the blood whale legacy. That was why the dark apparitions searching for the legacy in the blood whale's nest had gone crazy. They couldn't accept this reality. My legacy outside the three mountains. The high-tier devil emperor slowly stood up and muttered to himself. He seemed a little crazy. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the three mountains and spoke in a low voice like an evil spirit. Who touched my legacy? Who is it? In the end, the voice turned into a roar and echoed outside the peak for a long time. Looking at this scene, he finally realized that someone had snatched the blood whale's legacy. If not, his spiritual power wouldn't be unable to enter the peak. He just didn't want to think in that direction just now. He was trying to fool himself. Now that the truth was laid out in front of him, he had no choice but to believe it. At the same time, the image of a figure appeared in his mind. Except that person, he had never met anyone else here. Hence, it could only be him. Bastard, the blood clone was infuriated. Anger and hatred shot out of his eyes as he muttered to himself, "If I can't get the legacy, a low-tier devil emperor like you won't be able to get it easily." His expression turned calm. No fluctuations could be seen. He was extremely indifferent. His gaze flickered. He waved his hand, and the dark constellation force in his body erupted. The stench of blood filled up the entire space. Dark red light blossomed, submerging his entire body. He was like a supernova that was about to explode. Boom! The next instant, the ball of light turned into a dark red shooting star and soared into the sky. Terrifying force fluctuations shook the earth and rubbed against the surrounding space. Explosions were heard continuously. However, this shooting star wasn't aimed at the three mountains. It was aimed at the sky thousands of miles away from the peak. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying explosion resounded in the sky. Crack, crack, crack. A cracking sound was heard. Pitch-black dimensional rifts appeared in the sky. They filled up the entire sky, shattering it like glass. Boom! In a blink of an eye, the entire sky seemed to have exploded. Numerous space fragments swept in all directions. Then a starry sky appeared in the sky. There was a huge hole in the sky. The blood whale's nest was broken. Even the special space outside the blood whale's nest had a huge hole. The strange starry sky above the undying blood sea was revealed. The blood clone released all its strength and smashed a huge hole in the blood whale's nest. It connected to the undying blood sea. Of course, this was also because, after the blood whale legacy was obtained by someone, the space in the blood whale's nest started collapsing due to the tremor. It was no longer stable. If not, a mid-tier devil emperor wouldn't be able to break the blood whale's nest. If it was so easy, someone would have smashed it open with brute force a long time ago. The legacy of the blood whale has been obtained. No one can snatch it from me. At this moment, a voice resounded in the sky and echoed in the entire blood whale's nest. It even came from the large hole and spread throughout the entire blood whale sea and the sea hundreds of thousands of kilometers around it. All the dark apparitions that were closing in on the blood whale's nest stopped involuntarily. Then they looked in the direction of the nest in astonishment. Chapter 3344, Crazy, Gather, Remains of the Blood Whale. 2. There another dark red pillar of light shot into the sky. It wasn't as thick as the pillar of light when the blood whale's nest was activated, but it was eye-catching. One could see it clearly even in the distant sea. Someone has obtained the blood whale legacy. The voice stunned everyone. Then greed and desire appeared in their eyes. Look, the blood whale's nest is broken. The blood whale's nest was broken. Someone must have obtained the legacy. It can't be wrong. Quick, don't let them escape. The blood whale legacy has landed in someone else's hands. We might have a chance to snatch it. Chase after him. This is a rare opportunity. We can't let it go. Voices were heard from all directions then. Numerous figures turned into rays of light and shot towards the blood whale's nest. These dark apparitions were all motivated. When they heard that the blood whale's legacy had been obtained by someone, the dark apparitions who had decided to give up got hopeful again. Actually, they knew that if they entered the blood whale's nest to look for the legacy, they might not have this chance. However, it was different now that the legacy was obtained by someone. If they killed the person who got the legacy, would they be able to get it? Who didn't know how to fish in troubled waters? Even if the person who received the legacy was powerful, there were still many people rushing over to snatch it. They might have a chance to pick up the spoils. Let's see whose luck is better now. Someone has the legacy. On the other side, Xakins and the other talents from the blood swordfish race were shocked. They stared at the source of the explosion with an ugly expression. Who is it? He has the legacy, the talent from the blood swordfish race asked unwillingly. We'll know after taking a look. Xakins' face turned black, his gaze flickered, and he turned into a beam of light as he shot into the distance. It looks like someone doesn't want the person who received the legacy to leave and wants to use external forces to stop him. Fuck! The talent from the blood swordfish race cursed uncontrollably when he saw how fast Xakins' speed was. However, he disregarded the blood swordfish below him and leaped into the sea of blood. Then he released his frightening speed and chased after Xakins. Xakins? This must be done by your vampire race. Only your vampire heart can be so dirty. Xakins felt the corners of his lips twitching. He didn't say anything and just increased his speed at the same time. The seaweed-haired man from the bloodshark race heard the voice and rushed towards the peak. Blood, Wolf, Xaqiro, Zarosa, Zadia, Zanoski, and the other dark apparitions rushed out of the island too. They exchanged glances with one another before rushing towards the location of the three mountains. They realized that the space around the peaks was broken so they could fly over directly. There was no need to take a detour. On the other hand, the path here had been cut off, the ancient runes in the passageway had shattered, and they couldn't pass through anymore. This was astonishing. This was because the space here was extremely strange. This situation wouldn't happen normally. However, this also allowed them to confirm that someone had obtained the legacy. If not, this abnormal situation wouldn't have happened. These dark apparitions had their own thoughts, but their goal was the same. They wanted the blood whale's legacy. Although the legacy of the blood whale was obtained by others, they didn't want to give up so easily. They were unwilling to give up. Is it really him? Zarosa, Zadia, and Zanoski knew where the blood god clone went. Hence, they guessed that this was the person who received the legacy. Now that this piece of news has been exposed, there will definitely be many people gathering here. We need to work together, Zanoski suddenly said, using voice transmission. Xadia and Zarosa's eyes shimmered. They exchanged glances silently. Zanoski was right. There must be many people who came for the legacy. There might even be high-tier devil emperors among them. The blood whale's nest couldn't restrict their movement anymore. Hence, if they didn't work together, it would be difficult for them to snatch the blood whale's legacy. How do we split the legacy? Zarosa asked. Everyone will have a share, Zanoski said. At that time, the three of us will study the blood whale's legacy together. As for who will be able to grasp it, it will depend on their own ability. I have no objections, Zadia said. All right. Zarosa gritted her teeth and finally nodded. She felt frustrated when she thought about how that bastard got the legacy. Not only did he snatch her 10,000 years old bloodwood crystal, but he also received the legacy. How could she accept this? Xaqiro looked at the three ladies and frowned. These three fellows seemed a little close. Also, they came from the abyss together just now. It looked like they reached that place earlier than he did, but they didn't receive the legacy. The legacy should still be at the three mountains. Wang Teng didn't know what was happening outside. At this moment, he was submerged in a huge stream of information and was receiving it passively. His spiritual power returned. Wang Teng and the blood god clone sat down cross-legged. This was a strange scene. This was because both his main body and clone were both accepting the legacy. If other people saw this, they might turn green with envy. At this moment, wisps of strange power engulfed him. Numerous divine runes appeared out of nowhere, giving off a dazzling glow. All the runes were giving off a dark red glow and giving off a strange sound. It sounded like the sound of heaven and earth. It was divine. Then these runes gathered together and formed a huge and terrifying presence around Wang Teng and the blood god clone. This was the blood whale. It was like a real blood whale, giving off a terrifying primordial bloodlust consciousness. The ancient universe behemoth formed from runes seemed to have a life of its own. It was extremely realistic and astonishing. On the other hand, Wang Teng and the blood god clone seemed to have turned into real blood whales. They were reborn in this world, displaying their terrifying power and strength. This scene was divine and astonishing. Wang Teng didn't expect the legacy of the blood whale to be like this. It was different from the legacies he received in the past. It was amazing. Runes congregated, and all kinds of enlightenment appeared in his mind. It was like a divine-level blood whale imparting its knowledge to him. Divine dark red runes danced around Wang Teng and the blood god clone. Suddenly, an emptiness appeared above his head. It looked like the vast ancient land, but it also felt like the broad universe. Numerous celestial bodies appeared with him in the center. They twirled and rumbled continuously. It was as if the world was created and an indomitable ancient creature was born. Boom, the three mountains were still vibrating violently in the dark red whirlpool. The tremors had reached its maximum. Boom, the next instant, the sea of blood exploded and terrifying blood-red waves started churning. The three mountains rose from the bottom of the sea. From the surface of the sea, a terrifying black shadow had appeared below the surface of the sea. It was as if something was trying to rush out from the bottom of the sea. Boom! The tremor attracted everyone's attention. The people rushing over widened their eyes in shock as they watched this scene. Finally, the black shadow below the surface of the sea rose completely. Blood-red seawater dripped down from the surface of the huge black shadow like a hanging waterfall. The dark apparitions rushing over from afar saw the appearance of the black shadow clearly. Blood whale. All the dark apparitions were flabbergasted. They stared at the terrifying black shadow in disbelief. These three mountains were the blood whale's body. All the dark apparitions found it unbelievable. How could those three mountains be the blood whale's body? What's more, the blood whale's remains were still intact. Many people wondered if the remains of the blood whale were left behind. However, some people felt that it was impossible. Too much time had passed, and the blood whale was mysterious and rare. It was hard to keep its body. Unfortunately, they couldn't get through the argument. No one knew that the three mountains were the remains of the blood whale. Now, this guess was confirmed. After the black shadow revealed itself, everyone realized that they weren't mountains. The blood whale's tail was in the middle, while the peaks on the sides were the fin-like parts of the blood whale. For a moment, all the dark apparitions who saw this scene were dead silent. Chapter 3345, Covetous Dark Apparitions. Wang Teng's Scheme, Decomposition of the Blood Whale's Remains. 1. Those three mountains are the body of the blood whale. After some time, the dark apparitions were still in shock. They couldn't help but mutter to themselves. This scene was too astonishing. The dark apparitions never thought that they would be able to see the blood whale's true form in this way. Although it was just a corpse and not a living blood whale, it was still astonishing. Even though they were hundreds of thousands of miles away from the sea, or even further away, these dark apparitions could still feel the terrifying aura. In an instant, all the dark apparitions felt that they had returned to the barbaric era. The ancient and bloodthirsty aura didn't seem to exist in this era. Swoosh. Some dark apparitions reacted immediately. The glow in their eyes became even more intense as they rushed towards the direction where the blood whale appeared. This was like a fuse. The other gloomy apparitions regained their senses and swarmed towards the spot where the blood whale appeared. At this moment, all the dark apparitions were excited. The appearance of the mysterious universe behemoth blood whale was enough for them to boast for a long time, even if it was just a corpse. What's more, they had the chance to snatch the corpse of the blood whale. Every part of this mysterious and powerful universe behemoth was a treasure. Some dark apparitions came to fish in troubled waters, so they didn't have much hope for the blood whale's legacy. Now that the corpse of the blood whale had appeared, their chances of obtaining benefits increased exponentially. This was why the dark apparitions were so excited. They almost went crazy, blood whale. The remains of such a powerful universe behemoth had appeared in front of them. How could they not be intrigued? Roundball and Iceath saw this scene too? They were astounded. Wang Teng really received the legacy. Roundball was flabbergasted. It muttered to itself. Whether it was the remains of the blood whale outside or the blood whale outside Wang Teng's body that was formed from runes, they proved that Wang Teng had received the legacy. Even Iceath found it unbelievable. She was astounded. How did this fellow manage to get the legacy in such a short time based on its aura? This blood whale must have been at the immortal level when it was alive. The legacy of an immortal level presence wasn't easy to get. Even if Wang Teng had the key, it wouldn't be easy. However, Wang Teng received the legacy within a short time, which exceeded its expectation. This is astonishing, it muttered to itself. It felt even less confident about its bet with Wang Teng. When it saw Wang Teng displaying all his talents, it felt a little anxious. Now, when it saw him obtaining the legacy of the divine-level universe behemoth so easily, it couldn't help but shake its head and sigh. It didn't mind helping Wang Teng, but it felt frustrated when it remembered that it would always be under a master-servant contract with this fellow. It couldn't accept it. But I didn't expect the blood whale's body to be hidden here. Iceath's gaze suddenly landed on the huge body of the blood whale. Then, she raised her head and looked at the hole above her with a grim expression. It should be the work of the high-tier Devil Emperor. Is he giving up? Or does he have other plans? Someone is coming, Roundball suddenly said grimly. They looked into the distance. A few blood-red rays of light were flying over at a fast speed. These dark apparitions are here to snatch the blood whale's legacy. Wang Teng is still absorbing the legacy, so he mustn't be disturbed, Roundball said agitatedly. What's the hurry? He has 2 pets, right? One of them is an ultimate stage Imperial-level creature. Even if the high-tier Devil Emperor arrives, he can hold them back temporarily, Iceath said calmly. She didn't panic. Her gaze flickered as she looked in a certain direction in the Devour space. That's right. Elizabeth, too, with her around, normal high-tier Devil Emperors won't have any advantages. Roundball regained its senses and nodded fervently. As they spoke, the light from afar had arrived. Ha ha ha! A peal of laughter was heard. It resounded in the sky with a hint of scorching heat. The blood whale legacy is mine. The first to arrive was Blood Wolf Xaqiro. He was faster than the others and was the first to arrive. He looked into the dark red blood mist and saw the smaller blood whale formed from runes on the back of the corpse of the blood whale in the center of the whirlpool. In an instant, his eyes lit up and were filled with passion, and his face was filled with greed and madness. Countless runes were congregating there. It was hard to imagine how many runes had congregated into the shape of the blood whale. Every rune was crystal clear and gave off a dark red glow. It was dazzling and mesmerizing. There seemed to be unimaginable power of laws in the runes. It was extremely mysterious. It was even more profound than the power of laws of origin grasped by high-tier Devil Emperors' blood whale legacy. Xaqiro was elated. The legacy of the blood whale was indeed here, and it was in the blood whale form formed by the runes. This fellow's laughter is so nasty. Wang Teng was receiving the legacy, but he knew what was happening outside. Chapter 3346. Covetous Dark Apparitions. Wang Teng's scheme, decomposition of the blood whale's remains, too. Now that someone was here, he naturally had to pay attention to him. Sigh, it's all that high-tier Devil Emperor's fault. He dug a trap for me. Wang Teng sighed helplessly. Suddenly he thought of something and smiled coldly. But we don't know who's digging a hole for who. His attention was on the remains of the blood whale below him. Somehow he felt that he had established a connection with the remains of the blood whale. I didn't expect this to be the blood whale legacy. Just when Xaqiro was ecstatic, a voice came from behind him. Xaqiro's expression changed. He turned around and saw the 3 dark apparitions rushing over. They came from the same place as Xaqiro. Even though their speed was a little slower, they caught up with him. Xaqiro snorted. He didn't look good. If it wasn't for the fact that his injury hadn't healed, these fellows wouldn't have caught up with him. It's them. Wang Teng noticed the new arrivals too. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Let's not waste any time. Let's snatch the legacy first. It will be too late if the others catch up with us. Zarosa's eyes lit up as she looked at the blood whale. Okay. Xenosky and Zadia immediately dashed towards the blood whale in the center of the whirlpool without any hesitation. There was no need to talk about Zarosa. The instant she finished speaking, she had already dashed out. Bastard, Xaqiro's expression turned ugly. He didn't dare to be careless and immediately chased after them. He could tell that these three fellows had joined forces, but he had to snatch the blood whale's legacy. With the legacy in front, no one knew who would emerge victorious. Boom! Zanosky came closer and attacked instantly. A huge blood python formed around his body and charged into the blood mist whirlpool. Roar! The giant blood python let out a deafening roar. It resounded in the sky and shot right towards the center. A blood-red long whip appeared in Zadia's hand. The shadow of the blood-red whip covered the sky and the earth. The shadow of a blood shark was formed around her. A huge shadow of Bloodslayer congregated around Zarosa's body and shot towards the center, too. Roar, Xaqiro didn't back down. A huge and handsome blood wolf congregated around his body. He raised his head and roared at the sky. Swoosh. The blood wolf turned into a blood shadow and disappeared on the spot. Its speed was astonishing. It dashed towards the center of the whirlpool like a line of blood. You want to snatch the legacy? Wang Teng sneered. He immediately activated the connection in the blood whale's body. He couldn't control the remains of the blood whale, but he could activate the connection. Boom, in an instant, a majestic and terrifying will erupted from the corpse of the blood whale below, enveloping the entire back of the corpse. That's right, it was the primordial bloodlust consciousness. At first, the outside world was just covered in a part of the blood whale's consciousness. However, there was still a major portion of the consciousness left in the blood whale's body that hadn't been activated. The blood whale was dead. If this body didn't retain its terrifying will, the power of will would have dissipated. However, after so many years, this body was still exuding the power of will. The dissemination of this consciousness was unconscious. It was revealed naturally. Normally, it was impossible to release such a terrifying will in an instant. But Wang Teng could. He had the same consciousness, and now that he was receiving the legacy and had a faint connection with the blood whale's corpse, he had the right to activate it. What Wang Teng did now was to activate the will completely. Boom! As the consciousness erupted from the blood whale's corpse, the four dark apparitions froze for a moment. The frightening power of consciousness slammed into their bodies, destroying the force shadows around them. Bang, bang, bang. Whether it was the blood wolf shadow, the blood slayer shadow, the blood python shadow, or the blood shark shadow, they couldn't maintain themselves anymore. They turned into blood-red droplets of light and scattered in the air. The four dark apparitions, namely Xaqiro, Zanosky, Zarosa, and Zadia, were caught off their guards. They were forcefully smashed down by the powerful will and slammed into the back of the blood whale. Boom! The next instant, almost the instant they touched the remains of the blood whale, the four dark apparitions felt an even greater power of will landing on their bodies. They couldn't even straighten their backs. Damn it. The dark apparitions' expressions turned ugly. They didn't expect to be suppressed by such a terrifying will the moment they entered the blood whale's body. With the power of will, they couldn't move an inch. How could they get close to the center of the whirlpool and snatch the legacy? This must be the protective mechanism left behind by the blood whale, Zadia said in a low voice. Are we going to watch the legacy get absorbed? Zarosa resisted the power of will with all her might and said unwillingly, Let's work together and see if we can resist the power of will. Zadia glanced at Zarosa before turning to look at Xaqiro, who was struggling not far away. Zarosa and Zanosky's eyes shimmered. They didn't say anything and just looked at Xaqiro. Xaqiro remained silent for some time before he finally nodded and said coldly, "Yes, let's do it." Xadia and the other dark apparitions didn't waste any time and released their wills. They were all mid-tier devil emperors and the top talents among their generation, so their wills weren't weak. When they released their wills simultaneously, the power they contained shouldn't be underestimated. Chapter 3347, Covetous Dark Apparitions. Wang Teng's scheme, decomposition of the blood whale's remains. 3. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 dark apparitions couldn't merge their wills, but under their control they managed to resist the blood whale's terrifying willpower. It's working. The dark apparitions felt relieved, the pressure on them lessened, and they were elated. Let's go. They didn't hesitate and continued moving towards the center of the whirlpool. The dark apparitions wanted to fly, but they realized that flying was harder than walking. To save their strength, they had to walk step by step. Have fun. Wang Teng smiled and continued absorbing the legacy. The legacy of the blood whale was extremely mysterious. It was on par with the legacy of the Devour Nihility beast. However, there were still many differences between the universe behemoth on the light side and the universe behemoth on the dark side. They could complement each other. Fortunately, the blood whale's corpse is protecting Wang Teng. Roundball didn't know that Wang Teng was the culprit in the Devour space. It heaved a sigh of relief when it saw this scene. That's because he received the legacy and his conscience is the same as the blood whale's. This is probably why the remains of the blood whale protect him. If the other dark apparitions want to get close, they will be suppressed and rejected by the conscious if they don't have the same conscious, Iseth guessed. Roundball nodded. It continued with a serious expression. However, they're still moving. Even if they can't get close in a short time, they will reach the center of the whirlpool sooner or later. I wonder how long Wang Teng will need to finish absorbing the legacy. Let's wait and see, Iseth replied calmly with shimmering eyes. Hurry up, faster. The 4 dark apparitions wanted to speed up, but they couldn't resist the willpower no matter how hard they tried. After all, they wouldn't be able to raise their willpower for the time being. Hence, they couldn't increase their speed. Maintaining their current speed was good enough. On the other hand, the back of the blood whale was extremely thick. The 4 dark apparitions wouldn't be able to get close to the center of the whirlpool within a short time. Their expressions turned ugly as if they were forcefully fed shit. They thought that they would be able to snatch the blood whale's legacy once they reached this place. Who would have thought that they would be suppressed by such a magnificent willpower the moment they arrived? What a pity. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the sound of air braking was heard again. Many figures flew over from afar and stopped nearby in an instant, revealing the figures of a vampire and a blood swordfish. Zakins, Swordfish, Jing, Ganoski, Xaqiro, and the other dark apparitions' expressions changed slightly. Zanoski, Xaqiro. Zakin saw Zanoski and the other dark apparitions on the back of the corpse of the blood whale too. His gaze flickered slightly. I didn't expect someone to be earlier than us, Swordfish Jing sneered. But it looks like it's useless. You won't be able to get close to the blood whale legacy. We can't get close. Do you think you can? Zanoski snorted with a black face. Are you trying to provoke me? Swordfish Jing Titikapan sniggered. You don't dare? Zanoski sneered. Don't fall for it easily. Zakin scanned the back of the blood whale's corpse. He seemed to have sensed something and frowned. There's a powerful willpower suppressing them on the blood whale's corpse, preventing them from flying. Oh. Swordfish Jing's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, You can't move quickly. No wonder you're like ants crawling on the ground. Ha 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 ha. We're not the only ones. You can't resist the power of will either. Why are you so proud? Zanoski said coldly. Swordfish Jing turned serious. He looked at the blood whale in the center of the whirlpool with shimmering eyes. This is the legacy of the blood whale. A sharp glint flashed past Zakin's eyes as he muttered to himself excitedly. The blood whale legacy. He finally found the legacy of the blood whale. Ignore them. Hurry up and get closer to the blood whale's legacy. It won't be easy for them to get close. We still have an advantage, Zadia said, using voice transmission. The dark apparitions nodded secretly and rushed towards the blood whale legacy. Zakins and Swordfish Jing exchanged glances when they saw this scene. What should we do? We might not be able to resist this willpower either, Swordfish Jing asked. Go and try, Zakins said. The muscles on Swordfish Jing's face twitched. Why don't you go yourself? Quick, don't waste any time, Zakins urged. Don't you believe me? All right, I'll believe you this time, Swordfish Jing thought of something and nodded. Swoosh! He turned into a beam of light and shot towards the back of the blood whale's corpse. Boom! The majestic willpower pressed down, causing Swordfish Jing to tremble. He slammed onto the back of the blood whale. Ha ha ha! Zanoski burst out laughing. Fuck! Swordfish Jing cursed instantly. He didn't expect the power of will to be so frightening. No wonder Zanoski and the others were having a hard time. Swordfish Jing, what do you think? Can you do it? Zanoski sneered. Fuck! Who are you saying can't do it? Swordfish Jing's expression turned ugly. He crawled up immediately and walked towards the center of the whirlpool. Chapter 3348, Covetous Dark Apparitions, Wang Teng's Scheme. Decomposition of the blood whale's remains, for Zekin's gaze flickered as he observed this scene. Then he moved his body and arrived on the back of the blood whale. At this moment he also felt the terrifying power of will. Primordial bloodlust. There the power of will. Zekin's heart skipped a beat. Only the power of will can resist the power of will. He suddenly took out an item from his space ring. It was a battle axe stained with blood. A strong and bloody will emanated from it. Indeed. Zakins felt relieved. A meaningful smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Then he walked towards the center of the whirlpool and arrived beside Swordfish Jing. What? The dark apparition's expressions changed. They found it unbelievable. A battle axe stained with blood could resist the power of will here. What on earth was going on? There's something wrong with his battle axe, Zarosa said in a low voice. It should be an ancient weapon. It contains the residual willpower of a formidable warrior. Sadia's eyes flashed as she said, Ancient weapon? Everyone was stunned. Damn it, why does he have this? He's so lucky. Zanoski gritted his teeth and said, he was unhappy. Ancient weapons were rare. Some weapons had been corroded by time and were hard to preserve. Even Grandmaster level weapons would gradually get damaged by external forces. What's more, this ancient weapon contained a special power of will. This was even more special. If a weapon wanted to contain the power of will besides being carried around by a formidable warrior for a long time and experiencing some special situations with him, it would also need to go through the nourishment of the power of heaven and earth in some special places. After some time, it would be able to retain the power of will completely and be merged with it, so that it wouldn't disappear. You could imagine how difficult it was. That was why ancient weapons with the power of will were so rare. Ancient weapon. Interesting, Wang Teng noticed the battle axe in Zekin's hand and was surprised. However, he just smiled and disregarded them. Well done, Zekins. Swordfish Jing was stunned for a moment before he reacted and laughed. Let's go. Zekins brought his Swordfish Jing and rushed towards the center of the whirlpool. Soon he caught up with Zanoski and the other dark apparitions and was about to overtake them. Boom! Zanoski acted instantly. A blood python appeared and bit Zekins and his companion. Go away. A battle sword appeared in Swordfish Jing's hand. He slashed it out. Boom! The blood-red sword glow cut the blood python's head into two. It exploded instantly and turned into blood-red droplets of light. Huh? Swordfish Jing didn't expect his attack to shatter his opponent's attack so easily. He gasped. Janoski's expression turned uglier. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot, but he didn't make a move. It's the influence of the power of will. They can't release their full potential, Zekins replied calmly. That's great. Why don't we kill them now? Swordfish Jing's eyes lit up. You can try. The dark apparitions stared at Swordfish Jing indifferently with cold expressions. Don't waste time. Let's snatch the legacy first, Xaqiro said using voice transmission. Even a dog will bite when it's angry. You can't kill them. All right. What a pity. Swordfish Jing shook his head. The two of them stopped talking and increased their speed as they moved towards the center of the whirlpool, with the battle axe's willpower resisting the blood whales. Xaqiro's and Swordfish Jing's speed increased, but there was a limit. They couldn't release their full potential. Also, if they were to fly, they would be affected by the primordial bloodlust consciousness. They might as well walk on the back of the blood whale. We can't go on like this. If we do, the legacy will be snatched by them. Zenoski gritted his teeth and said as he looked at their backs, "There's no other way. We can only chase after them." After Sadia finished speaking, she lowered her head and continued moving forward, disregarding the others. The other three dark apparitions felt helpless. They had no choice but to follow Wang Teng. As time passed, Xaqiro's and Swordfish Jing got closer and closer to the blood whale in the center of the whirlpool. Xaqiro, Zenoski, and the other dark apparitions chased after them relentlessly. They were a little slow, but they weren't entirely left behind. At the same time, more and more dark apparitions rushed over, including the seaweed-haired man from the blood shark race. They joined in after seeing the situation on the back of the blood whale. However, some people didn't believe it and insisted on flying over. The result was predictable. The majestic primordial bloodlust consciousness slammed them onto the back of the blood whale's body. There were some dark apparitions who didn't enter the range of the blood whale's body. Instead, they sat down cross-legged in midair and waited. Some dark apparitions even attacked the blood whale, wanting to get some benefits from its corpse. Unfortunately, the toughness of the blood whales remains exceeded everyone's expectation. Normal attacks wouldn't be able to break it down. The dark apparitions at the scene tried many methods but failed. Gradually, they were at their wits' end and could only stare at the remains. The place got more and more lively. All the dark apparitions gathered around the huge corpse of the blood whale and stared at it greedily. They were green with envy. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.